Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. How are you today, guys?
Absolutely fine.
That's good to know. All right, we will now start our conference. Good morning once again, all, and I welcome you all to the 36th World Conference on Applied Sciences, Engineering, and Technology, also known as the WCASET 2021, organized by yours truly by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as IFERP. Just a little bit about the organizer. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought a technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned or to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. Now about this conference, IFERP generally conducts WCASET conferences throughout a year, which of course is distributed throughout different parts of the world in a uniform manner. WCASETs have already been conducted in cities like Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Dubai, Goa, Frankfurt, Jakarta, and many more. We aim to reach every nook and corner of the world to bring in talented individuals and to provide them a platform to showcase their findings. WCASET is built on the confidence and constant support of its advisory board, which represent the different background, culture, diversity, but with the sole aim of bringing a revolution in generating solutions for the current challenges with a multidisciplinary approach and within the next 5 years with the continuous help and support from people all across the world. We dream of becoming the next biggest brand of multidisciplinary conferences in the Asia Pacific region and then conquer the world of a multidisciplinary approach for the betterment of mankind. Now, I would like to welcome our conference chair, Dr. Wong Hin Yong, Dean and Professor, Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia University Selangor, Malaysia. Our keynote speakers, Mr. Nir Shetri, Professor, Bryan School of Business and Economics, the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, USA. Professor Raj Kumar Singh, Professor, Dean, Research and Development, Head of Department, Department of Commerce, School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, India. Professor Rashmi Gujrati, Professor and Dean, Technia Institutes of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, India. Dr. Pukuluri Kiran Shri, Head and Professor, Department of CSE, Sri Vishnu Engineering College for Women, Vishnupur, Bhimavaram, WGAP, Andhra Pradesh, India. Let us also welcome our Managing Director, Mr. Sid Jain, Technorit Research and Development Association. Next is Dr. Ronnie B. Ruby, Associate Professor, Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Philippines. Also, Dr. Muhammad Umair Javed, Associate Professor, Lahore Garrison University, Pakistan. Thank you all for joining us and imparting your expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Now let us welcome to give his speech Mr. C. Jain, MD of Technuric, to deliver a welcome speech. Sir,
Good morning.
good morning.
I would like to start by wishing you and your families my personal best for your health and safety in these difficult times. On behalf of IFERP and WCASET, it is my great pleasure to welcome all the delegates, keynote speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students for this impressive 36th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. The theme of the conference is technological development and modern trends in applied science and advanced engineering. Due to this COVID pandemic, this conference is conducted on the digital platform in line with the social distancing norms. 36th WCST will explore the new horizon of innovation from distinguished research scientists and eminent authors in academia and industry working for the advancement in applied science, engineering, and technology from all over the world. Institute for Engineering and Research and Publication is a non-profitable global reputed professional association enriched with 62,000 plus members, world-class research activities and publication in reputed Scopus Index, UGC Care, Web of Science, SCI, and other etc. IFRP bestows services like international conferences, publication assistant, research assistant, and guidance, student, professional, and institutional membership, international workshops, guest lecturers, faculty exchange program, short-term training program, webinar, scientist conference, management, etc. IFRP have stepped in the enriched strong networking in many developed and developing countries like Iraq, Maldives, Malaysia, Thailand, India, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, UAE. Leading universities and educational institutions came ahead with their hand open to collaborate with IFRP, giving us opportunity to leave our footprints at several developing and developed countries. As a leading global source for scientific information, IFRP promotes engineering, science, and technology, research, and innovation through its journals, magazines, and proceedings of more than 200 annual conferences every year. IFRP publications have shown marked growth in terms of global outreach, impact factor, downloads, citation, quick decisions rates by the peer reviewers, number of submissions, and string acceptance rate. IFRP is a leading publisher of scientific articles in Scopus, SCI, Web of Science, and other journals. The worldwide acknowledged brand WCASET was given birth by IFERP on 2nd January 2016 at Goa. Aiming is closing the gap between researchers and academicians of different streams and bringing experts from all fields together so that the solution for today's global challenges can be generated. WCASET provide an opportunity for professionals globally to discuss about the particular topics so the creation of ideas may be bigger than we are thinking. The aim of the conference is to create solutions in different ways and to share innovative ideas in the field of science, management, engineering, and technology. WCASET provides a world-class stage to researchers, professionals, scientists, academicians, and students to engage in very challenging conversation, assess the current body of research, and determine knowledge and capability gaps. WCASET has been already organized in cities like Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Dubai, Goa, Frankfurt, Jakarta, Bangkok, Manila, Australia. We dream of becoming the next biggest brand of multidisciplinary conferences in the Asia Pacific region and that conquer the world of multidisciplinary approach for the betterment of mankind. The first WCST was organized by 2nd and 3rd January 2016 at Goa. Now it was grown to the 36th WCST and was growing or organized in more than 10 countries. The upcoming conference of WCST will be organized in Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia as a hybrid event, both physical as well as virtual. The upcoming conferences details its WCS 37th WCST on 18th and 19th August at Jakarta. On the special occasion, I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the country who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student committee. I am very grateful to our conference chair, Dr. Wong Hing Yong, Dean and Professor, Faculty of Engineering, Multimedia University, Selangor, Malaysia. Next, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I am very grateful to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Nir Shetri, Professor Brian School of Engineering, Brian School of Business and Economics, the University of North Carolina, Greensboro, USA. Professor Dr. Rajkumar Singh, Dean Research and Development, HOD, Department of Commerce, School of Management Science, Varanasi, India. Professor Dr. Rashmi Gujarati, Dean Technia, Institute of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, India, and Dr. Pokuluri Kiran Sri, Professor and Head Department of CSC, Sri Vishnu Engineering College of Women, Andhra Pradesh, India. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task. To that end, I welcome and express my sincere gratitude to our session chairs, all our advisory committee members, organizing committee members. Lastly, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better ways of education our future leaders. Thank you and thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. C. Jain, for delivering the welcome speech. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, Dr. Wong Hin Yong, to deliver a speech. All right. Let me call on the next speaker to provide a speech. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Raj Kumar Singh, Professor, Dean, Research and Development, Head of Department, Department of Commerce of School of Management Sciences, Varanasi, India. Sir, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. So, thank you very much for inviting me in this great conference. And I would like to express my gratitude to the entire organizing team, especially Ma'am Sumedha for contacting me and inviting me over here. This 36th WCASET Conference 2021, World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering and Technology, which is being organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. So this is the second time I'm coming in this conference. First I came in the Vietnam conference, and today I will deal with one of the very pertinent aspects that is your green technology entrepreneurship and green innovation management for the sustainable development. As we are seeing at present, the entire world is suffering from the situation of COVID, and we are improving, but at the same time, with the coming of the new variants, new strains, the challenge remains over there. We have seen and we are having an experience that in such a situation, we are having the issue of oxygen. Especially in India, we have seen we were having the problem of oxygen when that was on peak at the time of May, April and May. And it has created a big question mark on us that whether we are moving towards the sustainable development in real sense or not. We are doing the urban development all over the world. It is not just the case of India. Everywhere in the world, we are doing the urban development on the cost of environment. Development is inevitable. We cannot avoid development. But at what cost? We are cutting trees. We are now purchasing oxygen cylinders, cutting the forest, creating the concrete jungle everywhere all across the world. Our consumption pattern has changed. We are taking so much of insecticide, pesticides, heavy metals, and this has become a part and parcel of our fooding habits. Recently, I have studied one research report which is very furious that normally, as we know, the tree releases more and more oxygen and it also releases carbon dioxide, but is in lesser quantity in the night. But now this process is being reversed out because of the global environment. And this is creating a sort of environmental vicious circle. So now we need to work hard on that direction where we are doing our environment audit. So much so has been said everywhere. And if we go for our Indian spiritual system, we have found that even in 7,000 years back in Yajurveda also, we have been studied so many things about how to protect environment. In Indian culture, the people who are knowing very well, we are having a worshipping of tree, the rivers, the skies, the fire, air, water. It was not a worshipping of any god as such. These natures has been taken as a symbol of God. Why? It was a symbolic aspect. This was a way to protect the environment. So, how this will be done? It is inevitable that we have to protect our environment. This is inevitable that we have to make a development also. But who will do this? Obviously, we'll have to work on the 5 helix model, where the industry, academia, government, society, and above all, the environment. These 5 helix should be interwoven, interconnected, so that whatever is going on in industry, it should be in the knowledge of academia, so that the academia can do the proper research in that. This is a great platform. You are promoting the researches on international level. I appreciate your effort. But how this research will go on? Problem is that we are doing researches, but the net outcome is not as it is desired. I personally believe, because I am also the Dean Research and Development of my institute, any research is of no use if we are not going to benefit the society, if you are not going to benefit the individual, if you are not going to benefit the environment, if you are not going to benefit the industry. So it should be a collaborative approach between the industry and academia. And at the same time, governments are making policies all over the world. Whether government is making the policy by taking considerations of the industry as well as academia or not, society or not, and above all, whether the environment is on our priority or not. Because if you go through the entire sustainability model on the triple P bottom line approach, people, planet, and profit. Above all, this is going to benefit and harm the people like you and me. So needs to be work on that direction. Any green technology entrepreneur or startup should always think one thing, that any entrepreneur don't just sell a product or service, they actually sell a solution. So if you are going for any innovation as such, whether you are providing the solution or not, because if solution is not there, it is simply a me too product. How will you differentiate yourself? This is time of IPR, intellectual property right. Whatever you are going to do, it should be differentiated. It should be innovative. It should be producing a value which is different than others. So we need to product all our efforts to the patents or design patents, to the copyrights, trademark, or the GI on international. I've seen that many of times this innovation got failed. So many patents are being filed, but less than 1% innovation which is being patented finally comes in the market in a well commercialized vision model. So we need to understand from the entrepreneur's point of view, what are the reasons behind that failure? All over the world is a secret. Because as I've told you, any innovation in the field of green entrepreneurship or green startup should match with the market, with the society, with the individual, with the industry. And we need to find out the business potential for that, where the business potential is lying, whether we are doing collaborative research with the industry or not, whether we have clearly defined our segmentation, targeting, and positioning or not, whether we have done our proper feasibility analysis of strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats or not, whether we have gone through the entire cluster framework analysis of the political, economic, social, technological, environment, and legal dimensions of any society, any nation or not. Likewise, how much value is being added? Because the value chain is one thing where we need to work a lot. So value chain analysis should be done properly. Likewise, uh, majority of cases, as we have observed in India, uh, only 10% startups are successful within 5 years. And when it comes to around 10 years, it comes to around 1 to 2% success rate. Why it is so? Because just mere having an idea and technology and money is not going to work. You need to move very carefully. I always give a 4-point formula to all my startup friends. That think big, start small, grow gradually, and grow global. Think big means your vision should be big, but start small to minimize your risk, because the risk is inevitable for any entrepreneur. So think big, start small, grow gradually. See, the scale up is a phenomena which is an obvious phenomena for any startup. But this is a phenomena, if you don't move carefully, you can be trapped in so many financial issues, financial problems, working capital problems, cash flow problems. So grow gradually and then grow globally, because now the entire world is a market. You need to think from that direction. Not only we should focus on the product innovation so far as the green entrepreneurs are concerned, try to work on the service innovation. Because product innovation can be copied easily, but service innovation is one thing which is very difficult to copy. So you need to create a niche in your service innovation. In any business, we should take the feedback. Any entrepreneur should take the feedback. But what we are doing with that feedback, we should utilize that feedback for our feed forward. Because innovation is a dynamic process. It's not a static process. You need to work on the iteration and reiteration. And especially, I believe that a country like India, where 65 to 70% population lives in villages, so there is a great scope for the rural entrepreneurship in the field of the green entrepreneurship. And never think that farmers may be economically weak, but idea-wise they are not weak. Idea-wise they are very strong, because they are well rooted. They know the trust, this grassroots reality. So always have their ideas in your innovation process, You need to be connected, well connected with these people. In our entire education system also, we need to connect the people with grassroots level. Because when you talk about the entire sustainable development matrix, people become the most important. We need to have a sharing of the knowledge. Sharing of knowledge platform is important, like this platform where we are sharing. We need to accept our responsibility. We cannot throw our responsibility on the society. We are the society. We cannot throw our responsibility on the government. We make the government. So we have to take the responsibility. We have to own the responsibility. We talk too much about our rights, but we need to think about responsibility towards the society, towards the environment, so that we can have a quality way of life. And so far as the industry is concerned, no doubt, if you run any organization, any entrepreneur needs profit to sustain the organization. But at the same time, you need to understand that where your profit is going, whether it is creating value for the society, value for the environment, value for the people, whether this entire phenomena is to eliminate the waste, to reorganize the interdependence, because this is one thing which is very important. We have talked too much about the independence, but now in the COVID phase, we are seeing we are interdependent. One country is helping other country for the vaccination or other purpose of the treatment of the COVID. We need to understand that we are interdependent. There is one term in the Sanskrit which is called the Saha Astitva, means the coexistence. We need to understand the importance of coexistence. And altogether, the society and industry, people like you and me have to make the planet the proper energy flow. There was a concept of the Vastu Shastra, where every home, how the home has to be made, where the proper lighting, proper oxygen flow should come. This is what actually the concept of the energy flow, to create a modern nature where the human and nature can coexist. So in sustainability dimensions, whether it's a climatic change aspect is concerned, whether it's the governance of the sustainability is concerned, whether it's the corporate citizenship is concerned, these needs to be taken into consideration with the proper cooperation and coordination. Because so far as the governance dimension is concerned, this is a very obvious thing, because unless the governance is there, we cannot enforce a sustainable development. So we need to have a transparency. We need to have a proper regulation and agreement, because risk and opportunities both are available. So we need to work on that direction, because climate change is one thing which is creating concern for everyone, whether it's a carbon footprint, whether it's a eco-efficiency, whether it's the alternative sustainable energy sources, and whether the standards and certifications are according to the group. Because the environment is not a thing which is only affecting one country. If there is something wrong in one country, it is going to affect the other country also. So we need to have a proper global standards and certifications, and not only for the industry, even for the society also. If you are living in a certain residential area, that should be for that residential area also, because we are also creating pollution. And at the same time, we need to work on the corporate citizenship, where the customer experience is very important part, where the supporting of internal culture is very important part. We need to convince our customers also to protect the environment, and where the economic development has to connect it with the sustainable development part, because this is what actually the need of our is. So far as India's effort in the climate change performance index ranking 2020 is concerned, India is under top 10 countries who is doing well in this direction, and we are more and more concerned about that. We have to take the society into confidence. The basic thing is that, because people are important, and India's track record is going well. Hope in 2014 our position was 31, now it is 2020, it is 10th position. So hope we move on a much higher ladder. So far as the carbon dioxide emission per capita per ton is concerned, India's position is quite well. India is releasing 1.914 ton per capita carbon dioxide emission, which is one of the least emission. China is around 7.382 ton. Russia is around 11.44 ton. and United States is having a 15.52 ton, to 3 ton of the emission of carbon dioxide per capita. So far as India is concerned, they are moving well in that direction. And we need to work more and more for the domestic plantation because I always used to say that country like India, where the population is of 130-35 crore, even on birthday of everyone, if you plant one tree and take care of one tree, every year we will have a 130 or 135 crore plantation. This will be good enough. And this can be used by any country, any society. We have to work hard on that part because uh, green entrepreneurship is not anything which is just confined to one industry as such. This is part and parcel of our life. We need to work on this, green architecture, the vertical gardening, vertical farming. Likewise, water. Water is one of the very crucial area where we need to work because major cities of the world, whether you do your Cape Town, Sao Paulo, Delhi in India, and Bangalore in India, Beijing, Cairo, Jakarta, Istanbul, Mexico, London, Tokyo, uh, Miami, everywhere people are facing the problem of water, and this is going to be worsened day by day. So we need to work more on the water harvesting, on the groundwater recharging. And now through the regulatory framework, even in India also, this has been incorporated that, okay, if you're making certain constructions, you should have this provision of these two things. And likewise, we need to work towards, so far as the green entrepreneurs are concerned, you need to work toward the disruptive innovations. Recently, we have seen the Tesla has entered into India also, and Tata Group in India has also announced for the electric cars. And at the same time, Tata Group is making 40,000 electric charging stations of India, where replaceable batteries will be one of the basic feature because uh, when we take a fuel, normal petrol or diesel, it takes 2 to 3 minutes in fueling time. Leave this spending time in the queue. But so far as the recharge of battery is concerned, it will take 20 to 25 minutes. To reduce it to 5 minutes, they are now having a replaceable electric batteries, which is rechargeable. And likewise, our Hero Motors, one of the great company in India, two-wheelers segment, they have come with a photon two-wheelers electric motorcycle. Iram Scientific Solution of Dubai has entered in India with a smart e-toilets. Uh, we are having a lot of scope because, as I've told you, the water is going to be a big issue for that. For green entrepreneurs, the water is going to be a big business. And to conversion of the saline water to desaline water, because India is having a coastal area of around 7,516 kilometers. So we are having a very vast coastal area. But conversion of saline water to desaline water is a costly phenomenon. So as the economies of scale will be achieved, I hope the cost will be reduced also, and this will be a great solution for the society, for the country as a whole. Uh, Likewise, the green chemistry. Uh, I live in Varanasi in India, and nearby region is called Bhadoi, which is popular for their carpet. Now there is a great scope for the green colors or the organic colors in different parts of the world. People are demanding for that. That instead of having a synthetic color, you should use the organic colors. So as well as Varanasi in itself is very popular for its one of the sari. You must be knowing about the Indian dress, Indian women wear it. That is called a Banarsi sari. And there also there is a great demand that you should use the organic color. So this kind of green chemistry is, scope is increasing. Green lighting is increasing. Green architecture, I have told you. And at the same time, we need to work on the some sort of thing which is important in our day-to-day life. One of the great example I would like to give one Mr. Kaushalendra, who is a graduate from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has started a Kaushalya Foundation by promoting the farmers and the families to grow the organic fruit and vegetables in the Bihar state of India. And now in Bihar and Jharkhand state, they have created more than 40,000 families network, farmers family network, who are now producing the organic fruit and vegetables by using the organic manures. So This is what actually we require, because we need to strengthen our rural economy also through the green entrepreneurship and green technology. So these are few of the things. There's a lot of scope in the renewable energy sector, which is green power, solar energy. It's Reliance like companies in India, and NTPC has entered in that field, because India is a great scope for the solar energy. India is having around 10 months of uh, good amount of sunlight. The biofuel, fuel, hydroelectric, wind and geothermal energy. These are one of the areas. Biomass energy, bagasse-based power plants, and jatropha plantation as a biodiesel. So these are one of the emerging areas, and it is expected that the green energy capacity will be increased from 134 gigawatt to 220 gigawatt by 2022. So this is one thing which is expected by the government. And Indian market is quite big market. At present, the Indian green market is around $35 billion, and this will increase day by day. We are having a huge population. So even the green entrepreneurs from different parts of the world can come and try in India, because the foreign direct investment in environment equipment and services is allowed under the automatic route with up to around 100% of foreign equity holding. So now government of India is promoting it, and as per the Asian Development Bank report, the Indian market is having a strong business prospect for investors. We are having so many startups in the green technology, like Orion offers. They offer solar panel services, cleaning services. Clean tech startup Oxy Garden. They have created an IoT enabled garden that purifies and humidifies the indoor air naturally. Bangalore, there is a clean tech startup. They have come with a zero emission, low cost aluminum air fuel cells. So these kind of startups are coming, and they are doing well. But one thing is very clear. Just I would like to summarize within 2 minutes, that work on four hypotheses. First, what is the problem? Means you identified a problem in the green entrepreneurship. Second, whether your innovation is provide a solution for that problem or not. Third, whether your solution is commercially viable or not, whether consumer is ready to pay for you or not. And fourth, which is very important, whether you can retain your customer or not, and your customer can do the advocacy for us or not. Because this is one thing which is very important in the entire innovation process, where we call nowadays, we call the design innovation, with the technological feasibility, the business viability, and the human values, usability and desirability becomes a very important part in the entire design thinking process. When you start with emphasizing the things, define the problem, ideate it, and develop a prototype and test it and implement it. So make a good business plan. Try to understand what the consumer need is, what the market need is, what the environment need is, and what the society need is. And I hope with this you'll get a great future. So thank you very much for providing me this great opportunity, and wish you all the best for the grand success of this conference. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that speech. Next, let us welcome to provide a speech, Professor and Dean, Technia Institute of Advanced Studies, New Delhi, India. Let us welcome Professor Rashmi Gujrati. Hi, ma'am. Morning.
Thank you very much, madam, and good morning. And you have invited me. It's a pleasure that I am here in front of you. And today the scenario has been changed. After the COVID-19, we are facing a lot of problems. Now the world is going to be open. Now the point is there that how this world will be in the next scenario, everything has been changed. So we have seen that due to COVID-19, when whole world has been in the lockdown, but the life has not stopped. It was working, but our working style has been changed. We have seen that when we were in the lockdown situation and we were sitting at home, that time also, after few days, everything has been started from home. We started our work from home. All the work has been started through online. Now here I am going to express my view that how the marketing has been converted into digitalization, how the consumer behavior has been changed from mall to mobile. Earlier, when the world was open and everybody was going to purchase in the mall, but now the scene has been changed. Before this COVID-19, then also people were purchasing online, but in this COVID situation, all the people were worried to go outside, and everybody wants that their material, their product should be reached at home. So they have converted this and they started to use online. So digital marketing has changed the marketing trend. This emerging trend has been come in the retail sector also. We seen that we started to order our vegetables, small products related with our house, we were ordering through the online. So we can say that the world has changed and the world converted into the smartphone and the internet. It has changed from small to mobile through the internet. Not only we can do shopping online, even we need any kind of services from anywhere, we do through the digitalization. So digitalization has played a vital role. If I am saying related with the marketing, not only in the marketing, we can see that our education has been also started through online. Even we are also attending this conference through online, and we see that due to online, it has become very easy to transfer our views from one place to another place. We are sharing our views one country to another country due to this internet system. So the mobile app has made it easy to purchase the product from the market without any wasting time, without wasting money. Through online, the work has gone smoothly, and now it has become the habit in our behavior that we are trying to get everything online. So since last 2 years, digitalization has changed the trend of the consumer behavior, but this situation has changed more. It has taught to everyone how to be convert in digitalization. As we can see ourselves also that we were not too much habitual to use the internet. A lot of things were not in our knowledge that we work through the computerization, because this is a trend of the new generation. But we old people has also started to work on the mobile, work on the laptop, work through the internet. How to go and purchase it through online. These all things has been also changed, and like this, the consumer behavior has been changed. Digitalization has inspired the people to marketing through mobile apps. Continuously, everybody is purchasing through that. If we see in India, we have a Flipkart, Mitra, and Amazon is working around the world, and we can purchase from there from needle to ship. Big materials as also can be purchased through that. So it is playing a significant role, and people are getting awareness for social media. Companies are providing online selling system. They are giving lot of ads through online. Earlier, if the company want to do the marketing, they give the advertisement through newspaper, through the magazine, banner, holding, and flexes. So in this scenario, the system has been changed. Everything has been converted into digitalization. Company is giving their ad in social media. and social media is playing a vital role on the social media and the Facebook, Instagram, and lot of other social media are there. Through that, we are spreading the information. Digitalization has changed the world scenario, and it also has changed the mindset of the consumer. So we can say that everything has been converted into the mobile app or into the internet. Nowadays, people prefer to do shopping online for easy going because they sit anywhere and they can purchase their product easily through online. People get the information of the product as we get a review of the product before purchasing. We go to the review and we see that what is the feedback of that product, and we can purchase it easily. And a lot of the conveniency are there that if the product is not according to you, then also you can return that product. So these all things are going to online. So people are feeling to convert in that way, and people are changing their mind, and already the mindset has been changed. This digital era is converted in this scenario in India 2014 when the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been elected, and at that time there were a big advertisement that now the India is going to be digitalization, digital India. And what was happen after that? That time we were thinking that what was the digital India. Now nobody knows that what was going to come in future. Nobody knows that in 2019 some type of coronavirus will become, and every people will be come in the lockdown, and all of where go to use the digitalization. In 2016 in the November there was a demonetization, and due to that demonetization everything has been converted. Earlier, we were using ATM, but after the demonetization, because there was a situation that we go in the digitalization and we started to use the ATM card through online transfer money through Google Pay. These things all has been converted into the digitalization. And when the coronavirus came in the world, that time everybody was worried to touch anything. And then what happened? That we everything we want digitalization. We think that whatever we want to do, we do on our mobile. So this scenario has been changed due to this pandemic. And in the digital marketing, services has been also working actively through social media. We can see lot of ads on the social media is coming, and we can get information from there. If we want any kind of services, we can go through that. We can call them, we can message them, and we can get these services from digitalization. Even we can see that consumers are getting a lot of things through the digitalization by paying per click on ad. So this type of business has also started. If we go in the digital marketing, we can see that due to digital marketing, you can start your own business also. You can spread your information through YouTube, through social media, through website, and these things are giving a money to the people by a pay per click, and they are earning lot of money through this digitalization. Digital marketing company has become very interesting to attract the customer from time to time. So they are using Google AdWords, PPC, audio, Facebook, Instagram, social media, and it has become a big source between the consumer and the company. Earlier, we were working in the traditional marketing, and in the traditional marketing, what was happening that the product has been manufactured in the company and it comes in the market through the storehouse, then it goes to the wholesaler, then there is the retailer, and then it goes to the customer. Now the direct marketing has been started. Now the company to customer has been started, and the scenario has been changed, and these all things has been going on the digitalization. So digital marketing company has grabbed the market through the digitalization, and they have won the faith of the customer successfully. The company is giving good services, good product, good quality to the customers. So customers are satisfied through that, and customers are using to purchase their products through the online. Now the scenario has been changed in the each and every sector. The customer habit has been changed. The customer started to use our social media. And if we see that in this pandemic situation, mostly we have seen that those people don't know how to use a social media. Those people don't know how to go on the Facebook. Now they are also very habitual, and they are always, we can see that they are on the Facebook. Even not, I will say that a company is doing, even we also like to post our work on the social media. So this has been going to grab in the market, and the purchasing or the services, or we can say banking sector, insurance sector, and even we can see that a lot of informations are coming through online. Now if we go in the education sector, now also we have not stopped education, and in pandemic situation all organization, all institutions has started their study in online. And what we see that now it is feeling very well that the year has not been gone lapse, and we have given the full education to our students, and students has also learned a lot of things from us. So at last, I would like to say that it's true, there is a pro and con. Sometimes due to network connection, we are not able to do lot of work. But then also, due to digitalization, lot of information can be reached immediately. If we remember earlier, that time the internet was not using and there was not a fast services. So if we want to send our message to other person or our relative or anyone, then that time we send a message through a postcard, envelope. Like this, we do the post and we send our message to our family members. But if there is any emergency, that time the people used to do a trunk call, and that was very costly. So whenever someone hear that there is your trunk call, that time they were not happy. If the news is of the happy, then also they were worried that there is a trunk call. It means that there will be some kind of bad news. But nowadays, what is going on? That everything is going online, and if we want to spread our information immediately, we WhatsApp, and the message has been converted, and message has been gone. And already we knew this also, that oh, our message has been read by him also. So this digitalization has given this facility that we are forwarding our message immediately. Same thing now also, we are in the different time zone, and in now this is the time to reach university, and I am on the way, and I am here through my mobile. So this is the facility of the digitalization, that through digitalization I am giving my views, and I am attending this conference. So like this, we can say that when everything has been changed in the digitalization, so it is good benefits also, and sometimes it is disadvantages also. So at last, I would like to say that due to digitalization, lot of things have been changed, and lot of scenario, business, working style, everything will be changed. And now let's see, the again the world is going to change, how we see the scene, and how this world will change in the emerging new world. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. for that speech, and I would like to take this opportunity also to thank you for the effort. Thank you so much, even if you're on the way to the university. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and call on our next speaker, Head and Professor of Department of CSE, Shri Vishnu Engineering College for Women, Vishnupur, Bhimavaram, WGAP, Andhra Pradesh, India. Let us welcome Dr. Pakuluri Kiran Shri. Hi, sir.
Hi, madam.
Morning.
Hi, can I share my screen? Like, can you give the privilege of that?
Of course. Hold on. All right. I will stop sharing my screen. There. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Still, the privilege is not coming, madam. We need to. That is better.
What does it say?
It says this host disabled the participant screen sharing, something like that.
I already stopped my screen sharing. Can you try it again?
Yes, the same message is getting displayed. Just, I think you need to make me as co-host or something like that.
Okay, let's do that then. Hold on.
Please.
All right. Granted. Please
Yes,
try
yes.
again.
Yes, yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, yes.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, very good morning and good afternoon, everyone. And it is a privilege actually to be part of this great international conference as a keynote speaker. I have taken a title which suits to the title of the international conference, because recently Gartner has released the top 10 promising technologies that can disrupt the world. Artificial intelligence and deep learning is one of the mechanisms which can disrupt the world that was listed in that list. So choosing this particular topic for discussion, which will enable the participants to create some AI models in the area of various areas, because AI is everywhere. We are living in an artificial intelligence world. That's what I feel, because I have authored a textbook for Pearson Education where the title of the textbook is The Applications of Deep Learning, the emphasis on societal applications. Everywhere, like we are taking applications from civil department, ECE, and it is versatile now. So at some point of time, we will find people with an expertise on machine learning, with a non-expertise on machine learning, because machine learning and artificial intelligence is integral part of our life now. So the presentation is very simple. I kept very simple, like what type of AI deep learning mechanisms exists. The emphasis of the entire presentation will be on what type of applications can be developed by using deep learning, what are there. And if somebody wish to develop a new deep learning algorithm, where exactly he need to have the emphasis. And we need, and there are some other very preliminary part discussions, like what AI is expecting, what is the difference between a traditional system and an AI system, and what exactly is machine learning, and various parts of machine learning, what are the pros and cons of machine learning, when can you apply machine learning, when can you apply deep learning, if possible you'll also see a case study. So coming to the first slide that I have kept, like we have many systems. When somebody wish to develop a AI system or a deep learning system, what the first thing they have to do is either all this, we need to think about this all attributes. Can you design a system which exactly thinks like a human being is very difficult. We cannot replicate the human being structure in a computer. So can you design a system which acts like a human being, is suited, like most of the expert systems or AI systems or deep learning systems fall into the category of acting humanly. And can the systems think without a proper training and testing? The question is no. So obviously thinking rationally is an objective, it's very difficult to achieve. But acting rationally, can the systems after training and testing can think logically, is a objective that this can be achieved. So most of your AI systems that are built already, people are thinking about, will fall into these two categories: acting humanly and acting rationally. Sometimes it is like an example like Sophia will fall in both of them also. So I will go through the applications that I kept for this particular conference, so that that will be more exciting and enlightening. So I have kept a very old system called as Deep Blue, which was implemented by IBM, where this Deep Blue has defeated many world champions like Gary Kasparov and so on and so forth. Apart from Deep Blue, we have many AI systems which implement this chess game like Rebel, Roval, many other systems are there. But the interest is like how this chess game, like if you say the chess game, we say that it is something like an 8x8 matrix, where how can you predict the move of the opponent based on our move? So you have 32 things that will move from one state to other state based on the certain conditions. So what is the strategy of winning? Like based on our strategy, what is the possibility to predict the strategy of the opponent? Like earlier, we used to remember, like there is a standard game called as tic-tac-toe game like this. We call this as a 3x3 matrix, where I keep a O here, the opponent keeps a here, I will keep a O here. To defer my winning, opponent will keep a here, and O will be kept here, so on and so forth, until unless we win or the system wins or they go for a draw. So the what type of systems exhibit intelligence? How does these systems exhibit intelligence? And what is the procedure to incorporate intelligence into the system? What is the testing procedure? What is the training procedure? In between, what is the strategy to predict the moves of the opponent is very important in this type of systems, which predict the next move of the opponent based on our move. So I have kept a very advanced system called as Tesla, where the Tesla orientation or the Tesla background is 60 to 70% artificial intelligence and deep learning. So Tesla produces semi-automated cars where they can move from one state to other state, observing the left hand side, right hand side, even the back and the end product. So it will, based on the 4 observations, it can move, it can sense the voice. So what type of mechanisms or what type of deep learning algorithms will support this movement? Like when this car is moving in real time, what guides the car, and how much distance it has to maintain, how it can go for self parking, and what about the observation of the neighborhood, because it has to think about the left neighbor, right neighbor, front and back things. So how does this perseverance will do something like what type of voice mechanisms are there in deep learning to facilitate this? What type of video processing systems are there? So all this, if you analyze, obviously you can understand this artificial intelligence better than anybody else. So I have kept here a humanoid robot called as Sophia, where this Sophia is a humanoid robot which is interacting with 8th class students. It is taking classes, it is interacting with the students, and now the latest version of Sophia can understand the sarcastic laugh of the students also. So how does Sophia at real time can process the video and can understand? How can it process the audio of the students, voice of the students, and can understand and answer the queries? How can it finds the facial expressions and facial movement, and how can it says that it is a sarcastic laugh or some other laugh? So all these are the points that we need to observe when you are trying to design an AI system. What type of models will help you to assess or to process the video at real time? What type of models in deep learning will support you process audio. What type of deep learning models will assess or will help you to process a image? All these are very important discussions when you try to develop an applications of this stature. So we have a very old system called as mycin, where we call it mycin is an expert system, where we try to give some symptoms. It will give you the desired or expected disease that can be attributed to this symptoms. But the main emphasis, if you see the latest version of mycin, what it is doing is, earlier it is used to interact with the people with respect to the text. Now mycin is interacting with people with respect to voice also. Now if there is a history, like there is a profile of a particular person, this mycin will predict what type of diseases that he is prone in future also. So a lot of like if you have 6 fingers in the hand, what is the reason for having 6 fingers, and so on and so forth. That is how these expert systems are designed. Earlier expert systems used to interact with people in the terms of text. Now it has the desired characteristics is like we need to just a minute, I will admit these people. We need to have an expert system which process a text, voice, as well as videos. So now in the next slide, just a minute. So AI is everywhere, like even in sports also. If you see the way in which we see a Hawkeye is an AI system, which will try to predict the deviation or displacement once the ball is pitched at real time. How much time, how much height it will travel after it will pitch, and what is the displacement and what is the deviation that it will take in the terms of a realistic image. How does a real video at real time is processed, and prediction of happens, like once the ball is pitched, how much deviation it will take, how much displacement it will take, how much height it can travel in the terms of this. All these are deep learning models which will process videos online instantly. So we have seen many applications of this face recognition, even in Twitter or Facebook. The entire processing of these images are done in this face recognition. And particularly now, earlier we used to use MATLAB for processing these videos. Now we are using Python. We have sophisticated modules to process this particular images. So IBM Watson is the most important application because IBM Watson was into various fields, health informatics, insurance, and many other places. It has its significance. Where IBM Watson is a question and answer mechanism, where what it will do is it interact with the people in the terms of text. Now this IBM Watson is interacting with voice. In health informatics, it will tell like if there is a disease, where exactly this disease is, whether it is inherited from your father or mother. What is the reason for this? So in various type of cancers, you can, if they have the sampling of blood and DNA analysis, it can also give you what type of cancers you are prone in future. Is it a bone cancer, or is it a blood cancer, or is it a breast cancer, or is it a lung cancer? Most of the people now, they are suffering with lung cancers now. So all this analysis can be done. Now we have systems. This IBM Watson is assisting the doctors to prescribe medicines without side effects also. So this type of systems are developed. So everywhere, like you can have a drone technology that is developed with deep learning, where this drone technology used to monitor the crops. It shows the seeds also for that. It shows the fertilizers and many other places. We are using this particular deep learning. And the voice apps, whether you take Siri, Alexa, or Google Home, all these are voice-based app where you can have the personalized searching and capabilities. Every system has its own capability of operating. But my interest is, earlier we used to develop a system which interact with people in the terms of text. Now there is a shift in the nature of the systems. Now they're interacting in the terms of voice. And many of the old systems like IBM Watson, now they are trying to process videos also. Like I just gave a video that I'm suffering with this type of diseases. This IBM Watson is in a position to give me like this may be the attributes of the disease or something like that. So the entire home, like now the entire home utensils, whatever you see, the applications of home are augmented with artificial intelligence and IoT. So we have seen like most of the time, like this is a traditional old problem in artificial intelligence where we are talking about weather predictions. What type of parameters I have to use, like static parameters, like I have a the weather variations of the particular place for the last 1 year. I to some extent I can process and predict, but you consider dynamic parameters like humidity, precipitation, the distance between your earth to the nearest cloud, and based on that we can also predict the variations of weather in the terms of rainfall, wind speed, and the temperature that we have, many other parameters. Because I need to just, this slide was kept in mind, like whenever you wish to design an AI system, you need to process both the static parameters as well as dynamic parameters. It's very important for anybody to, whenever we are doing that. It is same in the case of stock market prediction also. If I wish to predict what is the variations of stock market with respect to TCS, I can have the data for the last 3 months. Based on that, I can predict. But the stock market prediction is affected with the dynamic parameters like news. Based on the news, also the variations in stock market, based on the people recruit, based on the way in which the forums people will interact. See, many forums will people will interact on talk about stock market. They do sentiment analysis, and based on that also the stock market value change. It takes like it can change with respect to political decisions. So whenever you are trying to design a AI system, you need to keep this in mind, like you have dynamic parameters that will affect the prediction. So when you process the dynamic parameters only, then the system that you are developing will be reliable, and most of the people will use that. Usability will increase, reliability will increase when these dynamic parameters are incorporated. So we spoke about this IBM Watson. So we have very recently, last 1 year, people are talking about CC systems like crowd counting systems. When I visited IIT Madras last year in the month of January, there is a lab where almost 6 PhD students are working in this crowd counting systems. Like what is the input for this crowd counting system is like a video, like a CC footage, which is a video will be processed at live, and they will be telling how many people are there in that video. And the most important observation or the most important output of CC systems is how many people in that video have abnormal actions. These actions will be found based on the training that will be given to the system. And apart from that, how many in this action in general, people will think about how many people will are concerned or are involved in damaging the infrastructure and so on and so forth. So my interest is like a CC system is a system which processes videos, and it will give you how many people are on that video, how many people have abnormal actions also. So this type of systems, most of the people now they are using, because they are monitoring the smart cities automatically by using the CC systems now. So if you see the various solutions to this COVID, whether I spoke about lung cancer in the earlier slide, we can have the analysis of CT scan images by using deep learning mechanism, whether you can use a convolutional neural network to process that, and can state that this person is maybe is prone to get COVID in future, and this is the level of the intensity of COVID. All these things can be done by using the analyzing the X-rays of the patients. Apart from that, we have many mechanisms, like in my institute, which is having almost 400 employees. I wish to find out how many people are practicing social distancing. I can take a footage of the CCTV, and I can easily I automatically identify how many people are participating and how many are not, how many are practicing and how many are not. Even the same, like I wish to find out how many are having masks and how many are having this mask kept properly. Then we have many deep learning algorithms, like if for this mask detection itself, we have 26 different type of algorithms that are developed, which are adaptable. Even the practicing of social distancing also, we have 16 different type of models that will automatically process a video, and it will give you like these people are practicing social distancing parameters. We have 6 systems which process your CT's scans, standard systems. I'm talking about standalone or benchmarked systems, which can predict what type of people are prone to this particular disease or not. So shopping, like all the customer, like even in Amazon or Flipkart, many of the prominent companies, they're trying to profile, going for a profile like what type of goods you have procured, based on that what type of goods you're going to procure in future. All these predictions are happening. So everywhere when you have a market, this artificial intelligence will be there to predict what is the demand and what type of trends this demand is changing, something like that. So in India, it was already in abroad. In India, very recently in March last year, they started giving there is a e-challan mechanism that was started in Kolkata, where you have systems that are, we have national highways. When this national highways, we have CCTVs. These CCTVs are augmented with speed guns, where whenever a particular vehicle is exceeding the amount of speed at some point of time, the speed gun will initiate or excite that system, and the system will take the appropriate video and convert that video into images, and from that images it will extract the car number, and it will send a mail to the corresponding owner based on the car number, saying that this place you have exceeded this amount of speed, so this is what the challan that you have to pay. This is what an AI system, this is what a system that is developed in the terms of deep learning. The same way, everywhere you go for banking or you go for any other real-time marketplace, you have a chatbot which is answering, like Elisa. Like we have a standard chatbot like Elisa, where it will interact with people and it will tell you what is the mindset of the person at that instance or at that time, and so on and so forth. So robotics, we have a lab in Vishnu Group where the robotics is pertaining to 60% mechanical and 40% computer science. We're trying to code the content, and triple and mechanical people, what they do is they try to design this system, and we try to just code in the terms of the movement, and the hands and all the other things will be prepared by your mechanical department. We have a lab which consisting of 16 different robots that are manufactured and exhibited to perform simple tasks. So health sector, we spoke. Navigation also we spoke, because everywhere when Google is predicting the traffic, and the so now the Google is also taking consideration of the road structure also based on the suggestions. So this is whenever we try to think about designing a neural network system or deep learning system or AI system, the emphasis will be like in traditional system, you give an input, you write an algorithm, you get an output. But in neural network or machine learning system, you have the data types, you have the data sets. So you have an input and corresponding output. You need to find a model which will fit for this corresponding input and output. This is the most important thing that you need to keep in mind when people try to develop these AI systems. Most of the people will ask me what exactly this artificial intelligence, what exactly the machine. So informally, if somebody asks me what is that, I say is, if you wish to apply artificial intelligence, you can implement artificial intelligence by using deep learning or machine learning or neural network. So machine learning can be applied when the data is less and the number of features to predict the data is less. And deep learning can be applied when you have a huge data and the number of features to predict is more. And this is what I will say whenever I have a group of discussion when this is happening. So you have various mechanisms in machine learning where we have a data which consists of the classes. So then it's very easy to find out, predict the things. So we call it as a supervised learning mechanism. When the classes are not known, we need to have mechanisms like clustering, K-means algorithms to predict based on the distance. Many other parameters are there. When the classes, when the data is not labeled, we have to go for unsupervised learning. Reinforced learning is a learning where we try to take the feedback. Like when we create a robot, we'll try to take feedback at every step and proceed. That type of things are called as reinforced learning. We have few drawbacks in machine learning, like the way in which machine learning performs when the data is more, and the way in which the machine learning performs when the number of features to identify something, identify a features are more. We'll see it in the next slide. These are the famous, like very important supervised mechanisms, and these are the list of unsupervised learning mechanisms that we have in the syllabus. And this is where, like, I just try to tell where exactly this deep learning will be used. If you see this particular graph, we can easily understand, like, when the data is more, most of the machine learning algorithms, you have a static output. But if you see the way in which the deep learning algorithms are performing, when the data is more, your performance is also more. That is the reason, when the data is more and the number of features to predict some is more, then we can go for deep learning. This is what the basic mechanism. Even in my textbook that is authored for Pearson also, I have given almost entire description on what exactly are the deep learning models are available, where exactly you can use, where exactly I can apply or I can combine. Like we have also spoke about, I'm just trying to admit somebody, how I can like develop a ternary neural network which mitigates. So these are some examples like I just kept. So these are the various models that we have discussed. When I'm just have written this textbook for Pearson, many models like RNN, recurrent neural network, the extension of RNN, LSTM, CNN, RNN, GRU, many other algorithms or mechanisms are there. It's very important. Like now people are talking about ternary neural networks and deep learning models, where exactly this model can be applied. And somebody like, I wish to process images. In general, people will go for CNN. I wish to process a sequential data, I will go for RNN. I wish to compare, I have a more sequential data, I will go for LSTM. When the data is less and sequential data is there, I will go for GRU. So many models are there. We need to find out where exactly you can use these models and how can we combine this model to get a hybrid model and so on and so forth. And these are the references that I have used. So all the images, because I have not cited, I have kept this disclaimer. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. It's wonderful being a part of this great international conference. It's a privilege to me to be part of this international conference, because it's a 36th conference that you said, and it's wonderful. I thank this IFRP for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much for that speech. Next, I would like to call on one of our session chairs, Dr. Mohammed Umair Javed, Associate Professor, Lahore Garrison University, Pakistan. Sir?
Good morning, everyone. Am I
Good
audible
morning.
to all of you?
Yes, you are,
Am I
sir.
audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Muhammad Umair Javed, working as an associate professor in the Department of Management Sciences at Lahore Garrison University, Lahore, Pakistan. I am grateful to the organizers of this conference for having me and for their tremendous support they have provided to be as one of the session chairs to the conference. Now, as you all are aware, we are in the midst of a crisis like no other. The pandemic has set shock waves through the global economy. People are worried about their lives and livelihoods. Many businesses are either closed or waiting for customers to return, and so is the case with the education system. Now, I want to highlight two areas in particular for online learning, the challenges and opportunities in lieu of the technological advancements we are going through. Now, as you all know, that COVID-19 as a pandemic has posed a contemporary threat to humanity. According to reports of UNESCO, COVID-19 pandemic has caused an unprecedented disruption of education systems globally, affecting the lives of more than 1.5 billion students and their families. Now, this pandemic has successfully forced global shutdown of several activities, including the educational activities, and this has resulted in tremendous crisis response towards the migration of universities with online learning serving as their educational platform. Now, the synchronization of e-learning was the panacea at that time of the pandemic. During the pandemic, remote learning became a lifeline for education, but the opportunities that digital technologies offer go well beyond a stopgap solution during a crisis. Now, digital technology offers entirely new answers to the questions of what people learn, how they learn, and where and when they learn. Technology can enable teachers and students to access specialized materials well beyond the normal textbooks in multiple formats and in the way they can bridge the time and space in particular. Moreover, the technology does not change methods of teaching and learning. It has also elevated the role of teachers from imparting received knowledge towards working as co-creators of knowledge, as coaches, as mentors, or as an evaluators. Now, the accessibility of online education globally, saving time, money, and efforts, and advantages of online learning. In teaching the in teaching profession in particular, the lecture recording is one of the advantages of online learning when students ask the teachers to record the classes. If I am giving you my personal example, we have been asked by the organization, by the university at the time of pandemic, early 2020, that we need to take the session online. Besides taking the session online, we need to upload the material on a Google Classroom. We have an LMS system at Lahore Garrison University where on Moodle we need to activate and upload all the contents for the students. On Google Classroom, what we used to do, we used to upload the materials a day before, schedule the class timings a day before, and upload the contents, the reading content of the next class, which the students need to, which the teacher needs to deliver and students need to learn for that particular session. Also, we record the sessions when we're going to deliver the presentations or the lecture itself. And then we upload all those material, the content on the website, that is on the Google Classroom, to the relevant subject. This way, on one side, in the higher education subsector, while online learning has generally taken place through recorded lectures and online platforms, some universities have postponed learning and teaching until further notice. And if I'm talking about the Pakistan, this has been the case that few universities have dragged their semesters for 2 months, 3 months initially. And until date, they are not overcoming that time lag because of that particular COVID. And their sessions are getting late as per the normal semester activities. Now, due to the lack of information technology, infrastructure for both students and teachers have created a lot of problem in majority of the developing countries, not particularly in Pakistan, but in majority of the developing countries. In the recent past, it was found that 82% of US teachers thinking using technology better prepares students for future careers. 48% of the teachers in Australia have a strong interest in professional development using digital learning to engage students. Similarly, 8 out of 10 students and teachers in particular in New Zealand say that the digital technologies are having a positive impact on the students' achievement. Now, in the end, real change often takes place in deep crisis, and this movement holds the possibility that we won't return to the status quo when things return to normal. While this crisis has deeply disruptive implications, including for education. It does not have predetermined outcomes. It will be the nature of our collective and systematic responses to those disruptions that will determine how we are affected by them. And online communities and learning platforms gain momentum globally. We have all had an untimely but necessary push towards the digital migration. And the quicker we learn to become citizens of this brave new world, the sooner we can feel at home with online teaching. In this sense, the pandemic is also a call to renew the commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that all young people have the opportunity to success at education institutes and develop the knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values they will allow them to contribute to the society is at the heart of the global agenda and education's promise to our future society. The current crisis has tested our abilities to deal with large-scale disruptions. It is now up to us to build as its legacy a more resilient society. I thank you all for the opportunity to speak to this distinguished audience. Thank you very much from my side.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to call on the chair of our technical session 2, Mr. Ronnie B. Ruby. Professor? Sir Ronnie?
Hello, ma'am.
Hi,
Good,
good morning. Yes.
good morning, ma'am. So there's a technical problem on my part. Okay, so let me start with looking back with the research and its importance in life and health, and
Mhm.
of course to the Philippine education. Research is creation of new knowledge or use the existing knowledge in a new and creative way so that as to generate new concepts, methodologies, and undertakings. This could include systematic analysis of previous research to the extent that it leads to a new and creative outcomes. Paul Felix Lazarsfeld is the father of research, modern survey, and he is popularly known as the founder of modern research surveys, the considerable contributions towards statistical survey analysis, panel methods, latent structure analysis, and contextual analysis. Survey research is often used to assess thoughts, opinions, and feelings. It can also be specific. Limited sample selection is the key as it allows one to generalize the findings from the sample to the population, which is the whole purpose of survey research. Survey methodology studies are in-depth instruments sampling of individual units from the population and administering data collection techniques in that sample. It includes instruments or processes that ask different question types to predefined sample to conduct data collection and increase the survey response rate. Most research can be divided into three different categories. First is the exploratory, second the descriptive, and the causal. Among the different types of survey, customer satisfaction survey is probably the most widely used. Aside from this, we also have the market research. Market research is trying to find out customer needs, also give quick and accurate insights into what people think about your products or services. Second, employee satisfaction. This method is used to gauge whether employees are happy and satisfied with their work environment. Next, job satisfaction, wherein it is similar to employee satisfaction survey. Following is the exit interview. Employers are looking to find out why valued employees choose to leave their company. It may be personality conflicts or due to unrelated to the job or work environment. The next is the brand awareness. It indicates how trustworthy people find your brand. That's the reason why as the employer, you have to sustain the quality of products so that they can always be remembered, the product you are introducing or selling to the public. Next is the customer satisfaction. This can help the institution or companies quickly and accurately measure how pleased their customers are with their services, products, events, or the institution in general. Lastly, the training evaluation, which is invaluable investments to keep your company on top of the latest trends and stimulates growth in both the companies and the employees. Let us also discuss about exploratory research. This research is used to investigate a problem which is not clearly defined. It intends merely to explore the research questions and does not intend to offer final and conclusive solutions. It consists of collecting, analyzing, and interpreting observations about known designs, systems, or model. What is merely the purpose of exploratory research? The purpose of exploratory research is to formulate problems, clarify concepts, and formulate a formal hypothesis. We concluded exploratory research which topic or issue is new and when data is difficult to collect. Let me also share to you about qualitative and quantitative research. Qualitative research includes collecting and analyzing non-numerical data to understand concepts, opinions, or experiences, wherein it is opposite to quantitative research, which involves collecting and analyzing numerical data for statistical analysis. What is really the importance of research? Always remember that it plays a vital role in discovering new treatments, making sure that we use existing treatments in the best possible ways. Second, it can find answers things that are unknown. Next, to understand various issues. Next, build knowledge and facilitate efficient learnings. Lastly, seek opportunities among others and to know the truth and prove the lies. As human being, what is the importance of research in life? Well, its purpose is to inform actions. Thus, your study should seek to conceptualize or contextualize its findings within the large body of research. It must always be of high quality in order to produce knowledge that is applicable outside of the research setting. Research and development enhances the standards and quality of life of the consumers. Life becomes more easier and manageable and good. Research and development, which led in the invention of the mobile phone, has definitely changed our way of life, especially in doing things and the status in life. We can now use our cell phone to transfer money, communicate out of office, which is a plus for commercial dealers because of business is transacted over the phone. What is also the importance of importance of research in health? The discovery of penicillin of 1928 triggered a systematic search for other terrestrial microorganisms that could be used in a new antibiotics, leading to the discovery of such drugs as streptomycin, neomycin, chloramphenicol, and chlortetracycline. For long interval research in the health field mainly concentrated on terrestrial plants and microorganisms. At present, because of COVID-19 health research systems were already under strain with COVID-19 brought significant changes or challenges, as well as making the existing challenges in health research systems more visibly and significant. In this context, the global, national, and local health research system is expected to be able to answer the questions: how to manage and control the current epidemic, how to prevent future epidemics, and how to be more prepared in the event of the outbreak of such crisis. Since the outbreak of the novel coronavirus disease COVID-19 caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus, this disease has spread rapidly around the globe. Because of this, scientists are forced to make necessary moves to really make experimentations in order for them to discover drugs that can help reduce or eliminate or control the spread of coronavirus. Now, what is the importance of research in education? Educational research improves teaching and learning methods by empowering you with data and to help you teach and lead more strategically and effectively. It also helps students apply their knowledge to practical situations, improve practices. So, this way, educational research helps in the overall improvement of the individual. Research is useful for teachers like us. If a teacher does research in their own, such as subject they teach or the art of teaching, it can help us become more informed, more updated, knowledgeable, and better teacher. Researchers are often able to learn more about how people learn and what teaching methods are the most effective. It can also hone teachers' skills and improve your own teaching. As member of the educational institution, engaging in research is beneficial, especially if you are working in the state universities and colleges like in the Philippines. We are expected to get into research work as mandated to the SUCs or the state universities and colleges, where research is one of the backbone of the SUCs. Aside from this, community engagement and instructions are the other tasks expected from us to work on. This task from the SOCs or the state universities and colleges is clearly stated in the Republic Act 7722 or the Higher Education Act of 1994, where the HEI or the higher education institution is in charge with promoting relevant and quality higher education and guaranteeing and promoting academic freedom for continuing intellectual growth. Advancement of learning and research development. To ensure quality of education, SUCS is offering the product of research should also be disseminated in a form of fora or conferences like what we intend to be part with this conference, where research outputs will be presented to share our findings and understand procedures and persuade internal and external audiences. In the case of the state universities and colleges, research output, research presentations, and research publications are the parameters of the SUC leveling. Not only that, we are also expected to utilize research output for community development like uplifting the morale of the people and eliminate poverty in the community. As the main purpose of the organizer of this conference, the 36th World Conference on Applied Science and Technology, this is an opportunity they are giving us in order for us to perform our institution expected from us and help our institution to meet the target and accomplishments. With this, I would like to challenge everyone to continue in engaging research because WCASET or World Conference on Applied Science and Technology is always organizing and initiating activities like this. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for listening and for the opportunity that the organizer has given me to share for this conference. Good day.
Thank you so much, Professor Ronnie B. Ruby. Thank you so much. Now, I would like everyone, oh, by the way, before we proceed, I would just like to take this opportunity to please recommend your colleagues and other participants to attend our conference. Um, Next, I would also like to request everyone to please open their cameras for me to take our group photo. I would like to see those big smiles of yours. Hello, Professor Ruby. All right, and please, okay, I think I only have one screen there. There you go, more. That's it. All right, big smiles, everyone. I'm taking the photo. 1, 2, cheese. Again, I want one more. Hold on. Right, one more. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Thank you so much for your cooperation, everyone. All right, we'll go ahead and proceed with. Thank you. All right, let me go ahead and just save that one. Just give me 1 minute. And let's go ahead and proceed with our technical session. Now, we'll start with our technical session 1. And let us welcome, of course, our technical session 1 chair, Dr. Muhammad Umar Javid. Hello, sir. Before we start, I just would like to remind all presenters to be mindful of their time allotted. So I believe you are allotted of a total of 15 minutes per presentation. So it's up to you and how many minutes are you going to allot for the whole presentation. Just make sure to give a few minutes for the question and answer, especially from the chair. All right, just for us to be on schedule. Okay. All right, so let's proceed. Dr. Chair, are you going to say an opening speech? We'll proceed.
Again,
Yes.
I need to say something. For me, just the best wishes to all of you, all of the participants. I hope you will doing good efforts for your research publications in the near future. Good luck to all of you. Please bear in mind, if I'm not wrong, you have allotted 10 minutes of time, not 15 minutes. If I'm not wrong, please
my apologies.
Try to limit yourself within the allotted time, as we all need to rush with some other activities as well. So start with the first presentation, please. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chair. All right, again, I would like to remind everyone, I stand corrected. You are allotted 10 minutes per presentation. So please be concise and brief. All right, let's go on let's call on our first presenter. I would like to invite Ms. Nesreen Saya to present the paper titled Readiness and Perception of Faculty Towards Online Crisis Teaching During COVID-19 Outbreak, a study of Lebanese institutions of higher education. Ms. Shaya. Miss Shaya? Going twice? All right. Let me call on the next presenter. I would like to call Miss Naragain Nom Chusri to present the paper with the title of Time Series and Machine Learning Methods for Forecasting International Tourist Arrivals from Main Countries of Thailand. There you go. Perfect. I can now see your screen. I cannot hear you.
Hi, can you hear
There
me?
you go. Perfect. Please proceed.
Okay, you can see my slide, right?
Yes, I do. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nora again, and this is a joint work with my previous master student. And we're going to talk about the concept of time series and machine learning methods for forecasting international tourist arrival from main countries to Thailand. And we know that Thailand is endowed with very many attractions, and before COVID-19, of course, and we have many tourism is a big industry for our country. So understanding the number of tourists coming to Thailand is one of the important issues that we want to explore. And if we look at the previous trends of the international tourists coming to Thailand, we can see that we have continuously increasing trends, except some years that we have some internal problems in our country. So after we look at the distribution of the number of arrivals from each country, we can see that most countries are from Asia, and the number one is China, as well as expenditure. We also look at the impact of expenditure distribution, and we also found that number one is also from China. So let's have a look at the time series trends of China number of tourists. And we can see that we cannot really see the obvious seasonal pattern that much, but we can see that Chinese people have increasing trends that coming to Thailand, except some years that we have some internal problems. And once we look at other countries like Russia, we can see that for Russia's time series, we have very significant seasonality pattern. So different countries have different behavior. So that's why we have a look at our the literature review, and we see that most previous literature in tourism demand forecasting, they usually use either time series or explanatory variable explanatory methods, but still lack of papers that compare machine learning model with time series. And once we also look at Thai tourism in details, we found that most papers usually focus on annual data. Okay, so when we look at annual data, not the monthly data, we cannot really see the behavior of each month that impact. And also, there's no paper yet that explore the impact of the news or the internal incidents in Thailand, like protesting or like problems of bombs in Thailand, that how it impacts the behavior of the incoming arrivals. So that's why our main objective here is to develop and compare forecasting models, and especially we want to explore the impacts of factors that influence the behavior of the international tourists in Thailand for each country that is important for us. So we also have a look at which countries that we want to scope for our paper. So we look at both the number of arrivals and the expenditure. And we found that with those two criteria, these 7 countries from China to UK can represent more than 80% of all countries. So that's why we're going to focus our scope to these 7 countries. And we divide our data. We got the data from 2013, and we divided data into 2 separate groups, one for training model, the other for testing. And we explore both time series method, in particular House-Winter and Sarima, and we compare the time series with the explanatory method. So basically, we want to look at multiple regression for insights in terms of the factors with the coefficient, and also if multiple regression is not accurate enough, we also explore the ANN, which is one type of machine learning model. So the KPI that we want to capture is the MAPE. So we want to target for the one that have the lowest MAPE. Okay, for the independent variables, we search from the literature for the previous independent variables, and most independent variables in this particular area usually relate to GDP, exchange rate, and also the relative price of the destination over the origin. So we try to add the variables that have not been explored before, like the dummy variables of the monthly seasonality pattern, and also the dummy variables for the news chalk effect, because we have the history about what event that happened in the past in which month. So we want to see whether those impact influence the changing in the number of arrivals for each country and which country that it has. So for example, if you look at the time series here for Chinese tourists, so we can see that when we have the evidence, important evidence in Thailand, like anti-government protesting, the bomb, or the flooding, the big flooding, it really is significantly impact in the negative way for the number of tourists that come from China. So for results, let's me go very quickly. So we start with the house winter basic time series models. So we try to optimize alpha, beta, and gamma, and we found that only one country, which is the US, that have pretty satisfactory of the number of MAPE, while others still have high MAPE. We also look at seasonal ARIMA method, and we try to optimize for PDQ, both PDQ and the capital PDQ. And we found that it is pretty okay for 4 countries, and because these 4 countries have pretty significant patterns in terms of trends and seasonality. So that's why time series models is okay for those, not the rest. Okay, for example, if you look at Japan, we can see that Japan has pretty much very significant seasonality. And the US is even more obvious. US have very nice and like seasonality pattern. So that's why these countries are okay with the time series model. Okay, and for China, Malaysia, and Russia, we can see that not very good result yet for time series model. So that's why we try to look at explanatory method. So we start with a multiple regression, and we include all the factors that we mentioned before, like GDP kind of thing, and also the impact of the news. Okay, so we compare the multiple regression with impact of news versus not the news. So we can see that for China and to Russia, the result for square adjust are significantly higher compared to the model without news shock effect. But for UK and US, that's not much different. Okay, so let's have a look at the result of our regression. So the coefficient of the result, so basically we use stepwise to kind of select the significant factors in the model. So we can see that for GDP, it's kind of not very significant for every country, but it is significant for Korea, Japan, and UK. For the relative price, it has impact for some countries. Exchange rate, not every country as well. But the thing that I want to kind of observe, notify here is that with this, we can see that most countries, except China, has a high number in December. But after we look at China, we can see that for China, the number that come a lot is not in December. It's even have negative impact. But most people from China come in July and August. So we can see different pattern with different country. And once we look at other factors, like we can see that these 3 countries usually have high number in January and December, which is like high season in Thailand. When we look at the impact of the news, we can see that like China and Malaysia are the ones that very sensitive to the news. For example, we can see that once we have anti-government protesting, the bomb or the flooding or the event that our king, Rama King Nai passed away, it negatively impact the number of tourists from this country versus like Russia, even have positive impact for Russia. Maybe the Russia tourist doesn't really care much about the news, and for UK and US, not much impact. Okay, so we look at the error that we have from multiple regression after we train the model, and we focus on the training result. We can see that for China, Malaysia, and Russia, we still have the MAPE, which is higher than 10%. So the one reason may be because the relationship between dependent variables and independent variables for these countries may not simply linear. So that's why we also explore the next more advanced model like ANN, which is one type of machine learning that focus on the complex relationship between input and output for data exploration. So we try to optimize the hyperparameter inside ANN. So we look at the number of nodes and the number of layers that we want to try to see which one has the can minimize the error. And we also optimize the nodes. So we first explore the impact when we have single layer compared to double layer, and double layer it's going to have more complexity in terms of number of possible hyperparameter. And we also this is kind of just the details of our model, but the important thing that we want to report is here. So we can see that for every country, the result from 2 layers in model is better. So that's why we're going to focus on 2 layers, and then we try to optimize the number of nodes inside the 2 layers. So this is the number of optimal nodes that we found that is the best for each country. So for overall model comparison, so we look at the result here. So we can see that for China, Korea, Russia, and the UK, ANN is the one that has the lowest MAPE. Okay, and however, when we look at the Japan and US, here. So Japan and the US, we can see that the most accurate result is not in ANN. So basically for Japan and US, I have shown the time series that we have very nice time series pattern. So this country with obvious seasonality and trends, so it's not very necessary to go for a more advanced model. Just time series like Sarima, house winter is pretty enough. Okay, but not for every country like China. When we have more different pattern like external factor impact, so that's the point where we need to add more complexity into the model. Okay, for the conclusion, this research compared different models for forecasting international tourists from major countries to Thailand. We found that ANN are most accurate for most countries, 5 from 7. But for Japan and the US, the most accurate one goes for Sarima and host winter. And we also explore different factors that have not been explored before, like incidents that happened in Thailand during the past few years. And there's limitation of this work and also future applications. So basically the benefit for this work is going to be for the authority of tourism in Thailand to kind of understand the behavior of each country even more and try to maybe use it to plan. But we have limitation because everything after COVID-19 will change. Right now, Thailand, nobody visit Thailand right now. So basically what we have done before COVID, after COVID, we probably have to learn the pattern all over again to be able to forecast the next years more accurately. So that's the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair?
Are the audience allowed to ask any questions?
Anyone? Do you have any questions? All right.
If they don't have, let me ask.
Sure.
Naragan, if I'm not wrong, your pronunciation is right? Naragan?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Naragan, for a wonderful presentation. You have a lot of expertise in your methodological part. The data you explained are clear enough. The best part is we can safely say China rocks and rest of the world shocks.
Right.
Then again, can we say that China rocks for Thailand?
Yes, and China is also the most sensitive one. So if we want to maintain China, we have to keep the event here in Thailand calm.
Okay.
Otherwise, they're not going to come.
Okay. So how far is China from Thailand? What is the distance of traveling by
Yeah,
air?
China is very big, but by air is can be from 3 hours to the south of China, 3 to 4 hours. But if you want to go to the north of China, it will take up to 7 hours.
Okay. Just one question, Naragan. You have mentioned that dummy variables are addressed through qualitative analysis, if I am right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so? Dummy variables were addressed through qualitative analysis.
Yeah. So we add
my
dummy
question
variable
is how
for
you have
one.
addressed though.
Sorry, I think your signal is a little bit delayed, so that's why it
How you have done
yeah.
the qualitative analysis.
You
Okay.
ask qualitative,
Let
right?
me ask.
Sorry, can you repeat your question again, please?
I'm asking. Okay, I am asking about that dummy variables. You have put it under the category of qualitative analysis. My question is how you have addressed that dummy variable under the category of qualitative analysis.
So the question is how I select the qualitative variables, right? For dummy variables.
Qualitative part for dummy. Yes, exactly.
Right. So for multiple regression, I select dummy variable for month because I feel I believe that month impact the number of tourists. Mm-hmm. But for the event, we also look at the important event that happening and use it as a dummy variable 01 and see whether the stepwise regression include that factor in the model. Right? If it doesn't include, so it means that dummy variable doesn't really much impact the number significantly.
Okay, thank you, Naragan. And the last thing is you have highlighted, I guess this work is from your students, master students.
Right.
In the slides, it was written at the top that benefits of this particular thesis. So it should be benefits of this particular paper.
Right.
So
yeah,
this particular research.
Yeah, so this research is the first one in forecasting tourist number for Thailand that we separate into different countries, and for the monthly. So no
Yes,
paper
I got
in
your
Thailand.
point. It is, I guess, a typing error. A typing error on the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, Naragan.
Okay.
I guess you have another paper to present as well, right?
Right.
Yes.
So let me share this one. Okay. Let me know if you cannot hear the sound. I'll start now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Narakan Pumchu and I'm going to present the research work, which is a joint work with my
It's clear.
in the topic of design of business intelligence system for point of sale software in full service restaurants. Small and medium-sized restaurants in Thailand are facing with increasing competition due to the rise of food delivery mobile application, which increase accessibility and customer demand to them and their competitors at the same time. In order to survive in this competition, restaurant owners seek to know their performance beyond sales number, as there are other aspects of restaurant management such as operation efficiency, inventory management, and quality of service. The case study company is a software developer and distributor. One of the main products is the POS software, especially for small and medium-sized restaurants. The features and the functionalities are designed to suit operation of those size. The software is in the form of mobile application used in the tablets. The major function of the case study company's POS can be separated into three different groups. The first one is the front of house operations that refer to activity that occur in the area of restaurants where the customer are allowed. It composed of order management, bill management, and payment. The second element is the back-end management that refers to behind-the-scene operations such as configuring menus, prices, inventory, and other settings that rarely involve customer. This is mostly used by restaurants owners and managers. The last part is a dashboard and a report that summarize the sales and other information. Dashboard present the near real-time information, while report can show the history details in depth. There are many challenges for the case study company for this business. Basically, it is difficult for them to not only acquire the new restaurant to be their customer, but also retaining the customer to continuously using this POS system is also difficult. Therefore, developing the new unique value propositions become one of the critical challenge for this case study company as they would like to tackle in order to differentiate themselves to stay ahead of the competitors. In order to define the new value proposition that the users want, the company has to gather feedback from users. Restaurant owner voice a common request in wanting to know the restaurant status and the performance so that they can monitor and improve. The current dashboard of not only the case study company but also their competitors usually only shows the sale-related information. For example, the daily sales, the current open bills, the payment methods, and the base selling item. The restaurant owners want that there are other non-financial measurements that restaurant performance should know, but the restaurant owners also unsure what is important to look into to help them to improve their operation and to grow their business. The company POS system collects data at different dimensions and levels, such as the number of customers, table assignment, meal duration, and others. With these data, the POS can definitely create a more in-depth multi-dimensional analysis, not just the sales summary. In order to deliver these insights and values to users in an effective way, a dashboard has been identified as appropriate medium to do so. As a result, a redesigning of the current dashboard become the company's product direction. There is a clear gap between what is currently available in the POS dashboard and what is possible by the system. This reveals the opportunity for the case study company to fulfill this need for the restaurant performance measures by identifying which KPI should be selected to reflect customers' performance. How to display the selected KPI in the dashboard so that the users can find it useful and easy to interpret, and also how to transform POS transactional data, store them, and retrieve to display. Therefore, this paper's objective is to propose a design of the business intelligence system for the point of sale software in full service restaurant for this particular case study company. This BI system design composed of three main elements: to identify the relevant useful restaurants KPI and to design the BI dashboard for visualization, as well as to design the data warehouse that is suitable for storage and retrieval those selected KPI. The research methodology can be divided into three separate steps. First, to analyze the requirement. The second is to design KPI, dashboard design, and warehouse database design. And after that, we had to evaluate our design to see whether it suits the needs. The approach for designing the business intelligence system is based on customer requirement from the routine feedback collection and the feasibility based on the current POS functionalities and availability of the data. The target users are selected to be the restaurant managers and owner because they have the restaurants at the best interest to increase the profit and improve operations. They also have higher cognitive level and capability of analytical thinking. They are able to make rational decisions and have authority to make change to the restaurant. They also prefer the system to update real time and have the easy historical display. In terms of designing which KPI to include, we start with looking at the literatures about what are important KPI for the restaurant. Then we use some elimination with different aspects. The balance scorecard is used as a guideline to select KPI from those we found in the literature. First, the identified KPI are grouped into three different perspectives: the financial, the customer, and the internal business process. Then the elimination is based on the functional capability and the availability of the data of the case study POS. So some of the KPI cannot be displayed. The next step is the system limitation. There are also some data that cannot be collected by the current version of the POS of the case study company. So some certain metric cannot be calculated and has to be eliminated. The following table presents the summary of the final selected KPI, which will be shown on the new dashboard. As a general guideline that suggests in the literature, for example, by Feld in 2006 paper, we follow the use of the standard set of the colors for displaying graphs and charts and different saturated levels to distinguish groups of data in the charts. Other elements of visual perception also proposed by many papers in the literature, such as the length, the group, and the exclosure elements. For each KPI, the first step is to identify the intended message that we would like to inform the user. Then, based on the message, what is the data relationship and comparison type to be chosen? And lastly, the appropriate display medium is selected for each KPI. Here are examples of displays for sales number. This is an example of the meal duration display. This is example of the best-selling item that include both top 5 and the bottom 5 for insights. In summary, the KPI shown in the new dashboard can help the restaurant owners and the managers in the following area. First, to get an overview of the current status in multiple aspects. For example, sales, operations, inventory, and resource utilization. Also, they can make objective judgment in terms of the performance based on comparison of the historical data. Based on the KPI amount as the appropriate structure has to be identified appropriately. The relationship of the data also have to be carefully indicated. The next step is to evaluate our design. Evaluation of the new design is done via the questionnaire as well as personal interview. The objective here is to validate that the new dashboard design has higher satisfaction score than the current one from the current users of our POS of the case study company. We apply a non-parametric test called siderank test to test whether users are more satisfied with the new dashboard design than the current one. After the test result, we found that it is significant at alpha equal to 0.05 that the null hypothesis is rejected, meaning users are more satisfied with the new dashboard. We also use the questionnaire to ask the respondents to rate the effectiveness of the information on the dashboard, whether it reflects the current situation of the restaurant. The user find that the dashboard is more useful showing financial perspective than the current situation and than other perspective. Based on the results and the feedback above, the revision of the final dashboard design can be shown here. In conclusion, this research helped the case study company to find a new value proposition to the market, help them turn idea into the business insight, and also design a warehouse structure for the data for more complex data analytics in the future. In terms of customer, which is the restaurants, it helped the restaurant to gain visibility into restaurant performance, help them manage the restaurant better with the objective decision making. Also, it helped respond quickly to errors or the abnormal activities. That's all for this presentation. Any question is welcome.
Anyone? Do you have any questions or feedback? How about our chair?
Yeah, Naragan, again, there is one question. This work is of your master's students, right?
Right.
That is why the work is so detailed, so good. Can appreciate you as much as you want to, because the work is extremely in detail and that can be done at least 1 to 2 years of time. It cannot be done for research article only. So your presentation clearly shows that students have done a lot of work for their thesis completion. That is one of the compliment. My question is, market share of this particular company which you have chosen for the case study, and why you choose only this company only? Do you have any idea?
Yes, yeah, because the student is actually full-time employee in this company, and it's actually her own project. And then when she entered our master program, she come with the problems of the company, and then I found that there's an opportunity that this work can be done in terms of academic perspective, not only just like startup project.
Great. Okay. My next question is why you chose only balanced scorecard. I got an answer because of the financial aspects you need to highlight and the 3 other elements you have highlighted.
Yeah.
Then my recommendation for you is you can add the BCG metrics once you have done the balanced scorecard to show the status of the company where they actually fall in now. It's just a recommendation. If you feel like, if you can use the BCG metrics later on to show the current status of your company, it's a kind of a strategic planning management tool you can use as a metrics.
I see. Thank you. I'll have a look at that.
And finally, at the time of publication of this particular paper, kindly update the references
Okay.
to 2020 references. I can see
Right.
the majority of the references are up to 2018, I believe. So try to just add 4, 5, 6 references to year 2020 or 21, because at the time the paper will be published, it will be somewhere around 2022, if I'm not wrong. So
Okay.
try to have some references of the latest years, 20.
Okay.
And
Thank you
please
very much.
do contact me, take my email address from the organizers. I would love to collaborate research with you in the near future.
Sure. Sure. Thank you. Nice to meet you here.
Okay. Same here. Same.
That was very good. Thank you so much for the presenter. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Right, before I call on the next presenter, I would just like to remind again the presenters moving forward. Please be mindful of the time, all right? And I will be reminding you if you have 1 minute left, all right? So let's go ahead and welcome the next presenter, Mr. Kenji Merenciano, to present the paper about Mini Industrial Robotic Arm, MIRA, Learning Package. I can now see your screen. Sir, I cannot hear you.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Go, I lost your screen. Can you share it again?
Loud and clear po. Yes po, loud and clear.
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
All right, perfect. Proceed.
Good day, everyone. To the conference chair, keynote speakers, organizers, and staff of the Institute for Engineering, Research, and Publication, and all the people behind the success of this 36th World Conference on Applied Science and Technology. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this significant event. My research is entitled MIRA, MIRA, which stands for Mini Industrial Robotic Arm Learning Package. Let me start by saying just a few words about my background. I am one of the faculty of Bicol University College of Industrial Technology, located at East Campus, Legazpi City, Philippines. Currently, I am an assistant professor and designated as a department chair of electronics technology. I'm also engaged in research, and I handle research subjects in my department. The growth in robotics is opening many new job opportunities for people who can program, install, run, and maintain robots. Automation is helping to save and create jobs. Robotization and the development of AI, as they have said a while ago, or artificial intelligence, are global technological megatrends. And the field of robotics is rapidly developing, and the demand for robots has accelerated considerably. Globalization has led most economies to further investment in human capital and intensify their economic policy towards skill formation. Skill formation has become an important motivation for a greater innovation in view of shorter product cycles. In preparing for a global career, students should try to acquire global competencies and multicultural skills. Education 4.0 is paralleled with the birth of Industry 4.0. The latter demands more to former to sustain its revolution. Industry 4.0 poses a great challenge in the current education system to produce a different Filipino in modern world. Educational facilities, technological advancements, and most importantly, research were attributes and crucial determinants of a higher education institution to be ready and capable in becoming an education 4.0. Thus, Philippine higher education in relation to or in becoming education 4.0 must plan yesterday in preparation for the modern world and ensures that the demands of industry 4.0 are well taken not only in locally but globally. In the Philippine setting, mismatch between industry requirements and educational preparation of new entrants to the labor force also exists in the fields of computer and information science, engineering and the physical sciences continue to lag behind. A great divide still exists between the haves and have-nots, that are those academic institutions who have access to updated and state-of-the-art technology and to those who do not. This study was conducted for the purpose of designing and evaluating the MIRA or the Mini Industrial Robotic Arm Learning Package as an alternative learning tool and a robotic simulation technology solution in providing a set of experience to facilitate students' learning for STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics education. Working on a robot stimulates students to build their engineering intuition and emphasizes the meaningful problem-based learning through the integration and application of their knowledge, strategic problem solving, computational thinking, higher order thinking, logical and analytical reasoning. These are just few examples of the abilities developed by educational robotics. These are abilities that will be fundamental in a lot of professional areas. The objective of my study is to design, to construct, build this instructional device. And after that, uh, record the data and evaluated from the experts. And based on the evaluation, that will be the result of my study. It will undergo evaluation from the selected experts in terms of the technical aspect and the pedagogical aspect of the robot through focus group discussion, documentary analysis, and interview. What is MIRA Learning Package? The Mini Industrial Robotic Arm, or MIRA Learning Package, is an instructional innovation in a new educational landscape, aims to introduce a new aid for teaching and facilitate learning for students to better appreciate the importance of robotics. This comprises of a training kit for simulations supported by modules and control systems in order to manipulate the robot kinematics and angular position, and accompanied by instruction manual that will provide a natural fit with good pedagogy that emphasizes meaningful problem-based learning, integration and application of knowledge, hands-on learning in cooperative groups, and demonstrable mastery of new learning, and will be made on the note of demonstrating lessons relative to robot arm position using an intelligent distribution board, base frame, and embedded system for control, how it functions, and to actually present the real sequence that makes every device, machines, and the like work. As I've said, the learning package is composed of a Myra training kit. This is the brain center for robotic control and simulation, and it represents certain elements in the proper working and performance of this system. We have the mini industrial robotic arm. This one is an accessible connected 4-axis robot that can be powered by various microcontroller, and microprocessor prototyping boards. The small industrial-like robot is a force servo-driven robot arm. Can be manipulated through the controller or a computer. The user can manipulate or move the robot in 3-dimensional space and grasp or release objects with the end effector. Another interesting intelligent distribution is the Myra platform. The Myra platform serves as the base frame of the robot arm, while generating its movements and angular position from the panel board. It consists of terminals and pins where signals are sent to the wires of the robot in order to make actions. And the last part is the Myra panel board. This intuitive interface board has an intelligent power distribution of electric signals as well as the digital used in surface wiring in order to manipulate the robot kinematics in angular position, an accessible panel board that controls the mini industrial robotic arm. This panel is equipped with input and output supply terminals, timer, analog instruments, a controller, sensor module, and other accessories to control and monitor MIRA. At present, this instructional device is applied for patent pending. It has a patent pending application in terms of the utility model and industrial design. Next is the methods of control. The Maya training kit will not operate without the different modules, sensors, and control systems to simulate the position and kinematics of the arm. These output devices serve as the controller from the distribution boards sending digital and analog signals to the arm. The following are the different accessories of the training kit that used for surface wiring connections, simulation, and hardware interfacing. So as you can see, these are the methods of control, starting from the PC and mouse. The robotic arm can be also controlled by infrared, Bluetooth. Uh, the method of control is expandable. Um, Currently, we are working on the IoT control, Internet of Things. Yes, this can be controlled through smart application from your mobile phones, voice control, gesture control, and sensors. Aside from that, this study was also made on the note of developing a teaching resource material that will serve as guide for teachers in providing a set of experience to facilitate the students' development of knowledge, skills, and attitude for the design, analysis, and application of and operation of robots using the robot arm. So the researcher was also developed 3 books. The first one talks about the lessons. We have the Myra Learning Package book, which also includes the information sheets, worksheets, and assessments. The other one is how to use and safety measures. We have the instruction manual. And the last one is the additional activities and experiments can be performed using the training kit. For the conclusions, the mini industrial robotic arm or Myra is an innovative educational platform aimed at providing diverse learning experiences to facilitate students' acquisition of knowledge, skills, and attitudes for the design, analysis, and operation of a robot arm. Second, the researcher introduced a new aid for teaching and facilitate learning for students to better appreciate the importance of robotics that will bridge the skill gap in preparing 21st century learners to be skilled workforce in the era of globalization. The mini industrial robotic arm was validated by the experts. So here are the results of the experts' validity, assessment on the mini industrial robotic arm. Garnered a 4.65, an outstanding rating when they evaluated the 3 books. In terms of technical aspect, Mira garnered an general mean of 4.15, which is very satisfactory. There are only few observations and recommendations suggested on how I can improve the training kit. So, thank you for giving me the time to present my paper, and have a good day, everyone.
Thank you so much. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? How about Mr. Chair?
Let me pronounce the name first. Is it Kenji?
Kenji.
Kenji.
Kenji. Okay, we call it G. Kenji, thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, your field is almost out of my domain, so I cannot give you any technical comment, but overall the presentation was nice and I can see that you have done a lot of work while going through it. So good luck for your research and future publications. Thank you very much from my
side.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, good work, Mr. Presenter from the Philippines. All right. Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter, Ms. Wayan Dipatari Auzora.
Jojo, can you give me 5 minutes, please?
Yes.
I will get back within 5 minutes. Just give
no
me
problem,
5
doctor.
minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. You may continue with your presentation for the next. I will come back in 5 minutes.
Yes, Dr. Chair. Take your time. All right, let's proceed. I would like to call on again Ms. Wayan Dipasazri Auzora to present her paper with the topic of near-infrared hyperspectral imaging for predicting quality of dehydrated ginger. Hi.
Good morning. Can
Good
you hear my
morning.
voice
Yes, I
clearly?
can hear you.
Okay.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Okay, let me try first.
All right, it's up.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Good morning to all honorable participants of today's conference. My name is Wayandi Pasasri Auzora. I'm a master's student of Food Science at King Mong Foods Institute of Technology, Latrabang, Thailand. And today I would like to present my work with my advisor with the topic Near Infrared Hyperspectral Imaging for Predicting Quality of Dehydrated Ginger. Oh, sorry. And this is our biography. So now I'm a master's student at KMITL, and I was graduated from Bogor Agricultural University, Indonesia, with bachelor's degree in major of food science and technology. Meanwhile, my advisor, he is the lecturer at Faculty of Food Industry, KMITL, and his expertise is in non-destructive evaluation, near infrared spectroscopy, and agricultural and food engineering field. And for the abstract of this paper, so quality of processed product is really important to be monitored and analyzed. So NIR HSI, which is near infrared hyperspectral imaging, is come as reliable of online monitoring for food products. And usually partial least square regressions is used for creating the models to predict the hardness and TSS of dehydrated ginger. And in this research, it was resulted that for the hardness, the correlation coefficients was 0.79, and for the root mean squared error of prediction was 3.13 Newton. Meanwhile, for the total soluble solids, it was the correlation coefficients of prediction was 0.82, and the root mean squared error of prediction was 2.25%. So start with the introduction. The ginger is known as one of the world's most famous and important spices. And because it's seasonal products, sprouting and rotting mainly occur in harvesting period. So to overcome this problem, ginger mainly processed into preserved, grounded, candied, and dehydrated ginger. For the step for making the dehydrated products consists of 3 steps, including pre-drying treatments, dehydration, and post-dehydration. However, the drying process can affect the quality of dehydrated ginger itself. For example, the texture, which relate to the consumer acceptance of products, along with the taste of the product that relate to the total soluble content in the product. Usually, the conventional analysis is used to analyze these parameters, but it's not preferable because it takes time and then need a lot of human works, also the chemicals. So non-destructive method was chosen as the alternative way to analyze these parameters because it can analyze different of food parameters and reduce waste because it doesn't need to destruct or cut the sample, and then reduce the chemical waste also, and then permit repeated measurement. One of the example of non-destructive method is near-infrared hyperspectral imaging. Near-infrared hyperspectral imaging can provide important information about vibrational behavior of molecular organic content, such as CH, OH, and NH that can relate to the component content and quality of products. The benefits of NIR HSI itself are high resolution of spectral channel, wide scope application, reflects external and internal quality, and also contain both spectral and spatial data. The objective of this research was to create relation between NIR HSI scanning to the qualities of dehydrated ginger, also provide a simple system for dehydrated ginger quality classification. And these are the materials that was used in this project, including dehydrated ginger, texture analyzer, and IRHSI system, refractometer, and homogenizer. So the first method was the sample was prepared or by scanning through the NIR system. And then for the texture analysis, it was directly analyzed after scanning by texture analysis. And then for the TSS measurement, the sample was homogenized and filtered first. And this is the schematic representation of NIR system, including the camera, spectrograph, lens, illumination lamps, optical fiber, light source, control panel, and computer. So for the TSS measurement, the dehydrated ginger solution that was already prepared was dropped into digital refractometer, and the value of TSS was displayed. And for the texture analyzer, the texture analysis, the sample was analyzed by texture analyzer to get the hardness value. For the data analysis, the data that was acquired from NIR system scanning was applied by principal component analysis to separate the data of background and then the sample to get the region of interest. And then the sample was divided into prediction and calibration set. And the next step is calibration model was created using partial least square regression, and various spectral pretreatments was applied to the calibration model to improve the spectra to get the best model, which depends on the lowest root mean square error of cross-validation and highest correlation coefficient of cross-validation. And then the acquired model was used for predicting the dehydrated ginger qualities. This is the result of the average spectra of ROI from the dehydrated ginger. And the next step is the sample of hardness and TSS was divided into low and high value. In this picture, it was shown that the high value is in the red line and the low value is in the green line. And this picture shows that the average of the low and high value of each qualities, and it shows that the spectra of high value sample has higher absorbance here, and the lower value has the lower absorbance. And it shows that the NIRSSI can capable to distinguish the low and high value samples. And the next step is the average spectra of ROI of the dehydrated ginger was applied by the second derivative absorbance to see the clearer peak here. So these peaks can relate to the absorbance of water at 964 and 1342 and 1460 nanometer. Also as relate to the sugars peak as glucose at 1195 nanometer. And this is in this table show the distribution of the sample of hardness and TSS at calibration and prediction set. And then the calibration sets was applied by the several kinds of preprocessing techniques and to get the best model. And in this table, it shows that the hardness and TSS get the best model by smoothing preprocessing techniques because it has the lowest value of root mean square error of cross-validation and the highest value of correlation coefficient of cross-validation. And this picture shows the scatter plot of actual and predicted hardness in calibration set and prediction set. The calibration set shows the accuracy of the models. Meanwhile, the prediction set shows the accuracy. This is the performance of the model, and this is the accuracy of the models. And here the R value shows 0.82 and here 0.79, and it's indicated that the performance and the accuracy of the model is already good for screening and calibration. And this is for the TSS in calibration and prediction set. It's also show the R here 0.84 and 0.82, which also indicated that the performance and accuracy of model for predicting the dehydrated ginger TSS is already good for screening and calibration. For the conclusion, so the at 935 until 1720 nanometer, can be used for creating the PLSR model for predicting the hardness and TSS of dehydrated ginger using the smoothing pretreatment. And NIRHS high has a potential to be used to predict qualities of dehydrated products non-destructively, and also considered as rapid and reliable for quality control method in commercial manufacturing process line. And these are the references that used in this presentation. I would also acknowledge the KMITL ASEAN Postgraduate Scholarship 2019, also KMITL Research and Innovation Services for supporting this project. Thank you. That's all from me. I'll give back the time to the moderator.
Thank you so much. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? One? All right, let me go ahead and call in our next. Thank you so much for your presentation, Ms. Auzora.
Yes.
All right, I would like to invite the next presenter, Ms. Achiraya Tantinatrakun, to present her.
Oh, sorry.
To present the paper about non-destructive prediction of juice recovery yield of pineapple using near-infrared hyperspectral imaging.
Okay.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Can you see my poster?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank you for being here today. My name is Achiraya Tantinatrakun. I'm a master degree in food science, Faculty of Food Industry at Kim Mongkut Institute of Technology, Latgabang. I come from in Thailand. I'm very pleased presentation on non-destructive prediction of the recovery yield of pineapple using near-infrared hyperspectral imaging. Okay. If you have the question, I would be glad to answer your question at the end of my talk. Okay, now let's start with the first part of introduction. Okay. Thailand is the world's largest exporter and producer of the pineapple. More than 80% of the pineapple used in industry is a Patavia pineapple and classified as smooth cayenne because it's sweet and sour taste and light inside and heavy in weight. And when you compare the other variety, however, the need of the factory require the high productivity of the pineapple. To get into the production, one of the most important indicators is juice recovery yield, because if first producer the various amount of juice, so the cost of the manufacturing is unpredictable. Therefore, we must find the method for remaining the consistency of juice yield. According to a previous study, most factories destroy the material in order to test quality of the pineapple. Okay. Nowadays, they want to develop the method using non-destructive technique. It has been reported that NIR hyperspectral imaging or NIR HSI technique with the wavelength 935 to 1720 nanometer. After that, if the sample was scanned and get to the spectral imaging, NIR can be both qualitative and quantitative, and it's non-destructive method and fast and reliable. They are reported use NIR-HSI for the non-destructive technique to evaluation in food and agricultural products such as egg, lime, cake, paprika starch, fresh meat, beef jerky, cocoa, and pineapple slice. The potential of NIRSSI in application was demonstrated in all previous study. At the result, the goal of this study was to apply the non-destructive method for the predicting juice recovery yield of the pineapple. Okay, let's start with the second part. I would like to explain the material and method. First, butterbeer pineapple were purchased from the world market. And then I was selected for the various nationality and prepared the sample, working into the laboratory room, maintained at the 25 degrees Celsius for the 24 hours. And then the sample were scanned by NIRSSI in the figure 2. Each sample placed on the moving tray with the scan speed 15 millimeters per second. After that, the pineapple were wet and peeled by knife, was extracted using by hydraulic press juicer, and kept consistently in the same condition. Okay. And followed by the equation in the browser. And after that, I get the data of the 122 sample and were divided into two groups. The calibration set is 81 sample and prediction set 41 sample. Next, calibration were pigment spectral, including Sweet-Gigole smoothing, first derivative differentiation, second derivative differentiation, multiplicative scatter correction, standard normal variate transformation. And the data of the sample were created by the partial least square regression or PLSR and choose the best model and the last your predicted model by the prediction set. Okay, let's turn to the third part. I will describe about results and discussion. The pineapple were divided into the various types based on the each average weight group and different standard deviation in show the figure 3. The result found that the pineapple has significantly p-value lower than 0.05. And in the figure 4, the spectra were similarly characterized with the same peak due to the pineapple contain the amount of the water, approximately 80 to 90%, greater than amount of the other components. So the peak of the spectra were including only the absorption peak of the water at 964, 1,154, 1,200, and 1,410 nanometer. Next, the data into two groups of the sample shown in the table 1. The length of the data in the prediction set was totally recovered in the calibration set. The distribution of the data into two groups was coarser. It means that the sample were suitable for to keep the model. In the table 2, the result showed the best model for the prediction with acquired by Sweet-Gigole smoothing, spectral pigments with a high correlation coefficient of chord variation of 0.66 and low weight root mean square error cost variation of 185% at factor of 9. Okay. The accuracy of the model for predicting shown in the table 3. The results show the model obtained with the correlation coefficient of the prediction of 0.73 and loose mean square error prediction of 1.54%. It means that the model has the potential to use for the prediction juice recovery yield in the pineapple. And next, the figure 5 shows the scatter plot between the actual value and predicted value by PLSR model. The data quite distributes closer the target line. In the same direction, it shows that it was in preliminary prediction. Okay, let's turn to the last part. I will present the conclusion of the research. First, the conclusion discovered a correlation between size and juice recovery yield. Second, PLSR model for juice recovery yield might be developed by an RSSI approach. Third, the Sweetie Golden smoothing was suitable for use in order to obtain the sufficient accuracy of the calibration model. And finally, it is possible to use the model for predicting juice recovery of the pineapple to resorting system in the pineapple industry in the future. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. Are there any questions?
Anyone? Do you have any questions or feedback? Next, let me call on the next presenter, Mr. Jose Luis Villalon, to present his paper about conversion, simulation, and engine testing of a single cylinder port fuel injected Atkinson cycle engine based on an Otto cycle engine. Hi.
Hello. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm sorry for the long title. Let me share my presentation.
Go ahead, please.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, please proceed.
Wait a minute. Let me finish my preparation. Everything is good, right?
Yes.
I think you need to play your slides.
Yeah, please have it in a presentation mode.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulty. Hello. Sorry, I lost my presentation.
Yep. Please go ahead and share it again. Once you have your presentation up and shared, just press F5 and it will go to presentation mode. Right?
Okay. So let me
there
start again.
All right,
Hello,
go
everyone.
ahead.
My name is Louis Villalon. The topic that I am presenting today is with regards to conversion of single-cylinder engines from Otto cycle to Atkinson cycle. This research was a fulfillment for my master's degree in mechanical engineering. Excuse me. I finished my degree in Mapua University, which is located here in Manila, Philippines. I would like to thank the IFERP for accepting my research and this conference in order to share my work to all of you and to others who will watch the recordings in the future. So I would also like to acknowledge the Department of Science and Technology and Engineering, Research and Development for Technology for funding this research and accepting me as a grantee of the scholarship. Firstly, I would like to introduce the history of Atkinson cycle engines as demonstrated. The Atkinson differential engine was invented by James Atkinson during the year 1882, as seen on the left. The design was an opposed piston assembly in which the piston completes the compression and power stroke, while the other provides an expansion and exhaust stroke. On the right side is the second prototype by James Atkinson years after. The complexity of the engine was drastically reduced by utilizing a single piston. The engine was able to complete a relatively long power stroke and exhaust stroke than the intake and compression. This engine allowed a higher thermal efficiency with less knocking. The great hurdle of this novel idea was that apparently that time the mechanism was still complex, and of course it cannot be applied into industrial components or automotive applications. There are several types of Atkinson cycle engine nowadays, but this is the most popular type used by car manufacturers. Zhao et al. Calls this the Type 2 Atkinson cycle engine, and this is the similar approach that I used in my research. This sample animation of a modern Atkinson cycle engine demonstrates the comparison between the Otto cycle engine. The Otto cycle has similar compression volume and combustion volume, whereas the Atkinson engine's compression is lesser than the expansion. The amount of compressed air for the Atkinson is controlled via delayed intake valve closing. With this, the combustion is effectively utilized. This technique is done by Toyota Motors into their hybrid engines. The good thing about the Atkinson is that it consumes less fuel and it has higher thermal efficiency. On the downside, it is that it produces lesser torque and power if high acceleration is needed. There is a limited RPM range for the Atkinson to operate at a lesser fuel consumption, which is why car manufacturers such as Toyota uses a variable valve timing. But for my research, variable valve timing is not applicable. So lastly, the technique will not be applicable to carburetor type engines because precise fuel control is needed. So here's the objective of my research. First is that I need to perform a baseline engine performance testing through an actual engine dynamometer or a wheel dynamometer. The next phase will be to create an engine model that will simulate the baseline engine using converged CFD and GT power coupling. Then utilize it upon conversion to Atkinson cycle. The next phase would be determining the optimum compression ratio and LIDC or late intake valve closing design for the Atkinson cycle using the genetic algorithm. Then perform an actual performance test for the Atkinson cycle through the dynamometer. And lastly is to optimize the fuel mapping for the Atkinson cycle engine to further reduce the fuel consumption. It is well known that am I showing the right slides? Okay. It's well known that the vehicle maintenance in the Philippines is usually taken for granted, and this exacerbates the growing greenhouse gas emissions in the country. The concept of converting conventional Otto cycle engines into Atkinson is a feasible approach to mitigate this problem, particularly in motorcycle engines. The theoretical simulation and actual testing strategies will also contribute to the development of conventional engines in the Philippines. This development may also provide as a viable solution to modernize public transportation in Metro Manila. The wheel dyno used in this research was DIY or do-it-yourself. So this research is also a good reference to small motorcycle shops who can build their own dyno. The idea obtained in this research may also be used as a basis to other single-cylinder Atkinson cycle simulations using the combined approach of CFD and one-dimensional simulations via Converge and GT power. And lastly, this research may also contribute to reduce the technological gap between internal combustion engines and electric vehicles. So the first step in my research was to build a wheel-type inertia dyno. The aim of using this was to eliminate the option of directly coupling the engine output shaft into a load device such as a flywheel. This reduced the modifications needed for the engine, and also I did not have any choice because my research was done during the COVID lockdown. The actual engine dyno is shown in the left picture, and the schematic is shown on the right. The engine that I used was a 125cc or cubic centimeter scooter engine with a belt-driven transmission. An Arduino microcontroller counts the signals from the roller, then an open source dyno software calculates the power and torque data in real time. The load comes from the inertia of the roller, which is also set in the software. Then the engine performance was reversely calculated using the overall speed ratio from the engine flywheel and engine roller. For the dyno tests, 3 speed ranges were selected: 3,000 for low speed, 5,000 for high speed, for the medium speed rather, and 8,000 for the high speed. Then the next step was to measure the baseline engine performance. This video demonstrates the physical tests that were made. I also used a wide band lambda meter to measure the actual air-fuel ratio in real time. This was actually the modified engine because I forgot to record the baseline engine. But because you can see that the lambda meter or the blue LED monitor shows that the engine can run even with a very lean mixture. Okay, after conducting the baseline engine tests, the cam lifts were also measured because it is needed as input for the simulation. The valve lifts were measured using a dial gauge and a degree wheel. Then, the internals of the engine were measured manually. It was modeled using SolidWorks software. After that, the 3D model was then converted into STL for the CFD simulation. Converge was used as the CFD tool because of its capability in simulating internal combustion engines. Converge is also very efficient since the mesh construction is automated. In the simulation setup, the automated mesh is a Cartesian cut-cell grid. Then the piezo algorithm was used for the pressure velocity coupling. K epsilon RNG or renormalized group was used for the turbulence model, and the G equation was used for the combustion model. The baseline simulation was created in order to replicate the engine performance of the baseline engine. Then these are the sample results calculated from a 3-day simulation. So that is just a 4-stroke cycle, but in actual, it took me 3 days to complete one complete cycle. So this is the 2D cross-section mesh of the engine, which shows the adjustments of the cells. And for this video, while this video shows the temperature contours during the 4-stroke cycle, you can see that the flame propagation is demonstrated using the G equation model. So after obtaining the baseline CFD, another tool was used for calculating the engine performance and to optimize the specifications. GT Suite was coupled with Converge to calculate the engine power and torque based on the CFD results. Furthermore, the genetic algorithm was used to calculate the optimum delay of the intake valve and compression ratio of the Atkinson engine. Results show that the intake valve closing must be delayed by 40 crank angle degrees. The maximum valve lift must be increased by 0.4 millimeters, and that the compression ratio must be increased from 9.5 to 11:1. The accuracy of the power and torque from the dyno compared to GT power are summarized in the shown tables. Results show that the power and torque at 3,000 were severely inaccurate compared to the 5,000 and 8,000 RPM range. It was found that the inaccuracy was caused by the partially engaged centrifugal clutch at 3000. The CVT requires to accelerate the engine above 4000 in order to realize non-slippage of the belts. So a follow-up CFD simulation was performed using the optimum intake valve timing and compression ratio. This was done to observe the improvements of the tubble ratio, turbulent kinetic energy, and swirl ratio during the intake stroke, since it will dictate the quality of air-fuel mixing, which will result to a better fuel combustion. The fabrication in this project was through manual approach. The manual approach was considerably cheaper than CNC machining, since the cam was prototype rather than mass-produced. A spare cam was grinded according to the needed specification with the help of a skilled machinist. Then a blank piston was used to reduce the clearance volume and compensate for the increased compression ratio. Then the modification of the piston and camshafts while retaining the baseline fuel mapping showed that the expected decrease in engine performance, as predicted by the GT power, the data accuracy in the 5,000 RPM to 8,000 range proved the effectiveness of GT power in predicting the engine performance. The accuracy of the 5,000 and 8,000 RPM range were 12% and 17% respectively. For the final calibration, the fuel injection system must be remapped to increase the fuel efficiency and to mitigate the reduction of engine performance at different RPMs. This is a sample fuel map interface of the programmable ECU. The values shown in the matrix are injection duration in milliseconds. Tuning the fuel injection was also done with the help of an accurate lambda meter, as previously shown from the video. After the fine-tuning the fuel mapping, the actual fuel efficiency, or BSFCs, were also tested on the dyno at 3,000, 5,000, and 8,000. The average fuel consumption was reduced by 36% at 3,000 RPM, 8.5% at 5,000, and 15% at 8,000 RPM. Meanwhile, the engine power resulted to a 69% increase at the 3,000 RPM range, 1.8% decrease at 5,000, and 3.5% decrease at 8,000. This signifies that the optimum fuel consumption is achievable in the 5,000 RPM range. For the conclusion, firstly, the baseline engine parameters, simulation, and engine testing were successfully determined and performed. Converged CFD was able to simulate the engines at different engine speed. The tubble ratio, turbulence energy, and swirl ratio were investigated upon the modification of the engine. The genetic algorithm was also able to determine the optimum late intake valve closing and compression ratio for the Atkinson cycle engine. The modified piston and cam timing was also able to improve the tubble, swirl, and turbulence of the fluid during compression stage based on the converged simulation. These are the several key areas that should be improved in the implementation of dynamometer test for this research. Firstly, an engine dyno is more suitable for this research for an accurate reading of power and torque. Secondly, develop the circuit to add more sensors, such as for the engine temperature, ambient temperature, and map sensor. Thirdly, the source code of Simple Dyno should be improved to incorporate the calibration of sensors into the software. Fourth, the software should also be updated to include the measurement of the actual brake-specific fuel consumption. Furthermore, it is recommended that a variable valve timing mechanism should be added to the camshaft to provide additional power at different engine speeds. Lastly, the application of the methodologies discussed in this research are also pertinent in the modification of multi-cylinder engines from Otto cycle into Atkinson cycle. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or feedback? All right, let me go ahead and thank you for that presentation. Let me go ahead and call on our next presenter, Ms. Annalisa Mendrique Mateo, to present the paper about production and enterprise development, its perspectives toward commercialization.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon,
Hi, good
everyone.
afternoon. Yes, I can hear
Hi.
you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Allow me to share my screen.
You are on mute. Or we Is it a video presentation? We cannot hear. I cannot hear audio. Anyone, can you hear the audio?
No audio.
No audio. All right. When you share this screen, Miss Mateo, please click on the box below. Before clicking on share, make sure that you include the audio. Yes, or sound.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Go ahead, please.
So I mean,
No worries.
yes, ma'am. Can you?
There you go. Yes, it doesn't.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
My name is Annalisa Manrique Mateo. I'm one of the faculty members of the BS Entrepreneurship under the College of Arts and Sciences of the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology. It is my pleasure to present our paper together with my co-author, Dr. Debbie Abiog Adriano, entitled Production and Enterprise Development, Its Perspective Towards Commercialization. The author, Dr. Annalisa Manrique Mateo, yours truly, is a graduate of Doctor of Business Administration. She is a faculty member under the College of Arts and Sciences of the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Naga City, Philippines. She worked in a private company for more than 15 years and 9 years in government service before her teaching career. Her co-author, Dr. Debbie Abiog Adriano, also has a degree of Doctor of Business Administration. She is a professor at the Graduate School and former Dean of the College of Business and Accountancy at the Ateneo de Naga University, Philippines. Allow me to share with you the abstract of our study. In partnership with the government and industry, state universities and colleges, SUCs could help provide access to entrepreneurial opportunities. The study evaluated the production and enterprise development services, PED's current system, in one of the SUCs in the Bicol region in the Philippines. It aimed to develop a framework to help improve the system. The study adopted a descriptive evaluative research design employing several data gathering strategies, including a documentary survey, key informants interviews, structured survey questionnaires, and secondary data analysis. The study was anchored in the systems theory. Descriptive statistics with in-depth analysis was used. The result of the study were presented using the 5 categories adapted from the STAR model approaches for strategic organization. The study concluded that this particular state college has the necessary facilities, technology, entrepreneurial skills, and academic programs supporting the PED services. The study revealed 2 primary weaknesses for PED services as a functional unit. The framework proposed in this study focuses on laying up a clear strategic direction for PED. This strategic direction proposes a comprehensive view of the PED as a unit that works towards the holistic development of students' knowledge, innovative skills, and entrepreneurial competencies and commercialization. This study looked into the current status of the production and enterprise development PED services of one of the SUCs in the Bicol region in the Philippines, particularly to investigate the commercialization status of the PED projects in the college. The study aimed to contribute to the understanding of research utilization and technology commercialization by investigating the current system of the production and enterprise development services and proposing a framework to address its weaknesses. The study adopted a descriptive evaluative research design which primarily aimed to describe the current system of the PED services. There were 69 respondents from the State College broken down as follows: 8 college officials and employees, 53 BS Entrepreneurship students, and 8 BSE faculty members. The study employed Sloven's formula for student respondents using a 10% margin of error. The study employed a researcher-made documentary survey, semi-structured questionnaire for key informants interview, and modified survey questionnaires. The survey instruments for students and faculty were subjected to SPSS reliability analysis using Cronbach's alpha. A documentary survey was administered using a documentary survey checklist. The researcher conducted a one-on-one in-depth interview with the college officials using a semi-structured guide questionnaire. The researcher also administered survey questionnaires to BSc students and faculty. The study used descriptive statistics with in-depth analysis using qualitative techniques. A 5-point Likert scale was employed in determining the students' and faculty's entrepreneurial competencies, as well as their commitment and motivation towards the entrepreneurial assignments. Consent and approval of the respondents were obtained. Respondents were informed of the purpose of the study before the actual conduct of the survey. For the result of the study, current PED system was presented using the 5 categories: strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people, adapted from the STAR model approach for a strategic organization. The result of the study implies the need to establish the strategic direction for PED services, particularly that the institution is directing its initiatives towards innovation and enterprise development. As of the conduct of the study, it was revealed that there was no approved PED manual. In the absence of a PED manual, the College Code serves as the guide for PED function. PED as a unit is part of the organizational structure of the Research, Extension, Production, and Enterprise Development or REPED office. In the current setup, the institutional PED coordinator reports to the REPED director. Concerning other resources as part of the existing PED system variables, the result shows that the school administration supports PED projects by providing the needed requirement in the form of financial assistance or use of facilities and equipment. Aside from basing the PED operation from the College Code, the REPED office usually has a REPED consultation meeting through an in-house review where other matters about PED operation could also be discussed. The PED processes also include processing of production proposal, assistance and coordination for funding, and assistance during business incubation. PED's function is focused on the facilitation of PED proposal and coordination of requirements to provide support to proponents. Findings showed that the PED institutional coordinator was granted a workload count equivalent to the teaching load for the position assigned to him. Aside from the PED institutional coordinator, the 4 colleges have their own assigned college PED coordinators. However, faculty and students can be tapped to augment human resources with entrepreneurial capabilities to support the PED programs. After a series of review of the findings, the framework proposed to address the weaknesses of the PED existing system is presented. The proposed framework aims to strengthen the role of PED services in the institution. It covers the holistic view of the PED services. The proposed framework is presented using the system's 4 elements: input, transformation process, output, and feedback. The input includes the integration of the instruction, research, and extension, wherein innovative output can be turned into PED projects. This integration would involve the students, the faculty, and other employees as the people behind the collaboration in instruction, research, extension, production, and enterprise development services. As part of the input, management support could include human resources, capital, and financial resources. Management support and other stakeholder support is needed in a smooth PED operation. Strengthening the collaboration and linkages among government, industry and service sector, and the higher education institution. Linkages with industry and government agencies will help the PED services in widening its network and potential for growth. The second element, the transformation process, is presented using the 5 categories: strategy, structure, process, rewards, and people. There is a need to explicitly articulate PED's strategic direction as a unit and consider its vision, mission, goals, and objectives to align with the institutional strategic target. The strategic direction for PED, the VNGO, the implementing guidelines and procedures should be considered in the development of the PED manual. The organization structure and the corresponding roles and functions should also be included, as well as monetary and non-monetary rewards and incentives subject for approval and implementation. A broader scope of PED services would mean a thorough review of the duties and functions as well as the appropriate manpower requirements. The active role of PED in the institution would welcome the idea of having a center that would connect all other innovative and entrepreneurial endeavors of the institution. The current system of the PED unit usually includes the preparation of a production proposal. Business plan should also be included, particularly if it is intended for commercialization. There must be a documented workflow during the production process, which should also be reflected in the PED manual. Implementation of a reward and incentive scheme for the performance of the personnel and support staff would motivate them. Should there be income in the college commercialization and enterprise development endeavors, the students, faculty, and employees involved in the project should also receive their corresponding incentives or profit sharing, which should also be included in the formulation of the PED manual. The faculty and students of BS Entrepreneurship are expected to play a significant role in the entrepreneurial environment, particularly on the school's PED and other income-generating activities. Further study was conducted to assess the students' entrepreneurial characteristics. The result of the personal entrepreneurial characteristics of students show high results in information seeking, goal seeking, and opportunity seeking. These are essential characteristics that show the eagerness of the students to learn and practice their entrepreneurial skills while they are in the institution. The study implies that the BS Entrepreneurship students with their course program have the traits, interest, and motivation to engage in PED or other college entrepreneurial activities which can potentially inspire them to pursue their interest in entrepreneurship after they earn their degree. The faculty respondents were also assessed in terms of entrepreneurial competencies and behavior. The results showed that the faculty assigned in BS Entrepreneurship have high result in the concept of control over resources and in the concept of management. The BS Entrepreneurship faculty also have high results for management capability in terms of innovation on products and services, as well as the vision, strategy, and organization capability. Based on the result presented, the BS Entrepreneurship students and faculty have the necessary competencies and excellent traits that can be considered part of the inputs for human resources that could help improve the college entrepreneurial environment. The college also has other programs that could be into product research and development. Hence, tapping both the students and the faculty will strengthen the PED services. The third element, which is the output of this proposed PED framework, is looking at the holistic development of the students' knowledge, innovative skills, and entrepreneurial competencies and commercialization of PED output. This output promotes a holistic approach to learning. This research extension and PED output can be turned into students' entrepreneurial ventures where they could have their hands-on experience running the enterprise. This can also contribute to the realization of a business enterprise wherein students can be trained at the same time earn while learning and prepare them to become better entrepreneurs or employees in the future, living quality lives. On the other hand, commercialization is also a suitable venue for students' hands-on learning and at the same time help generate income. Feedback as the last element of the system is essential because it is where improvements and realignment of tasks are determined in order to meet the target. Feedback refers to the information, reactions, comments, or opinions of the persons involved in the PED activities to improve the PED system. The feedback, which may include a review of the existing system by getting feedback from the concerned personnel or students, is a welcome step in improving the current system, which could be a positive or negative feedback. It could be concluded that in the current system, the PED output is still very few and commercialization is just about to start. The study revealed that the absence of a strategic plan for PED services as a functional unit could be addressed by explicitly articulating the PED strategic direction as a unit, and the absence of an approved PED manual by documenting the general policies and implementing guidelines on the PED services, including the VMDO for PED. The study concludes that the proposed framework that can address the weaknesses of the current system proposes an all-inclusive view of the PED as a unit from its inputs, integrating instruction, research, extension and PED programs, management and stakeholder support, and collaboration of academe, industry, and government. Through its transformation process with the PED services, strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people, the goal of providing holistic development to students and the aim of successful commercialization will be achieved. The school, having entrepreneurship as one of its mandates, may consider institutionalizing the commercialization of the products and services of the students as part of the entrepreneurial activities and at the same time income-generating projects of the college. To further support entrepreneurship and innovation, the school may consider operating a business center. The following slides will show you the appendices. Appendix A shows you Table 1, presenting the personal entrepreneurial characteristics of the BS Entrepreneurship students. Appendix B shows Table 2, presenting the entrepreneurial competency, behavior of faculty, and management capability of the BS Entrepreneurship faculty. Appendix C shows Figure 1, illustrating the proposed production and enterprise development framework. So here are the references.
So that ends my presentation. Once again, on behalf of my co-author, Dr. Debbie Abiog Adriano, I would like to thank the organizer for allowing us to present our paper. God bless and more power.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm going to stop sharing.
Thank you so much. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right. Let me go ahead and call on our next presenter, Mr. Ronnie B. Ruby, to present the paper about teachers' competence towards research engagement, the case of Camarines Sur, Philippines. Sir? Hi, there you go. You're on mute. There. Yep. Go ahead and share your screen, please. Perfect. Go ahead. It's not audible. All right. When you share your screen, please make sure to check the box that says include sound or include audio, something like that, before you click and share. All right, let's try it one more time.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Perfect.
I am Dr. Onirbi from Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, City of Naga, Philippines. The study that I will be presenting to you is entitled Teachers' Competence Towards Research Engagement, the Case of Camarines Sur, Philippines. The roots of education is bitter, but the fruit is sweet, by Aristotle. The state universities and colleges have responded in various ways to the call for a more robust research orientation among SUCs. It is in response to the Commission on Higher Education policies and mandates that are primarily geared towards improving research productivity. Hence, the study was conducted to investigate the teachers' research competence of selected state colleges and universities in the Philippines. In terms of the objectives of the study, this study generally endeavors to determine the level of teachers' competence towards research engagement in Camarines Sur, Philippines. Specifically, it aims to determine the respondents' first level of competency in writing a research paper, second level of attitude towards research engagement, and third and last, motivation towards research, difficulty and non-difficulty in conducting research. In terms of materials and methods, the materials were used the adapted descriptive methods. The respondents of the study are randomly identified faculty members of the different state universities and colleges in Camarines Sur. Sloven's formula determined the sample size of the study and measuring using a customized questionnaire the competency of the teachers in research in terms of research capability, attitudes towards research, motivation towards research, and difficulty and non-difficulty on research. First part is focusing on the name, age, gender, marital status, academic rank, length of teaching experience, and school affiliation. While the second part, statements that measures the research competence, these statements are grouped according to the knowledge, skills, and attitudes. The respondent is asked to rate each statement according to his or her perception. In terms of results and discussion, the higher education institutions such as SUCs with their mandate to provide quality education have pursued research by the institution and its faculty. Various capability training to enhance the research competence of teachers were conducted and pursued, and teachers' current competence towards research was evaluated. In terms of teachers' capability in research, the study teachers' capability in research was determined along with the research topic, conducting literary study or review of literature, writing the research paper proposal, conduct of data gathering, making research report, defend the research result, and adhering to the research ethics. Teachers' capability in research has the following parameters. First, research topic, literary study review of literature, writing a research proposal, data gathering, making research report, and defend research result. This implies that the teachers are competent in research. However, some areas must still be addressed to further enhance their capability. In Table 2, teachers' attitudes towards research, the parameters are research is useful for my teaching. I will benefit from conducting action research. Research is indispensable in my professional training. To conduct research is stressful. Research is difficult to conduct. I have an interest in conducting research. Research makes me anxious. I love to conduct research. I enjoy conducting research. These results indicate that despite conducting research is difficult, stressful, and anxious, teachers are still doing the research since it is valuable and indispensable in their professional training and career. In terms of motivational towards research, the parameters are career promotion, enhances teaching efficiency, school head expects to come up with a research by the end of the year. Most of co-teachers have conducted or planned to conduct action research. School head recognized commitment to conducting research works like publishing research findings to research journals, find research as an interesting and meaningful educational practice, likes to participate and be recognized in the Research Congress. Research allows to come out financially ahead, like to demonstrate the peers that the conduct of research is not difficult and have a passion for the discovery of the new knowledge. These results indicate that teachers were motivated to conduct research because of its importance in enhancing their career, liking to publish in research journal, participating and being recognized in research congress, and especially their passion for discovering the new knowledge. For difficulty or non-difficulty, the parameters are identifying issues and problems to be investigated, searching for relevant literature on the chosen topic, developing the processes of how to do research and collect evidences of research, analyzing qualitative data, analyzing qualitative data, organizing and writing the findings, making a relevant presentations on my project, and write an article for publication using technology in the literature search, using technology in data presentation, and using technology in statistical analysis. Lastly, using technology in bibliographical entries. Under this, it is presented that the difficulty and non-difficulty of teachers in doing research. Teachers find it difficult in developing the process of how to develop research and collect evidences of research with 3.97, analyzing qualitative with 3.93, and 4.0 for organizing and writing the findings, and 4.13 and making relevant presentation on my project and write an article for publication. So in terms of conclusions and recommendations, despite the policies and mandates of the Commission of Higher Education geared towards the improvement of research productivity and varied responses to the call for a more substantial research orientation among state colleges and universities in the Philippines, the study revealed that teachers are much competent in doing research. Besides, their attitudes were optimistic despite the difficulties they have encountered in doing research works. Furthermore, it was found out that most teachers are motivated in doing researches for various reasons. Hence, the paper concluded that the teachers whom the author have met most exceeded some expectations in being a researcher, and despite the challenges, strive to conduct research. It is therefore recommended that further research capability programs be implemented and various avenues and opportunities for teachers to be presented to continue to engage themselves with the research and further help society and the community. With this, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right, let me call on the next presenter, Mr. Zakaria John Belmonte, to present the paper about empirical study on perceived behavior of Generation Z towards mobile games during COVID-19 pandemic, a structural equation modeling approach.
Hello, good
Hi.
afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Hello.
Yep.
Sorry. Hello. Sorry. I have just a technical difficulties here. So can I share my screen?
Go ahead, please.
And so it's my screen is ready.
Yep, it's up. Please have it in presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay. Then, all right. So, good afternoon, honorable member of this committee, and then to the my co-presenter. Good afternoon. So, I'm going to present with the title of empirical study on perceived behavior of Gen Z or Generation Z towards mobile games during COVID-19 pandemic. So, using a structural equation modeling approach. So, my name is Zakaria John A. Belmonte. I'm from the Technological University of the Philippines. And then my co-author is Engineer Nemalin P. Dicapia. And then she is also with the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering in Allied Department with the same university. So the Philippines is the TUP is located in the Taguig City. So it is very near in the Bonifacio Global City, known in our country as a BGC. This is the Metro Manila's second most popular business district and a major tourism, shopping, dining, and entertaining destination in the Philippines. So, to start, so this is my agenda for this presentation. Number one with my introduction, and then the second one with the methodology under with the data collection, and going also with the describe with the sample theoretical framework of my study, the hypothesis development, the data analysis, and then for the third agenda for the discussion, and then last with the conclusions. And then for my first introduction, since we all knew that the world is going through with this called COVID-19 pandemic, in our country it had greatly affected since the first announced community lockdown is on the March 15, 2020. The Philippines marked down its first anniversary on the last March 16, 2021. So the coronavirus 19 or known as COVID-19 has affected the Philippines, and up to this moment, there are almost a million numbers of coronavirus cases. So the government has ordered lockdown restriction under we call it enhanced community quarantine. So where the residents must be in their home except for the authorized person outside residence, or we call it APOR. So the employees and workers involved in the manufacturing, the essential products, food preparation, and so forth, takeout and delivery services, government officials. So since there have been restrictions where people ages 20 and below are not allowed to go outside, the residents were in the same ages fall under, we call it right now, the Generation Z or the Gen Z. They are the people born between 1997 and 2015, are considered part of the new generation called Gen Z, according to the Pew Research Center report. So, and then that's why the respondents of the researchers is more on the Gen Z. And then the influence in the central part of this generation is the technology. Because of this pandemic, majority of the activities are online and using technology. Some of the activities, for example, the online class, the meeting, for example, right now we are going with this new modality of the word conference. We do conference by Zoom and orientation, and also last with the games and other stuff. These people who are part of Gen Z have the capability to adapt the newest technology and use it without spending their too much time to learn the technology. So in our country, based on the statistic in 2019, there's a approximate number of smartphone user in 2019 was about 74 million. It is calculated that by 2025, there would be around 90 million smartphone users. So as of now, the population of the Philippines is 110 million. So there's a mobile game in the Philippines that was very popular. They call it the Call of Duty or mobile. So it's one of the most played multiplayer mobile games. They call it mobile in the Philippines. So the highest rated mobile game was released in October 2019, and it was developed by TIMI. Also, it is actively marketed by Activation. Call of Duty is awarded as the best mobile game in the Game Award 2019. So the game has reached over 300 million downloads, and it was reported by the Activation on October 22, 2020. So this mobile game is playable online. You can access all the features or modes by using mobile data or internet connectivity. Currently in the Philippines, are still suffering from the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why Gen Z has a lot of time to consume in online games while at home. At the same time, this study focused on determining the satisfaction and the playtime of the Filipino Gen Z during COVID-19. The researcher used the structural equation modeling, or known as SEM, imposition also with the self-affirmation theory, or known as SAT. So this is the methodology. So the researchers have the data collection, and then sample profile, theoretical framework, hypothesis development, and lastly with the data analysis. So with the data collection, since the Philippines imposed the lockdown, the researchers have decided to gather data through online survey. So with the use of the Google form, Gen Z participants can access the questionnaire prepared by the researchers. So to encourage Gen Z, Call of Duty mobile gamer, so the researchers team used the social media platforms such as Facebook and Messenger. And then some sending the link of online survey via private message, group chat, and group page. In order to qualify valid data of this research, the participants should be in Gen Z who are playing Call of Duty mobile and is currently playing it until this pandemic. This is our sample profile wherein the majority of the respondents are female. So with the total respondents of 250. So the female is 128 and the male is 122. And then with regard with the age, we have we gathered from the age 9 to 24. And then in terms of the education, the least respondents from elementary student, which is with the age of 9 to 12 years old, and then the highest respondents is from college student with the range of the 17 to 20 years old. And then the highest in terms of the weekly hours of spent in playing these mobile games, so the highest score has less than 7 hours. And then we also have 10 respondents who is playing these mobile games 15 to 21 hours. And then we're in fact, we have again, the highest is 21 hours above per year, per week rather. So in terms of the experience, most of them has experienced less than 1 year, since there's also a data that saying that most of the download games in this most of the number of games downloaded is during on the COVID-19 pandemic. And then this one is a theoretical framework of the researchers. So the research framework is based on the self-affirmation theory for with the Sherman and Cohen. And then also to establish the framework of this study, the researcher linked the three primary needs with the SAT theory known as the autonomy, competence, and relatedness. And then the independence, delightful, playing time, and satisfaction are added to assess if the SAT and this research framework would identify the behavior of Gen Z players during COVID-19 pandemic. And then this is the hypothesis development. So we have the researcher formulates 7 hypotheses. So there are autonomy is significantly positive to self-worth. Is the competence is significantly positively related to self-worth? Is the relatedness is significantly positively related to self-worth? And the self-worth to independence, self-worth to delightful, self-worth to satisfaction. And the hypothesis number 7 is the playtime is significant and positively related to dissatisfaction. These are the part of the questionnaire used by the researchers. So the researchers develop a series of self-administered questionnaire using the research framework provided in this study. It has 9 parts. So number 1 is demographics, second the autonomy with the 4 latent, and then 3 competence, the same with the 4 latent, and then relatedness, self-worth, independence, number 7 delightful, 8 playtime, and then 9 satisfaction. The researcher leveraged the 5-point Likert scale to assess the latent construct in our framework. So with the data analysis, the researcher used the AMOS 22 software to calculate the structural equation model and to evaluate the Atmos likelihood. To analyze the model to fit with its validity and reliability, the researcher will use the confirmatory factor analysis with the following measurement indices, namely, number 1, the comparative factor index, number 2, the adjusted goodness to fit index, the Tucker-Lewis index, and then number 4 is the root mean square error of approximation, or known as Armisia. So these are the result for the analytical result for the model. So wherein the highest factor is self-worth to delight for with the 0.89, and then the lowest factor is the self-worth and then satisfaction. So the hypothesis of this study was analytically observed based on the research respondents with the AMOS and SPSS software with the IDM. The researchers can determine the factor loading that is also determine the path coefficient to see the relationship of the model. The path coefficient of our model show positively related to each other, specifically in self-worth, in which is positively related to playtime, while in the autonomy, competence, and relatedness are also positively related to self respectively. The Cronbach alpha, that is to see the interval consistency of measured construct, in which all values are greater than 0.7, which indicates a good reliability. On the second table, it summarized the path analysis of our SEM. It observed that all the paths with our latent variables are significant except the relationship of self-worth to satisfaction. So furthermore, on the third table listed the fit of our SEM. As we observe the given table, we can say that the model fit our data with the GFI of 0.86, CFI 0.92, with the AGFI of the 0.82, TLI 0.92, IFI 0.93, with the Armisia of 0.068, and then with the C-mean or DF with the 2.9. So with the discussion, the goal of this study is to determine how much time and enjoyment mobile game players gaming during pandemic in Gen Z. So this research can add up to the concept of the SAT theory may be used to forecast the activities of mobile game players through the application of SAT and statistical analysis utilizing the structural equation modeling, or SEM. According to the result mentioned, the player's playtime is influenced their self-worth. The researchers offered a theory based on the study by Liao and colleagues, who found that if a player can experience their self-worth while playing, they are more likely to deliberately and regularly engage in the game. So the self-worth of the individual mobile game players has no influence in their satisfaction when playing a mobile game. While everyone has their own sense of self-worth, the researchers feel that their degrees of enjoyment in their game do not complement one another. This study also shown self-worth and independence are not associated with the satisfaction of the player. Playing alone and winning the game does not satisfy the players, and winning consecutively does not gain their own worth as an individual in the field of Gen Z. Lastly, wherein the self-worth does not complement with the satisfaction, but the study says that the delightful highly complement the self-worth of the Gen Z in playing mobile games. So to conclude the researcher conclude that the findings of this study related to the playtime and satisfaction, the mobile gamers were defined and explained using SAT and analyzing the model through SEM. The result shows that the model described the mobile players fits the data. In addition to that, it indicates that the self-worth has a great impact on satisfaction as well, as satisfaction has a positive effect in self-worth of the mobile players of this game during pandemic. As this study is conducted while Philippines under lockdown due to COVID-19, the researcher eagerly provide additional evidences in the application of SAT with SEM on how Gen Zers behavior on playing mobile games during COVID-19. So that's the end of my presentation. I would like to acknowledge, the researcher would like to acknowledge the student who participated in this study in the Technological University of Taguig, and the Office of the Research and Extension for funding this study, and to my parents of the researcher, Evehinia and Domingo Belmonte. Maraming salamat and thank you so much, IFERP, and then the honorable board member.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right, let's move forward. I would like to invite Ms. Apollonia Sebelio to present the paper, with the topic State College Culture and Arts Program Implementation, a basis for program enhancement and policy development. Miss Sibelio? You're on mute. There you go.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, hi. Yeah, I can now hear you and I can see your screen. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Apolonia Cantor Sibelio, Culture and Arts Program Coordinator and Advocator from the City of Naga, Philippines. It is my pleasure to present to you the findings and highlights of my scholarly work titled Culture and Arts Program of Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, Basis for Program Enhancement and Policy Development. Let me share to you the overview of the study. So I can share the next slide. Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology is a higher institution that provides applied sciences and technology education and support the mission of the country in pursuing the preservation, promotion, and development of the Philippine culture and values. As a positive response to the demands for faster and higher artistic development in the campus, culture and arts programs and activities of the institution and the study were described and evaluated to come up to a proposed program enhancement and policy development that will provide an avenue for maximum artistic expressions as a catalyst for strengthening cultural and aesthetic education. The study is guided with the methods and design used. Mixed quantitative qualitative methodology employing the descriptive evaluative design approach was used to determine the culture and arts program of the college. The respondents of the study are 141 stakeholders of culture and arts performers. Purposive sampling and the selection of the respondents were applied. FGD was conducted to gather the views, thoughts,
Is it just me or did she froze?
survey questionnaire, interview guide, FGD guide, and document analysis and thematic analysis were utilized. The preceding presentations highlights the findings of the study. In line with objectives, the results describe that Students' Development Office objectives were defined in a broad sense that generally dealt with the development of life skill of the students through providing and contributing services that support a unique campus experience, complementary to students' holistic development. The findings presented imply that the SDS office where the culture and arts has been part of it provides various programs and activities for the students' holistic development. Now, the next section presents the program and activities of the institution. The shaded part of the table highlights the nature of activity, whether it is organized by the school, competition, or invitational activity. The programs and activities participated by the students were also classified according to community, school, or local activity. Level of competition was also determined using the dark shade that emphasizes how far the institution has achieved in culture and arts programs and activities. The table shows that majority of the program and activities participated by the students focused on school organized programs with least participation in national competition. it can be inferred that the institution invests in culture and arts programs and provides support to the students' programs and activities for extensive experience and exposure in different artistic fields. Now, the next section illustrates the organizational structure of SDS, or Student Development Services. From the findings, organizational structure described one of the service units under the Management Office of the Vice President for Academic Affairs, where the Culture and Arts is a recognized institutional unit performing its services to the school and community under the umbrella Office of the Student Development Services headed by the SDS director. The next section highlights and describes the significant awards and achievements received by the students. The institution has a unique way of motivating the students to strive towards the attainment of their goals. From the data gathered, a total of 38 awards and achievements received by the students in the field of culture and arts from 2013 to 2019. These are the groups that have achieved the highest records in the national and regional competitions. All the awards achieved by the students gave credits to the institution as the prime mover of providing support for the well-rounded development of the students. The preceding analysis highlights the findings of the 5 domains and the extent of implementation of culture and arts program. On policy management, the finding shows that recruitment and selection of students with interest and potential in culture and arts is the highest indicator with a mean of 4.63, which indicates that it is highly extensive. However, the provision of costume, uniform, instruments, training, accommodation, and other materials needed is rated lowest with a mean of 3.5, which is only extensive along with policy management. Next is the area of implementation of culture and arts program and activities. Showcases the talents and skills of students considered as the first rank garnered with a mean of 4.47, which is the highest among the indicators. This results indicates that institution extensively implements programs and activities that provide avenue for students to showcase their skills and talents, while develops top-notch students, performers as ambassadors and ambassadresses of the school, described with a mean of 3.94, which indicates that it is implemented extensively. Along with the facilities and equipment, the table shows that existence of the Cultural Development Office that manages culture and arts programs and activities is rated to be extensively implemented with the highest mean of 4.12 among the 10 indicators. However, provision of rehearsal rooms with lights, water, sounds, comfort room, dressing room, shower rooms for comfort and convenience of the students is limited as rated moderately extensive with a mean of 3.2. The next section is on student engagement. Students participate actively in culture and arts activities of the college as observed with a mean of 4.25 that indicates it is extensively implemented. However, the conduct of regular programs and activities to address students' need for self-expression is rated as the lowest mean with a mean of 4.01, indicating that it is implemented extensively. The next slide presents the implementation of culture and arts program and activities along funding and support. It can be noted that WCASET or the institution have an allocated budget for the monetary incentives and awards as observed in the results with a mean of 3.59, the highest among its indicators, and the indicator with the lowest mean is budget that can be easily released or accessed to support the activities with a mean of 3.12, indicating that it is implemented moderately extensive. In general, the next section highlights the summary of the extent of implementation of culture and arts programs and activities. This summary shows that the extent of implementation of culture and arts program and activities along the 5 domains, policy management, and student engagement described with a weighted mean of 4.16, projects and activities garnered weighted mean of 4.26, which is the highest among the categories, while facilities and equipment is rated with a weighted mean of 3.59, which indicates that it is implemented extensively. However, it is near the borderline of the moderately extensive. And the list is funding and support with a weighted mean of 3.36. These results highlights that the institution implements the culture and arts programs extensively. However, there are areas in the program implementation that needs to be reevaluated and enhanced. In line with the outcomes of the culture and arts program, based on the findings, 29% of the respondents enhance their skills and talents. In addition, 4% or 6 out of 132 students claims they have gained some extra money in their engagement in the culture and arts. These results are attributed to various activities being implemented in the institution. Culture and arts programs and activities is contributory to the attainment of positive outlook in the life of the students. Next is the problems and challenges encountered in the implementation of the culture and arts program were articulated by the respondents and the key informants. So these are some challenges, or these are some problems encountered by the implementers and students. Along the 4 indicators, several issues have been identified. Lack of policy dissemination, conflict of schedule, and availability of activity venue, lack of coordination in scheduling the activities, and lack of training and self-confidence to participate in culture and arts activities. And having identified the positive implication and weak point in the implementation of culture and arts program of the institution, the study came up with a proposed program enhancement and policy development that can be utilized as an effective means to sustain and strengthen the implementation of culture and arts program in the campus. The design program contains directions and dynamics and achieving transformation of the activities suitable to the needs of the clients and the stakeholders. Overall, it is concluded that culture and arts programs, projects, and activities in the institution is under the Student Development Services. Its goals and objectives serve the purpose for the student development. However, for the culture and the arts, it cannot be claimed, for the institution doesn't have a policy statement for the culture and the arts. Because culture and arts is implemented extensively. However, some areas of needs enhancement and re-evaluation. Problems and challenges are encountered in different areas of the implementation of the culture and the arts, especially in the support and funding. In line with ASEAN Strategic Plan for Culture and Arts 2016 to 2025, the following recommendation of the scholarly work are vital to improve the delivery of programs for a well-sustained implementation of discussed culture and arts. First, the proposed program enhancement and policy development of the study, highlighting the enhanced policies, goal intent should be adopted to help the institution to be more responsive in creating a fuller and balanced life of the students, in which culture and arts serve as a powerful tool in achieving development. Second, Culture and Arts Office should formulate sound objectives. The program of SDS leading to the sustainability of culture and the arts programs projects in line with the vision and mission and core values of the college. Third, the institution should take the initiative through the Culture and Arts Office to conduct annual Gawad Sini Awards to recognize valuable contributions in works of the students and faculty who enrich the community and Filipino culture through excellent contributions in the arts. Fourth, the institution should continuously encourage and design various activities such as shows, contests, interdepartmental competitions, festivals, workshops, team building, and other genuine activities to cater maximum involvement of the students for a richer and fuller experience in artistic friendly environment for the benefit and freedom of artistic expression. And finally, the institution should open a new course program in field of culture and arts to meet the demands of contemporary culture, the new trends, creative practices, technological practices, and practical creative activities that requires integration of artistic education into the teaching. Let me end my presentation with this inspiring quote by Nelson Mandela that our rich and varied cultural heritage has a profound power to help build our nation. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And I would like to, ask if there are any other questions or feedback. No one? All right, let me go and call on the next presenter, Ms. Sharona Mohammed, to present the paper about the design and economic evaluation of a proposed water treatment facility in Trinidad and Tobago.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen.
Go ahead, please.
So it's up, right?
Yep, have it on a presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Sharona? Does it have a sound or?
Yeah, you're not hearing any sound?
No, it doesn't have a sound.
Okay,
Can you stop sharing, and when you share your screen, please make sure to put a checkbox on the include sound or include audio before you click on share.
Okay.
Let's try it again. All right.
Oh, sorry, I'm now seeing the box.
No, you need to stop the share screen first.
Okay.
All right, then click on share screen. Then just right below, you can see there.
Yeah, I'm now seeing it. Sorry.
Share sound. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right.
I'm starting over.
Let's try it again. Okay.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sharona Mohammed, and today
all right, all good.
A study that was conducted by the University of Trinidad and Tobago, which looked at the design and economic evaluation of a proposed water treatment facility. For those of you who don't know, Trinidad and Tobago is a small twin island located in the Caribbean. Its population is approximately 1.39 million persons. In 2014, a study was conducted which showed that 50% of the population had access to a 24/7 supply of water. Trinidad and Tobago's National Resource Management Policy is committed to the management of water resource for the country to provide not only a reliable source to meet present demands for all, but to ensure sustainability of the supply and availability of water for future generations. In Trinidad and Tobago, water for both industrial and domestic consumption is supplied by the Water and Sewerage Authority of Trinidad and Tobago in conjunction with the Desalination Company of Trinidad and Tobago. For this presentation, we will be looking at surface and groundwater treatment, desalination, and wastewater treatment. For WASA, the treatment process begins with passing the raw water through screens and rakes to remove any large debris such as leaves or branches, followed by uniform mixing with a coagulant, a flocculant, and a disinfectant in the headworks chamber. Flocculation is further promoted in the flocculation basin, where large flocks are removed through gravity settling in the sedimentation stage. A final filtration is conducted using the gravity filter system to remove any small suspended particles. Water is then disinfected via chlorine addition to remove any pathogens which may be present, and in some cases pH adjustment may be required before the water is distributed to the population. The Desalination Company of Trinidad and Tobago utilizes the desalination process, which uses reverse osmosis. From the raw water is then pre-treated before it enters into the system, so this pre-treatment minimizes the occurrence of fouling, scaling, and membrane degradation. So the pre-treated water then undergoes coagulation, flocculation, and sedimentation processes to remove any solid particles which may be present, followed by a post-treatment before distribution to the population as well. Wastewater or recycle plants are typically used to treat wastewater, ensuring it is safe to release back into the environment. Treating wastewater is a risky process, however, as the water is heavily contaminated. It may contain trace amounts of pathogens or other contaminants such as metals and organic components, which can pose a threat to general health if consumed and the water is not treated properly. This would therefore require thorough and precise disinfection of this water depending on the magnitude of the contamination, which then impacts on the financial aspects of the process. The majority of Trinidad and Tobago's population are unmetered consumers, which has led to the overconsumption of this commodity, leading to possible poor conservation and usage practices. The Water and Distribution Company has initiated implementing water meters where they would be used to bill customers accordingly, and one of the benefits will also be an improvement in the water conservation awareness and practice. In conjunction with the increased metering system, the Water Distribution Company hopes to achieve a 24-hour supply for all of its customers, but with the growth in population, this demand for this necessity is gradually increasing. The Industrial Lands development was an additional development that was built in east of Trinidad and Tobago. So this additional housing development in this area adds an additional strain to the Aruca High Lift Station to supply water to the residents in this area with an additional required amount of 1.4 million cubic meters of water for a yearly increase. So this study will propose a portable water processing strategy as a supplemental source intended to supply this new housing development in east of Trinidad and Tobago. The study will use a SWOT analysis for the selection of an appropriate supply strategy from the available options, estimations of the flow rate, and a snapshot analysis of the possible raw water supply will be conducted to supplement the water treatment plant design process, which will be achieved using the SuperPro simulation software. Equipment design, economic and consumer health, and environmental safety will be factored into the design for the proposed water treatment plant. A literature review was conducted to determine the different types of water treatment methods available and their requirements for operation. Water samples from the possible source were collected for water quality testing. That was the pH, temperature, conductivity, turbidity, total dissolved solids, and total coliform bacteria were tested from the tests listed here. The water quality and flow rate data obtained were utilized in the SWOT analysis, which was conducted for each process stage to select the individual unit operations. The water quality parameters were used to determine the selection of the equipment as shown in the table below. Relevant design equations were used to fully design and size equipment using Microsoft Excel and also the SuperPro simulation. This was followed by the construction of a financial operational model in Excel to calculate the net present value, the internal rate of returns, and payback period. So these factors were used to determine the economic feasibility of the water treatment plant, and also sensitivity analyses were conducted. HSC and HAZOP assessments were also conducted along with an evaluation of the potential site visit and the plant layout. Now looking at the results discussion, water treatment is based on the principle of turbidity removal and disinfection of its raw water source. So influential factors which were considered in determining the design of the treatment facility included the source water quality and reliability, the pre-existing conditions of the site, and costing and environmental impact. Based on the location of the terrestrial land development, there were no groundwater sources within an accessible range to give consideration to this supply option. The location was also not conducive to construct a desalination plant, as additional costing would be required to transport water from the Gulf of Paria or the Caribbean Sea to the treatment site. For the design of a wastewater plant treatment, in this scenario, municipal water would be the closest source available, and based on the limited resources and the skepticism of consumers, this option was also ruled out. So we finally settled with the surface water treatment process, and we found that the Lopino River, which was in close proximity to the site, was the most viable option. A site visit of the proposed site for the treatment plant and the water source were conducted. Measurements of flow from the river were taken to ensure that there was adequate supply, and sample chemical analyses were conducted to ascertain the impurity levels to determine the treatment process necessary. So here we see that the parameters tested were all within range of the HWO standards, which sanctioned the use of the Lopino River as a suitable water supply source. From the flow rate that was measured, we see a value of 0.083 meters cubed per second, which works out to be around approximately 7,000 meters cubed per day. So the amount of water that the river can provide is actually in excess of 84%, which shows that it is a suitable source to use. It will be able then to supply the needs of the population. The treatment process for the plant design were evaluated and chosen with respect to its ability to remove the impurities from the source water, providing accessibility to a sustainable, sufficient, and safe drinking water from source to consumer, and meet the demands of the terrestrial land development. From the literature review conducted, different selections of treatment methods, equipment, and chemicals were listed and evaluated based on specific parameters such as effectiveness, maintenance costs, land usage, etc. And these were ranked where the highest overall rating for each was chosen. The supply potential was calculated from the flow rate of the surface water source, which is the Lopino River, and a value of 7,000 meters cubed per day was used in the design. So looking at the process flow diagram now, we see that the water enters the plant by a gravitational field filter through the screens. The screen water is then pumped into the buffer tank where minor pre-settlement occurs. From the buffer tank, the water is then pre-chlorinated and pumped into a rapid mixing tank where the alum is added. Leaving the mixing tank, the water enters the clarifier where both water and sludge exist separately. The water leaving the clarifier is then passed through rapid sand filters and is then stored in the service tank. Water leaving the service tank is further chlorinated and pumped into the on-site storage tanks. So from the storage tank, the on-site storage tank, the fully treated and now potable water is pumped into the uphill distribution tank where it can be distributed to persons from the terrestrial land development. So here we see the PFD diagram and each of the stage highlighted on the diagram. For the sludge, the exiting sludge is sent for sludge thickening, where the sludge is settled and the water is continuously removed and recycled back into the system. The settled sludge undergoes a drying process to remove any excess water, and the dry sludge is then safely disposed of. Now, in order to appreciate the physical aspects of the model, Microsoft Excel sheets were simulated using calculations for appropriate unit of to size and design each equipment found on the plant. The designs were also compared to the SuperPro simulation, which was generated for the purpose of getting the physical and chemical aspects of the model. A comprehensive financial operational model was developed using Microsoft Excel tool to determine the efficiency and feasibility of this proposed water treatment facility. The fixed capital cost investment, total operating expenditure, taxes on profits, as well as a cash depreciation of 10% were factored into the model. So for the fixed capital investment, this is divided into the direct costs, which covers the equipment capital costs inclusive of its installation and the utilities necessary for its operation, and the indirect cost, which is calculated as a percent of the direct costs, which accounts for services provided by engineers, contractors, construction expenses, as well as a contingency fee. The operating expenditure, which is the total cost to keep the plants functioning on an annual basis. This would include costs for the consumables, utility, sludge treatment, maintenance work, and labor. When designing the facility, the HWO parameters were used as a benchmark to ensure that the water produced was in accordance with these standards. So a sensitivity analysis was conducted for the total dissolved solids compared to the HWO maximum contamination level, which is 500 milligrams per liter, with the calculated concentration from the design, which yielded a value of 0.35 milligrams per liter, which shows that it's well below the standard. Financial point, this proposal is not economically feasible as both the internal rate of returns and payback period were calculated to be negative results as the revenue generated was not able to compensate for the fixed capital investment and the operational costs required to keep the plant running. These results were however justified as the water distribution company is a non-profit organization funded by the government, hence emphasis is not placed on proposing an increased cost for this commodity. The plant, however, has the potential to produce water in excess of 84%, so this additional water could be incorporated into the water distribution company's supply for nearby communities to fully benefit from the plant's facilities. Further calculations on modifying the water rate to achieve a break-even point will also be investigated in an effort to make the design proposed economically attractive. A HAZOP was conducted where an investigation into how the water treatment facility might deviate from its intended design. The system was evaluated for its disparities in flow levels and pressure. An HSE was also conducted through an environmental impact assessment used to evaluate the possible effects of proposed facility on the environment in conjunction with an economic evaluation. So in conclusion, a water treatment plant with the ability of producing potable water of a quality recommended by the World Health Organization drinking water standards to supply the terrestrial lands housing development at a capacity requirement of 3,800 meters cubed per day was designed and evaluated. A surface water treatment plant reusing the raw water from the Lupno River was selected and designed using the SuperPro software where the flow rate and the water quality parameters were factored into the design. The design plant can produce approximately 7,000 meters cubed per day of potable water in excess of the amount of required by the terrestrial lands development by 84%. Despite the unfavorable economic indicators, the water distribution company in Trinidad and Tobago is a non-profit organization which is highly subsidized by the government. It is expected that the excess treated water can be sold on the national grid to utilize the full potential of the plant. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Now, guys, we will go ahead and go for our lunch break, the most awaited lunch break. Please be back at exactly 30 minutes. See you after 30 minutes, guys. Right, everyone. We will start in 5. Right, everyone, welcome back. Right, let us welcome our technical session 2. Oh, by the way, welcome everyone to our technical session 2. And let us welcome our session chair, Dr. Ronnie B. Ruby. You're on mute, sir. You're still on mute. I mean, can you check your headset's mute?
Hello, ma'am.
There you go. Yes. Hi. All right. We will now start
Okay
the
na.
technical session 2, session chair.
So, did you hear me, Ma'am Jo? I cannot hear. May sound? Hindi ko siya
I can
narinig.
hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me, or is it?
Yeah, I can hear you, both of you.
Yeah, I can hear our session chair.
Am I clear?
Yes, you are clear.
Cannot hear
Can you
your
hear me?
voice. Let me check and join again. Ano yan eh?
Hello.
There you go.
Ayan.
Yo.
Oh, there we go. So good afternoon, everyone. Good luck to the next presenters for this afternoon for the technical group 2. So, Ma'am Jo.
All right. Let me go ahead. Oh, so our first presenter is a video presentation by Maria Cristina Galicia. It's about a technical and economic evaluation of on-grid connected solar photovoltaic installation, a case of Manolo Fortich Government Center.
Galicia, registered electrical engineer, and this paper was co-authored by Attorney General O. Albina, Doctor of Electrical.
Everyone, can you hear it?
It's a bit unstable. Connection is unstable.
Engineering from University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro City, Philippines. And this paper is entitled A Technical and Economic Evaluation of an On-Grid Connected Photovoltaic Installation, a case of Manolo Fortich Government Center. This study aims to design and evaluate the on-grid connected solar photovoltaic system at the rooftop of the new government center of Manolo Fortich, Bukidnon.
sir.
The technical and economic analysis is provided for the installation.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
It's a little bit low. Can you please get closer to the mic?
Okay. Low daw.
Are you going to present it yourself?
The video, ma'am. We are preparing. It's already.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have the video and I'm the one sharing the screen. Do you want me to continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Siya na daw mag-screen.
Of the rooftop solar photovoltaic system project. The analysis of the simulation results shows that the project yields energy about 97,200 kilowatt hour annual generation and about 224% return of investment for a payback period of 9.91 years. And most of all, the process of electricity generation from solar photovoltaic system could save more or less 42 tons of carbon dioxide emission. Based on this technical and economic analysis provided in this study, which shows that the project has a positive net present value, then it is expected to produce more income than what is being gained by earning the discount rate. The researcher concluded that the feasibility of installing an on-grid connected PV system at the rooftop of the new government center Manalo Fortits must be materialized. This paper contains the rationale of the research study, statement of the problem, objectives of the study, research methodology, results and discussion, and the conclusion and the recommendation. The rationale of the research study. There is an ongoing drive among the local government unit service in the country to provide the most efficient government service possible. There is now a strong mandate that both national and local government units throughout the country should be an example of efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of basic services. One of the attractive potential is the use of photovoltaic energy generation in government buildings. Problem statement. For almost a decade, an increase of population in Mindanao that leads to strong energy demand and an increasing electricity cost because of some islands' hydro generators has now shifted to fossil fuel-fired supply, particularly coal power plants. Given the circumstances and coupled with the drive among the local government unit to cut the cost in the delivery of government services, there is a need to investigate and evaluate the potential of solar PV rooftop application as applied to the local government unit. Objectives of the study. Number one is to design and simulate the technical potential of the solar photovoltaic installation set in a government center. Number two, to analyze and determine the technical issues associated with the design and installation of an on-grid PV system. Number three, to evaluate the economic and financial feasibility of this research project. And four, to evaluate the environmental and sustainable attributes of this project and determine its replicability. Research methodology, as shown in the figure, number one is the site evaluation, then the data collection, analysis of data collected, system design plus the gas generator, solar PV system layout, and then the conclusion. The chosen site of this study is the new government center of Manal Fortits, which has situated in the northern part of Bukidnon. The roof area is located in the highest elevation of the building, slightly inclined, and since it was built in the highest portion of the building, thus it is not subject for tree shading. The proposed on-grid connected solar PV installation of the new government center is shown in the figure. The rooftop of the building has sufficient usable surface area of 430 square meters, enough roof space that can power off electrical loads of the building from photovoltaic energy source. Analysis of meteorological data is used to design solar PV system and to consider its installation method. The climate and availability of sunlight in the area or the irradiance as factors in designing the solar PV system. These factors will affect the efficiency of the PV system. Considering these factors will help in determining the right numbers of PV modules, proper wattage, and other system devices needed in the installation. Solar irradiance map in Mindanao. According to the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, the average solar radiation ranges from 128 to 203 watts per square meter, or an average of 161.7 watts per square meter based on sunlight duration. Monthly average daylight and sunshine hours table. This table shows that there is a monthly 7.7 average daylight hours and 12.1 sunshine hours in Manila each. However, the peak sunlight hours in the Philippines is only 4 to 5 hours. The researcher was able to gather the previous monthly electricity consumption, monthly bills, and its corresponding electricity rates for the past 3 years, started from 2018 until 2020. Electricity consumption will be used to forecast the future load demand of the government building and to analyze the economic benefits of installing the on-grid PV system in the building. Obviously, as the years pass by, there is an increasing trend of the energy consumption or the demand load of the building. The monthly consumption in kilowatt hour of the new government center of Manila Fortich. The figure shows the monthly electricity consumption in kilowatt hour of Manila Fortich Municipal Hall. Even though fluctuations occur, there is still an upward or increasing trend in electricity consumption. This shows the previous monthly electricity bill in peso of the new government center hall. Figure shows fluctuations over the course years. Fluctuations still occur in the figure since electricity bill is directly proportional to electricity consumption. As a matter of fact, increased use of electrical energy would result in increased amount of electricity bill. So this shows an upward or increasing trend. The future load demand of the new government center of Manila Fortich will be analyzed through forecasting. Time series analysis will be used in forecasting the future electricity consumption of the building because this method suits in analyzing the trend and seasonality of the varying electricity demand load with respect to the period of time. This figure shows the monthly forecasted load demand for 25 years in parallel with the assumed lifespan of the PV module. Through time series forecasting, the future demand load of the government building were forecasted. The future load demand of the building will be used in providing economic analysis of the proposed solar PV system installation of the government building. This figure shows the layout of actual placement of PV system at the rooftop of the new government center of Manila Fortich. This was oriented in the northeast portion of the building. The system was tilted in a certain angle that will harvest the highest value of solar irradiance. The solar panel is facing northeast and is placed in parallel with the roofing. The structural stability of the rooftop of the building is safe to carry the PV system weights based on the load analysis done by the Office of the Municipal Engineer of Manila Fort its Municipal Hall. Share of the energy supply. Based on the schedule of loads of the building, the total energy required per day is 81,410 watts. For all the electrical loads of the building, that includes the lighting outlet, convenience outlet, and air conditioning unit. The total energy produced by a 213 PV modules with a 330 watts, each is 70,290 watts. However, the PV system size is only 60 kilowatt. The total energy produced by 213 PV modules exceeds the capacity of the PV system. Hence, this will ensure that the system will always provide the constant power of 60 kilowatt to the electrical loads of the building, taking account of the energy harvested during bad weather conditions. This table shows the share of energy supply to cater the energy demand of the building. There are assumptions made in the calculation, like the peak sunlight hours is 4.5 hours daily, and the energy demand of the building is good for 8 office hours only and during weekdays. With the net metering, the energy produced by the PV system during the non-office days will be exported to the grid. As shown in the table, 56.52% of total energy required by the building is supplied by the solar PV system, and the remaining 43.47% required energy will be supplied by the existing electrical distribution utility, which is the BOSECO. This table shows the financial analysis that refers to an assessment of viability, stability, and profitability of a project, in particular the on-grid PV system. The initial investment cost of the rooftop PV system project of the new government center of Manalo Fortich is comprised the cost of the PV modules, PV inverters, and the balance of system or the BOS. This table shows the life cycle cost of the PV system for the expected 25-year life expectancy. This comprises the total initial cost, the total replacement cost of inverter, and the total operation and maintenance cost. So the total life cycle cost is 10,782,390.76. For economic analysis, this table shows the discount rate increases, the net present value decreases. Yet all the value are positive, so the project can be accepted. But on the other hand, it is better to choose the lower discount rate because it gives a higher net present value. As observed in this figure, the benefit cost ratio of the project with the different discount rate is greater than 1. So it means the project is acceptable. For this graph, the payback period of the cost investment lies in the fifth year as the discount rate increases. The payback period also increases. However, lower discount rate is better than higher discount rate because lower discount rate gives a lower payback period. Environmental impact and replicability. The PV system are regarded as clean and sustainable energy sources, but it is not completely eco-friendly system with zero emissions. The adverse environmental impacts of PV systems include the land, water, pollution, hazardous materials, noise, and visual. Although the operation of PV system exhibits minimal pollution during their lifetime, the probable environmental impacts of such systems from manufacturing until the disposal is always present. This figure shows comparison of emission for solar and carbon-intensive energy generation using the PV system carbon footprint measurement, wherein photovoltaic solar technologies range from 14 to 45 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour, where carbon dioxide equivalent is a measure for quantifying the climate forcing strength of greenhouse gases by normalizing for the amount equivalent of the carbon dioxide. Concentrating solar power range from 26 to 38 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour for the parabolic throw and power tower, respectively. These emission values were magnitude of order less than greenhouse gas emission from the coal, gas, or oil. This figure shows the solar energy technologies have less carbon emission compared to the coal, which has the huge amount of carbon emissions. The life cycle stages of greenhouse emission of the solar PV energy and the coal energy from upstream processes, operational process, and downstream process. The solar PV energy has approximately 40 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour emitted in the atmosphere, while the coal energy has an approximately 1,000 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent per kilowatt hour emitted in the atmosphere. So the solar PV energy has only little amount of carbon dioxide emissions for all its life cycle stages, thus it is a good source of renewable energy. For our conclusion, based on the technical analysis provided in this study, the researcher concluded that the feasibility of installing an on-grid connected PV system at the rooftop of the new government center Manalaportes is highly possible. Also, based on economic analysis, that the project has a positive net present value, then it is expected to produce more income than what could be gained by earning the discount rate. The researcher further concluded that the PV system project must be materialized. Finally, for the recommendation, the researcher recommends to utilize the available rooftop surface area of the new government center of Manila Fortich for the installation of the 60 kilowatt on-grid photovoltaic system to lower the electricity bills to lower the gas or carbon emissions on the atmosphere, and to save money we use for other government projects. This project is highly recommends the use of renewable energy source for compliance with the Renewable Energy Act of 2008 and as one of the drive for energy sustainability and development goals. Further, the researcher also recommends the replicability of this project to other LGUs and interested parties if feasible in their respective areas. Once again, this is Maria Cristina de la Rosa Galicia from USTP Philippines. Thank you so much for listening. Mabuhay.
All right, thank you so much for, and I think the presenter is available for questions. Mr. Chair, do you have any questions or feedback?
First, ma'am, I just would like to congratulate Engineer Galicia for initiating and conducting the research. Because of that, they were able to come up with the analysis on the effect of using the PVC for economic and earning or profit from using the PVC system. So with this, may I just ask Ma'am Galicia if the PVC that they used is created by with her and the other researcher, Ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Good afternoon, sir.
Engineer Galicia?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, is it the product of your project, yung PVC system?
Yes, I had studied it, sir, with the help of my advisor. And now,
okay, very good.
And now it was already implemented in our LGU to help to help ease the power consumption of our LGU since we are paying much. So now it was already 98% completed, and I am proud to present that this project is really this could really help our LGU and other LGUs if they really wanted to enjoy it.
Okay, so the reason why I am asking you, ma'am, because that's very good because you can earn from this. Someday you will be millionaire.
No, no, sir.
Because of the use of the PVC.
I am just trying to help the LGU since I am an electrical engineer in our office.
Yes, ma'am. But there is the possibility where the residents of your town can also use the PVC system so that they can also reduce the electricity consumption, and at the same time it will add to their economic needs of the family. So that's why I am congratulating you because your research is very useful and very profitable, and at the same time can help reduce the electrical consumption of your local government. So I would like to commend you for your studies. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Sir Ronnie. Thank you so much, Ma'am Jojo.
Welcome po.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Next, we will have another video presentation from Nisreen Shaya. The paper is about the readiness and perception of faculty towards online crisis teaching during COVID-19 outbreak, a study of Lebanese institutions of higher education.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Nisreen Shaya, and my topic is on readiness and perception of faculty towards online teaching, a study of Lebanese higher education institutions. The study reports on higher education faculty readiness for online teaching and learning using assessment of faculty readiness to teach online scale. The survey explored faculty acceptance of online education and how effective are the adopted pedagogical practices with online and virtual learning environments. Mixed method research approach was employed to generate a comprehensive final study model and key findings framed under prospects and barriers. It's worth noting that the study is part of a larger study that aims at comparing data prior to the outbreak of COVID and amid the COVID outbreak. And it's also worth noting that this study has taken place prior to the economic collapse of the country. The study also adopted an e-learning theoretical framework, the IFERP 2016, that regarded a successful e-learning system as a combination, as a function of the three main pillars: people, technologies, and services. And this study particularly aims at investigating the faculty as main stakeholders. Research question. The main research question was, what is the Lebanese faculty readiness level to teach online and perception towards online teaching? The sub-research questions are, what's the level of e-readiness? Is there a relationship of statistical significance between faculty e-readiness variable and its components? Is there a relationship of statistical significance between student various demographic and e-readiness? And how compatible are the current adopted pedagogies with online education? Methodology and data analysis. Data was first collected quantitatively to assess faculty readiness levels, followed by a qualitative data where the research aims on further elaborating on faculty acceptance of online education and their pedagogical readiness, as they proved to be widely controversial and connected to readiness. The target population was teaching faculty members in private and federal institutions in Beirut. A total of 94 usable responses were collected. Convenient sampling took place, where subject participation was voluntary and far from awarding financial incentives. The questionnaire had three main sections covering first, faculty demographical data, measuring the variable faculty e-readiness as a multidimensional facet composed of 4 factors and 35 scaled items, examining the pedagogical practices of faculty to understand how compatible they are with online modes of teaching and learning based on the adopted theoretical framework. Measuring faculty readiness. The current research understudy adopts Palaf and Pratt's assessment of faculty readiness to teach online scale published in their book. The scale measures readiness along 4 sub-dimensions, namely technical skills, experience with online teaching and learning, attitudes towards online learning, and time management and commitment. Qualitative findings. Factor analysis. All of the 4 factors properly loaded under Varimax rotation with minimal cutoff scores of 0.5. Reliability test. Reliability test was conducted and showed high overall alpha Cronbach of a value of 0.843, while that of technical skills, online experience, attitudes, and time management factor 0.841, 0.826, 0.655, and 0.628. Mean scores of e-readiness items. To further analyze and reflect on the earlier results, this study also adopts Adil and Kaski's 2011 e-learning expected level of an individual readiness for e-learning systems, which is identified as a mean score of a 3.40. Results on level of readiness could be summarized in the following table. Quantitatively, H1 was confirmed, H2 rejected, H2B rejected. So H1 confirmed, H2A rejected, and H2B rejected. Qualitative findings. Thematic analysis took place that led to the development of 2 key themes. The key themes were prospects and barriers, faculty as a main theme, and a number of sub-themes, sub-theme components, and codes. Key theme, prospects. Key theme, barriers. On the research question, how compatible are the current pedagogies with online education? 5 open-ended short questions were asked on the survey. Which of the below best describe your instructional strategies? Which education models best describe your classes? What learning technologies do you use in teaching? What technologies do you use in communicating with the students? Would you agree on teaching online courses? When we say teaching online courses, it means in full-fledged programs. Please state the reasons. Findings. Results showed that the majority of respondents confirmed adhering to real-life situations, authentic activities in teaching, negotiation, collaboration, reflection, and modeling. Few faculty members appear to be using role-playing as scaffolding. Regarding models of education used in teaching, majority of faculty members showed that the use of open learning models where delivery extends further than formal education systems accounted for 52% of the total respondents, while 34% incorporated blended modes of delivery into classroom teaching. However, only a brief minority adhered to advanced e-learning tools for interaction, such as discussion boards, chat, synchronous communication, and social network. Key prospects and various findings, which is the final study model. Findings following triangulation and discussion of findings led to the formation of the given model. Major findings analysis revealed that the faculty are qualified to teach online courses in a country where online education is banned from the public. Regarding pedagogical readiness, the Lebanese faculty are qualified to teach online. However, their perception of equality compared to traditional learning is associated to the low public esteem for online learning in Lebanon and the Middle East, rather than the worth of online education itself. If earlier ever adopted, learning was restricted to the form of completing and submitting assignments remotely, rather than real online model, where the students learn content through asynchronous or synchronous modes of delivery. Faculty members pertain to instructional approaches that are compatible with online education, emphasizing authentic learning, where the student is encouraged to demonstrate knowledge through real-life contexts and situations, problem solving where students get stuck and unstuck, teaching them to grapple and unfold solutions, enroll in collaborative activities to teach negotiation and reflection, and as expected, modeling and classical explanation was also there. Its conclusion is considered as a valuable contribution appearing for the first time in Lebanon. Furthermore, data confirm that faculty consider online teaching as a catalyst to induce change and reform at the level of higher education pedagogy in Lebanon. Findings compare readiness at the asynchronous level. So specifically, we're speaking about the triangulation of findings revealed readiness at the asynchronous level and lack of readiness in the other form of communication, which were further supported by the qualitative pedagogical part that indicate clear absence of advanced communication tools. Lack of familiarity is an indicator on the absence of blended learning, which also confirms earlier quantitative results on the readiness of faculty showing lack of experience with e-learning, whether in teaching or training. Faculty demonstrated perception that online education can meet students' needs through allowing for career advancement, develop their self-discipline and regulatory skills, presenting as main prospects. On the other hand, expressed limited applicability of online education as a full-fledged program is a barrier, where faculty confirm that online education is not applicable in all fields, rather in some face-to-face presence is required, such as laboratories and design studios, presenting as a barrier. Limitations and recommendations for future work. Sample size is one of the limitations. Now, the current topic under study revealed faculty readiness to teach online. There are levels of acceptance of education along with pedagogical readiness. Hence, building up on findings suggests further exploration in terms of expanding the emerging quantitative model and include more variables such as perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and subjective norms. Reassessing data post-pandemic, are actually aimed at pandemic, where most of the institutions were operating online, aiming at a comparative study, and this is actually taking place right now. Finally, it's the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't think she's available for questioning. All right. Let me go ahead and call on our next presenter. Let us welcome Mr. Arif Makasood to present the paper about Mars self-learning habitat, generating the optimum form for future UAE's space exploration mission.
Ano to? Itong questioning. Kasi isa na ning mason.
Mr. Makasud?
Hello, we will be presenting
the Mars self-learning habitat?
Yeah, just a minute.
Okay. You can go ahead and share your screen. Right, I can now see your screen. Please proceed.
Hello everyone, my name is Zain and I'm here today with my colleagues Amani and Osun to present our research paper Beyond Earth. This presentation includes introduction and recap, concept development, master plan, architectural drawings, visuals, and conclusion. A quick background about Mars. Why Mars? Meaning why not other planets? In comparing between Mars and Earth, we took into consideration factors that would affect living on Mars, such as environmental factors, atmosphere, solar factors, and distance. After consulting professionals, we are suggesting the following technologies for lack of oxygen, which, by the way, in April, NASA conferred the success of the machine MOXIE that was sent with Perseverance rover mission and produced oxygen for the first time from the Martian atmosphere. Then we have lack of water, lack of energy resources, and extreme temperatures. Next is the site selection and criteria. We collected information from articles published by NASA about the most suitable area to live on Mars and came up with the criteria that helped us select 3 sites and compared between them. These sites are Mariner Valley, Arcadia Planitia, and Vastitas Borealis, known as the Green Valley. After we compared all these sites, we found out that the Green Valley ticks most of the boxes. On top of that, this site has its own rover, Phoenix, that was dedicated to study how habitable the area is. Starting off with the concept, or as we would like to call it, our Martian concept. It is formed as a result of following untypical methods in creating it. And in order to reach this concept, there was a certain level of complexity embedded using artificial intelligence by transforming data into objects. We began by adding inputs into our system that determined the form of our units. These inputs include openings and porous sizes, locations and numbers, as well as number of floors, skin, and structure. As a result, we found out that minimal surfaces are the ultimate solution that fits all the requirements, and the form of minimal surfaces is a gyroid, which is what you are seeing on the left side. This type of gyroid provides us with the following benefits: using less materials and creating a flexible and stable structural system that combines the skin, exoskeleton, and internal walls, which is essential part here to cut down the time needed to build, since we don't have the luxury of transferring materials to the site. Now, in terms of the overall form that needs to be qualified for the Martian environment, we had to stay clear of edges and lean more towards curved shapes. And after additional inputs, we ended up with these capsule and spherical shapes. And this is where the experiments began. Applying the same concept on different gyroids will form the following shapes. For instance, the gyroid created in order to study the horizontal and vertical growth of the unit, while the other one clarified the function distribution in addition to studying the double shell concept and its performance as a protection layer. When we analyzed the sectional plans, furthermore, we took advantage of the gyroid main features, which is the symmetry, and it was creating 3 defined zones, which are the core, internal space, and the exterior skin. So after studying all of these aspects, we decided to go with these as our initial units, alongside these as their external shell. While on the final phase, we chose this developed complex form as our Unit 3, and control station, which is the heart of the project. We studied the exterior shell furthermore in terms of porosity, where each opening is directed to a specific function. The double skin, whether it provides an extra layer of protection or not. Also in terms of structural flexibility, as mentioned earlier, the gravity on Mars is almost only the third of gravity on Earth. So we took advantage of that by creating such tilted walls with such spans, with a minimum reinforcement. And lastly, between every unit and shell, there's an empty vacuumed area, which is a neutral zone that works as an insulator.
Moving on to the master plan. When we chose our site according to the criteria mentioned earlier, we started to analyze it furthermore. As we came to better understanding of the topography of the site, we took into consideration every single detail that can come into our advantage. And the more we do that, the easier it will be to build on Mars and save resources while we keep in mind a sufficient design that meets the remaining requirements in terms of community, efficiency, and connectivity. As we studied the site, we noticed how the surface is filled with scattered craters that are basically circular in shape and in relatively lower elevation. And lower elevations provide higher pressure and easier landings. So instead of going against it, we decided to put it into best use by locating every single unit in these natural craters. Following this method, we made it easier in terms of excavating, as we don't have the luxury to dig very deep. Afterwards, in order to maintain the rhythm of Mars's nature, we decided to propose a similar approach and build artificial ones in the center of the city. Now, in order to create similar artificial craters, we worked on a script that connects the circular areas in each other in tangents, where we can change one unit in size and all the other will change according to the total given area. Next, we work on distributing the units simultaneously with the areas and functions of each unit. Of our goals here is to provide unity and a close community to minimize the feeling of isolation up there. We chose this area to be our landing location here. It has to be relatively distant from the city, and hence we kept an open access to the city that connects between the landing site and the heart of the city, as well as an extension on the other side for future expansion. Finally, the city will be built in phases with a few years apart. Phase 1 will be a base camp unit that is supposed to accommodate not more than 6 scientists, where it will be experimental and dedicated for studying the livability of Mars. 5 years later, phase 2 begins. It should consist of the replica units from the base camp. However, it will be bigger in size, as well as 2 more units that hold new functions, such as engineering unit, artificial intelligence, and plantation. We are also proposing a conceptual tower, which is the control station, where its main function will be to help forecast the weather and foresee any future sandstorms. Hence, it is the tallest in the city and lies in the heart of it. Lastly, our future vision for phase 3 in year 2045. At this point, we would have reached sufficient level of experimental studies using trial and error. So we should reach the utmost outcome and introduce larger units and more variety in functions. In this phase, we are proposing a cluster of habitational, educational, and medical units.
Starting with the first model, the base camp unit, it is designed to serve the first batch that will arrive to Mars. It is basically dedicated for experimental studies, led by 4 to 6 users, a botanist, biologist, IT specialist, medical specialists, and engineers. This unit is characterized by semi-open enclosed spaces, divided into 3 levels, starting with the basement that is associated to serve the need of users' plantation purposes, and testing the Martian soil for future agriculture goals, using LED grow lights. And these 2 renders on the right explains the way we are expecting it to be. Functions as dry lab, wet lab, mixed reality room, and medical bay are provided on the ground floor, which is considered to be the main entrance of the unit. This level is secured by a double shell system penetrated according to the inputs that we provide for this spot. In the center of the unit, we have the core, with the hydroponic garden surrounded by the stairs, that connects between the upper floor where all the quiet zones are, like the sleeping pods, recreational area, and rest areas. Now, this section explains the double shell concept that provides an extra protection layer for the unit in case of any extreme weather situation. And this animation showcases the different shadow movement that is formed according to the geometry of the unit. Also, it shows the proportion of the astronauts and rovers in relation to the units and surrounding.
On the ground floor plan of the engineering unit, we first have an airlock to maintain the habitable environment inside the unit, leading directly to the EVA preparation room where the astronauts are expected to, where the suits are provided for the astronauts. From that, they finally reach the center of the unit, which is where the workstations are, as well as the core and hydroponic garden. This space around the interior shell acts as a neutral zone for the pressurized unit and for extra protection purposes from radiation. Functions as dry lab and wet lab are needed for conducting science experiments. Spaces are following the shape of the gyroid, giving us the advantage of using 3D printed curved walls as furniture. Other functions as medical bay, garage, and storage are provided at the corners as they require minimum area. On the other side, we have the kitchen and the stairs leading to the upper level. On the first floor plan, we have private areas as the bedrooms in the middle. The inclined curved walls between the spaces were created to give the user some privacy while living in the same area. 4 mezzanines are created around the bedrooms, allowing the users to interact with the lower level. In the center, the core continues from the ground floor with the hydroponic garden. As greenery has great impact psychologically, we decided to keep it near the spaces that the users will spend most time with. Open spaces as exercise and recreational areas are for when the team gather, relax, and spend time together. Research area is a semi-closed space by continuing the arc of the gyroid for more privacy. Next, we have some renders of the bedrooms showing the curved walls separating the shared spaces. Next, we have the section explains the continuation of the core with the hydroponic garden and spaces as the recreational area in yellow overlooking the workstations on the ground floor. The pores of the exterior shell are allowing daylight to come inside the settlement without it being too direct. This is an animated elevation of the engineering unit showing the movement of the shadow as well as the Martian environment and the 3D printed facade as it's all made from the same material.
This is the third unit where we would have reached the final phase. At this point, we developed a complex system on the facade where it provides shading and indirect lighting. This will help in preventing the direct radiation, and we would no longer require an additional shell for protection. These plans represent research cluster, starting off with the main entrance from the airlock, which opens up to a central lobby that leads to all the surrounding labs. These are some of the interior shots of the labs. Going up to the first floor, it will be mainly offices and meeting rooms. However, on the second floor, it consists of recreational areas, which we added since the researchers will spend most of their day in the lab. This will be their relaxation area. The section here provides a better view of the complex system of the units. As you can see, the depth of the windows, as well as the main feature of minimal surfaces, which is how the slabs and the walls are connected together, creating a structural system. The front elevation provides a better understanding of how the shading works on the facade.
Moving on to construction process, it starts with the trip from Earth to Mars, which takes about 6 to 9 months, then landing successfully. After that, robots starts to analyze the site. Construction then starts, and it includes collecting materials, melting, excavating, and 3D printing. Then a second mission would be sent already for launch, which is carrying multiple astronauts to Mars to inhabit the structure built by the robots. Here's us. Next, we have the 3D render of the settlement. Here's us working on the model.
Here you have the final model presentation where we built it almost 2 meters by 2 meters. Next, we have a small video that shows you around the city.
Welcome, you've entered room 09, pressure level stable.
This is our Martian habitat, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much for that very interesting presentation. All right, anyone, do you have any questions, Mr. Chair?
Okay, so no questions, ma'am?
Hello.
All right,
So
then.
I appreciated the presentation. Congratulations to the researcher.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes?
May I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, please.
How long would it take what would be the fastest time to build a single structure based on the designs that you've presented? Or is this just a full concept?
Did you hear the question?
I didn't.
How long will it take to build the model that you presented?
On Mars.
Yes.
Yeah.
So according to researchers, we saw that some, like for example, SpaceX, Elon Musk, his vision is to reach there in 2030, but he is saying that the phases could take up to 5 to 10 years between each phase. So the predictions say that it might take around 30 years to build entirely, but nothing is for sure. It's all studying theoretically.
Yes, very true. Thank you very much. That's all for my question. And congratulations for your very interesting presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, then let me go ahead and call on the next presenter. I would like to call Ms. Nehar Shrivastava to present the paper about to see the effect of autogenic relaxation therapy and self-management training and depression among adolescents, a comparative study.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Jojo. Can I share my screen? Can I share my
screen? Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Yeah. You all are able to see my screen?
Waiting.
Okay. Just
All
wait.
right, it's up. Please have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Yeah, just wait. Yeah, is it visible to all? So, hello everyone. Myself, Dr. Nihashi Srivastava, and I'm Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Rajasthan, Jaipur, India. And today I'm going to present my presentation on the behalf of Dr. Neeta Gupta, Associate Professor, DAV PG College, Dehradun, India. And now I'm going to present my presentation on the topic of to see the effect, to see the effect of autogenic relaxation training and self-management training on depression among adolescents, a comparative study. So this is my brief bio, and I'm Dr. Nihashi, and I'm the gold medalist of Lucknow University, India, and I have a distinguished academic record and hold a doctorate in psychology from HNB Karwal Central University, Srinagar, India. And this is the abstract of my presentation. The present study has tried to explore the effect of depression in relation to group therapies like autogenic relaxation training and the self-management training among male and female adolescents. For this, different schools in Lucknow City, India were contacted and the respondents were selected using quota sampling. A total number of 200 respondents were selected through quota sampling from different schools of Lucknow City. They were equally divided into male and the female adolescents. They were further divided randomly into equal groups having different types of group therapy. Beck Depression Inventory, constructed by Beck et al. 1961, was used to measure depression of the adolescents. A 2x2x2 factorial mixed design was utilized to conceptualize the study and analyze the obtained data. After data collected, obtained data of pre-test and the post-test of autogenic relaxation training and the self-management training were analyzed by using SPSS. The obtained data were analyzed using mean, SD, and ANOVAs. The result have suggested that SMT was found to be a better technique for reducing depression among adolescents, and the female were found to report more depression than the males. So as we all are aware about the depression, because COVID-19 pandemic has created a lot of depressive situations around the world. So depression is a mental health disorders that can affect the way you eat and sleep and the way you feel about yourself and the way you think about things. It is not a sign of personal weaknesses, and it can be willed or wished away. So relaxation is a very useful technique, and it can help to relieve the symptom of depression, stress, and the anxiety. When we talk about the autogenic relaxation training, so this relaxation training first introduced by German psychiatrist Schultz in 1932, and first the training is encouraged to settle into a comfortable position, sitting upright, recliner, or the lying down. It's totally up to you. And what is the most important is that the chosen posture promotes calm relaxation. So the therapists begin by using verbal cues to guide the trainees' breathing and direct attention to certain parts of the trainee's body. So when we talk about the adolescents, so adolescents need more attention. Why I'm choosing this particular sample? Because adolescents need more attention, more tolerance, more support, and more guidance to move smoothly with social context and practices. So these adolescents are an active part of the society, prove them, answer the new horizon of happiness and the relationship. So the present studies an attempt to manage depression among adolescents through self-management and the autogenic relaxation training. So our research objectives are to explore depression in relation to group therapies like autogenic relaxation training and the SMT among male and female adolescents, to explore gender differences on depression among adolescents, and to explore interaction of group therapy, ART, and SMT condition pre and the post, and the gender male and female, and all the dimensions of depression among male and female adolescents. And hypotheses are the respondents with autogenic relaxation training and the self-management training will differ significantly from each other on depression. And second hypothesis is there will be a significant gender differences on depression among male and female adolescents. Third, where there will be a significant difference in pre-test and the post-test condition of both the therapies on depression among male and female adolescents. And the fourth is there will be a significant interaction between gender and therapy on depression. So these are my research design. A 2 by 2 by 2 factorial a mixed design was utilized to conceptualize the study and analyze the obtained data. So 3 classificatory variables were used to classify the respondents into 8 categories. The first category is variable being group therapy, which was divided into 2 types. First is a autogenic relaxation training, and the second is a self-management training, were matched on 2 conditions of therapy, like pre and the post. So these are the second classificatory variable, and the third classificatory variable corresponding to the sex of the respondents led to the 2 categories of gender, male and the female. So as you all are see my screen, this is my research design. And this is my sample and sampling technique. The purpose of the present study was to see the impact of ART and the SMT on depression among adolescents. So for this, different schools in Lucknow city, India were contacted, and the respondents were selected using quota sampling. So a total number of 200 respondents were selected through quota sampling from different schools of Lucknow city, UP, India. They were equally divided into male and the female categories. So they were further divided randomly into equal groups having different types of group therapy. So that the sample scheme is you all are see on my screen. So tools was used, as I have already discussed about the Beck depression inventory constructed by Beck was used to measure depression of the adolescents, and the therapy used is autogenic relaxation training and the self-management training. See, when we talk about the self-management training, so self-management training is a systematic intervention approach for evoking change in depressive adolescents. So it is based on the principle of motivational psychology and designed to produce rapid and internally motivated change. So hence the self-management training which is used in present study is some experiential and motivational learning selected along with the process using in psychotherapy. So these practices direct a person in the path of happiness, compassion, change negative thoughts into positive, thinking, which help a person to cope with depressive and suicidal kind of ideation, and improve positive coping skills. So there are many self-management techniques in tradition which could play an important role to make life better and which may have, therapeutic effects. So this self-management training is the process of realization about the qualities of individual which differentiate him from others. So self-management training given by the self-management training manual, which is produced by Dr. Neeta Gupta and Dr. Nihushi 2018. And this manual consists various experiential and they motivational kind of activities. For example, self-awareness is also a part of activity in this manual, effective communication, motivation, and there are a number of games which is right from the transactional analysis. So game section based on the simple ice-breaking activities, and games maintain the same enthusiasm in entire therapeutic process. So using self-management support in primary care can have a positive effect on the care and health, outcome of adolescents with depressive and suicidal ideation or suicidal kind of tendencies, and improve positive coping strategies. So after that, after data collection, obtained data of pre-test and the post-test of ART and SMT were analyzed by using SPSS, and obtained data were analyzed using means, SD, and ANOVAs. So this is the description part A, mean and SD on depression among orphans. As this table reveals the score of mean and SD for depression across gender, male and female, and the condition pre and the post-test, and the therapy, autogenic relaxation training, and the self-management training among male and female adolescents. So it's autogenic relaxation training for pre and post-test condition were respectively as it shows my on my screen. So this shows that the mean score of depression after self-management training was found to be less than autogenic relaxation training. So it is also clear the inspection of this table from the post-test mean of the male and female were respectively, and this shows that the mean of females were greater than the males. And now this is the summary of ANOVA on depression. So this table result of analysis of variance for depression across all the 3 variables under study. So main effect of condition, the main effect of gender, and the main effect of therapy was found to be significant at 0.01 level, and the interaction effect of condition pre and post and gender male and female on depression was found to be significant at 0.01 level, while the interaction effect of gender, male and female, and therapy, ART and SMT was found to be insignificant. So combined interaction effect of condition, pre and post test, gender, male and female, and the therapy, ART and SMT was also found to be insignificant on depression. On the basis of these tables, we can say that depression, when we talk about the first hypothesis, our first hypothesis was the respondent with ART and SMT will differ significantly from each other on depression. So when we talk about the first hypothesis, so it is clear that the result that self-management training was found to be more effective than autogenic relaxation training, even in reducing depression. So reason may be contributed to the fact that a key skill in self-management is self-regulation, and self-regulation refers to individuals monitoring, controlling, and directive aspects of their learning for themselves. So best use of self-management support is the collaborative collaborative interaction between the therapist and the client. So motivating, listening, and coaching are important self-management support skills that can make the therapist-client interaction stronger, and in which all members of the care team can become knowledgeable. So outgoing training and practice support clients in self-care will become, part of day-to-day care. So SMT is effective. Self-management training is effective for building greater self-awareness and the self-acceptance, changing unsatisfying pattern and the behavior, motivating and developing the necessary skills to face life challenges. So this training also has to live in the present moment and open true nature, as you all are know about that nothing is permanent and everything is changed from time to time. So self-management training to help enhance their this kind of thought. So as it is a well known that the self-management training is a kind of experiential and motivational learning. So these practices direct a person in the path of happiness, compassion, and change negative thoughts into positive thinking, which help a person to cope, move effectively with depression. On the basis of this, SMT is the process of realizing that every individual possesses unique qualities which differentiate from others. So SMT is found much effective because by this training, the change are found in cognitive level. Also, while in ART, the change of cognitive level are, not found. So these are the conclusion. SMT was found to be more effective than ART in reducing depression among the respondents. When we talk about the hypothesis number 2 of the present study, was there will be a significant gender difference on depression among men and the female orphans. So when we talk about the second hypothesis on the basis of the gender, so maybe the reason may be attributed to the fact that females still have second position in society, and the situation become acute with females because they feel more helpless than males. So they cannot change anything. They are unable to, express their emotions, which make them feel more anxious and depressed as compared to males. So and the third is a post condition of both the therapies ART and SMT were found to be more effective to reduce the level of depression. So these results suggest that the intervention is significantly affecting the depression among male and female adolescents, because before the intervention, the respondents were having a more depression. But after the depression, it reduced a lot, because these results of the prison study was supported a number of studies which has previously done by a number of psychologists, and they have suggested that exercise and increased physical and the motivational and the life skills activity improves function, quality of life, strength, endurance, and reduced depression. And the second last is no significant interaction between gender and therapy were found on depression, and the last one is depression was reported less among males than females in post condition of both the therapies ART and the SMT. So this is the conclusion and the contribution of my study among the society. So very important contribution of the study is that is not only try to see the effectiveness of group therapies, but is also compare the effectiveness of two very important and useful group therapies like ART, autogenic relaxation training, and the self-management training dealing with depression. So finding have suggested that SMT was found to be more effective intervention training as compared to autogenic relaxation training as very effective technique in reducing depression and enhancing coping strategies. But the finding of the present study have suggested that the combination of different therapies can even lead to better intervention. So reason may be attributed to the versatility of SMT, because in this module we have included a lot of activities, a lot of different kind of activities in our manual of which is related to self-management training, and it compares many techniques which need active participation by the respondents, generating more interest and motivation among them, so they don't need any external push to deal with their problems. So this is my presentation. Thank you all the best for the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback?
Ma'am Jo?
Hey, hi, Dr. Chair. Yes. Do you have any question?
I cannot give any questions or cannot raise questions because I was disconnected due to power interruption.
Okay. All right,
So
let
I
me
was
go ahead.
reconnected. Thank you very much.
You're
So I
very
would like to congratulate the presenter. Keep it
Okay.
up.
Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter then. I would like to call on Ms. Tan Hyun Shang to present the paper about influence of steel section price fluctuation to cost-effective design of steel frame structural system in Malaysia.
Hello, everyone. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for accepting my papers and giving me the opportunity to present in this conference. So before I start my presentation, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tan Hyun Shang. My co-author is Prof. Lusli and Dr. Sheikh from University Technology Malaysia. And the topic of my presentation is influence of steel section price fluctuation to cost-effective design of steel frame structure system in Malaysia. So this is the content of my presentations, where I'm going to talk about the abstract, the objective of my study, introduction, where I'm going to introduce the most common steel structure system in Malaysia, the steel structure cost breakdown, and how to achieve cost-effective design in steel structures. And I'm going to talk about the problem background, the research methodology, findings, and finally my conclusions. So this is an abstract where steel material price fluctuation has been a problem for Malaysia's steel construction industry. With the increasing of global demand for flat steel sections, cold form hollow section price in Malaysia has been increased significantly compared to I-beams. Based on the current scenario, the cold form hollow section is 19 to 24% more expensive compared to I-beams. So with this significant price difference, it has led to the preference of the industry and designers in Malaysia of using hot roll beam portal frame. So this research paper aim is to find out the influence of this cold form hollow section and I-beams price fluctuation. The weight saving of truss frame compared to hot roll beam portal frame ranging from 30 to 64% depending on the building span, and with the significant higher price of cold form steel hollow sections compared to I-beam, truss frame using cold form hollow section is still the most cost efficient in terms of material costs compared to hot roll beam portal frame. So this is the most common steel structure system in Malaysia, where we have truss frame, hot roll beam portal frame, and fabricated beam portal frame. So for truss frame, basically, it consists of top, bottom, and diagonal cord that are assembled as a whole and behave as a single object. For hot roll beam portal frame, the framings usually consist of sections using I-beams such as universal beam and universal column. And for fabricated beam portal frame, the I-beams are replaced by weldings of steel plates to form an I sections. And this is the steel structure cost breakdown, where for steel structure costs, it consists of material costs, fabrication costs, erection costs, and other costs. And in this study, our focus is only on material costs. So in order to achieve a cost-efficient steel design, there are three criteria that need to be met. First is the selection of steel structural system, and we conduct a sizing and topology design optimizations. So in this research, since we focus only on the material costs, so there are two criteria that need to be fulfilled: selection of right structure system and the sizing and topology design optimization. These two criteria being achieved, and we are able to achieve an optimal steel structure weight. To achieve the material cost, the optimal weight will be multiplied with the material cost, and we are able to achieve the calculated out the material cost. So our focus in this study is to investigate the effect of material price fluctuation between I-beams and cold form hollow section. So the problem background, as we can see at the right-hand chart, China produced basically more than 50% of the global steel consumptions. And we are also aware that steel constructions accounts for the largest global CO2 emission in the manufacturing sector, which approximately about 27% of CO2 emission from the global manufacturing sector, 4 to 5% of the human activities. With that, the China authority has updated a regulation for steel making capacity swap to firmly reduce the steel productions and ban new capacity from June 2021. The policy aim is to lower the CO2 emission by the steel making sector. So with that, the market has faced significant material shortage that trigger a remarkable surge in steel material price. On top of that, with the economic recovery from the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, the flat steel consumption in China has boomed, as we can see in the chart below, where the output and the export of flat sheet steel has been increasing. The demand is increased, with the material shortage and demand increasing, the flat sheet steel price has been increasing significantly. And the effect is the cold form hollow section price in Malaysia is increasingly on weekly basis. Just for your info, most of the hollow section produced in Malaysia is cold form steel produced by forming from a flat steel sections. So these are the tables of the current material price in Malaysia, where the data was collected for the month of April, May, and June. So as you can see in the yellow column, it represents the hollow section price, and the blue is the I-beam price. As we know, the material price has been increasingly from month to month. I want you guys to focus on the hollow sections, where for the month of May, it increased by 16%, followed by June, 5.4%. But in this study, we want to study the price fluctuation between I-beams and hollow sections. What I want to highlight here is on the black color wording, you can see the price difference between I-beams compared to cold form hollow section is ranging from 19% to 25%. So what are the impact in the industry in Malaysia? It has led to the construction industry and designer to select the wrong structure system. With the current scenario where hollow section is much expensive compared to I-beams, designer may opt for I-beam, hot roll beam portal frames instead of truss frame hollow section. So the study is to investigate this price fluctuation, what are the impact to the overall cost-effective design of truss frame. So the research scope, the truss depth will be in accordance to the proposed table in the topology optimization slide. The steel grade used is S275, where only rectangular hollow sections and square hollow sections will be considered in this selection of truss frame members. Warren truss will be used since it required the least diagonal members and the fabrication cost can be reduced. Only two types of steel section will be used for the top and bottom chords and diagonal members. The design comparison will be only on the rafter weight. A 2D analysis will be conducted and verified. The member design will be verified using StatPro. The design of member will be in accordance to EC3, and nodal load is applied to the truss frame node. Truss frame will be only designed for axial load only. So the methodology, the paper will focus on the comparison of truss frame and hot roll beam portal frame material cost and weight. The reason of using truss frame is because truss frame use the least steel structure compared to portal frame, and for longer span, it is more economical. The reason is because as the span longer, the truss depth will be deeper. Hence, the vertical stiffness will be increased and ultimately reduce the truss structural weight. Fabricated beam was not considered in the design due to the high material cost compared to hot roll beam portal frame. As you can see the table below, I extract out the McKinsey optimal design weight comparing hot roll beam portal frame and fabricated beam portal frame. What we can see here, even with the 15% weight saving of fabricated beam portal frame compared to I-beams, but if we consider the material cost, hot roll beam portal frame is still the most cost efficient in terms of material costs. Truss frame preliminary design and sizing will be compared with the design of steel portal frame building designed to EC3 published by SCI. So these are the span of the truss frame that will be compared with the hot roll beam portal frame, where the building span from 15 meter, 20, 25 up to 40. The building height is 8 meter, and the load applied to the rafter is 12 kilonewton per meter run, and we convert it into a nodal load. This is the truss frame optimization framework. First, we determine the building span, building height, and the design loading. We determine the truss section properties such as the truss typology, truss depth based on this table, diagonal spacing based on this ratio, and we will subtract the truss frame into few segments as the recommendation below here, you can see. In each, we will determine the compression length and tension length. From there, we determine the maximum force in each subtracted segment. We will design the truss member in accordance to axial load, such as compression and tension, and we check for ultimate limit state and serviceability limit state, and the design is complete. For the truss frame sizing optimizations, like what we mentioned, we only check for tension and compression force only. So the sizing, once we determine the forces in the frame, we will design based on this flow chart, where for compression capacity, we will determine the member resistance and we check the utilization ratio of the member, as you can see on the red color table. If let's say we are able to maximize the utilization ratio, which means the design will complete and we will select the least structural weight among the preliminary sections shown here. So the findings, ultimately for truss frame, they are the weight saving of truss frame compared to hot roll beam portal frames ranging from 28% to 64%, depending on the span. As you can see, the building span getting longer, the weight saving of truss frame compared to hot roll beam portal frame is much more significant. And if we take into consideration the material cost, where you can see the material cost is calculated based on the material weight multiplied with the material price, and then the material price shown below, where I obtain the average price for every month. What I want to highlight here is the price difference between the I-beam and hollow sections, where I-beam is much cheaper compared to cold form hollow sections by 19 to 25%. Even with the huge price differential, we are still, based on the findings, the truss frame using cold form hollow section is still cheaper compared to I-beam portal frame, where for the month of April, the saving is from 10% up to 48%. For month of May, 4% up to 45%, and month of June, 6 to 46%. So the findings, truss frame weight saving is mainly contributed by the increase of truss frame vertical stiffness. Truss depth play a significant role in increasing the truss frame moment of inertia. Significant weight saving is due to the design approach of subtracting the truss cord into few segments. Smaller section used in tension zone, while bigger section used in compression zone. Truss frame has significant distinct weight advantage over hot roll beam portal frames, where the weight saving ranging from 30 to 64%. Span exceeding 25 meters, the weight saving is more than 50%. Even with the significant higher price of hollow section compared to I-beams, truss frame using cold form hollow section is still the most cost efficient in terms of material cost compared to hot roll beam portal frame. So thanks. This is the end of my presentations.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your research output, and I appreciate the result, because through the study you conducted, you were able to generate the reduction of expenses, and at the same time, it is very helpful in generating income. Congratulations.
Thanks, sir. Yep.
Ma'am Jo? Hello? So Ma'am Jo is disconnected. Ma'am Jo seems disconnected. So is the next presenter is now ready for the presentation of her research?
Yes.
Ma'am, so you may proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you see my slides?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, okay. So good day to everyone. I'm Yesude, and I'll be presenting on minimizing span in a single batch machine using genetic algorithm. And I come from Multimedia University, Malaysia. And the co-authors for this research is also Ho Jin Kai, Ajita Angusami, Go Weiwei, and Norazila. All right, okay. So today, increasing competition and ever-changing customers' demand are prompting manufacturers to re-evaluate their manufacturing systems in the industry. So therefore, scheduling plays an important role in making these decisions on how to meet the customer's demand and at the same time to reduce production cost as much as possible. So mainly there are two issues that is usually considered in the batch scheduling problem. The first is how to allocate jobs to batches. The next is how to sequence the batches. So in this paper, we are dealing with the single batch machine scheduling problem with the consideration of sequence dependent setup time and jobs belonging to incompatible families. And the objective is to find a good schedule that minimizes the mix span. Mix span means is the total completion time of all jobs from the machine. So this is the problem definition for the scheduling problem. So there are jobs which are categorized into families according to their job characteristics. So therefore it is called incompatible families. So jobs belonging to same families will be grouped into batches where the total job size in a batch cannot exceed the capacity of the machine. Once a batch starts its processing, it cannot be interrupted and no jobs can be removed or added into the batch until the processing is completed. So the processing time of a batch is equivalent to the longest processing time of a job in that particular batch. A setup time occurs whenever there is a switch in processing of batches from one family to a batch originating from another family in the scheduling sequence. Hence the name sequence-dependent setup time. The mix span or the completion time of jobs for the sequence of batches are calculated by adding up the processing time of the batches and the setup times. So therefore, in order to find a solution methodology for the problem definition that we are given, so that we come up with two types of solution method. First is the development of 4 dispatching heuristics, which are SPT, LPT, SGS, and LGS. Then the next one is a development of a meta heuristic, which is genetic algorithm. So let's look at the first one, the development of the dispatch heuristics. They are actually they are rules which jobs are sequenced according to these rules, which these dispatch heuristics are very common and very popular used in industries. So SPT is the shortest processing time where jobs are sequenced according to the increasing order of their processing time. LPT stands for longest processing time where jobs are sequenced as according to the decreasing order of their processing time. SGS is the shortest job size where jobs are sequenced as according to the increasing order of their job size. And the last one, LGS, is the longest job size where the job is sequenced according to the decreasing order of their job size. So these are 4 dispatch heuristics that we are using. So the next one is actually the development of the meta heuristics, which is genetic algorithm. Now, genetic algorithm is actually built from the inspiration from the Charles Darwin evaluation theory. All right. So this genetic algorithm was first developed by John Holland in 1975. So he actually adopts the concept of biological evolution theory, whereby offspring or children chromosomes are created at every iteration from the parent chromosome. So here, when you talk about applying the genetic algorithm in the scheduling problem, you can say that each job, okay, can be viewed as a gene in a chromosome, and each sequence of the scheduled jobs can be viewed as a chromosome. So the GA means genetic algorithm. It also fosters the principle of survival of the fitness, whereby chromosomes that contributes the least to the objective function will be left to die. So when I say objective function, it means the mixed span in this problem. Okay, so the chromosome that gives the least value to the completion time, or sorry, the most value to the completion time will be left to die. So as the population size of the genetic algorithm has been fixed before starting the genetic algorithm, so only the chromosome with the good fitness will be selected to reproduce new offspring in every iteration. So new chromosomes, the children are born, okay, are born after applying operators such as crossover and mutation to the parent's chromosome. So this is how a child is born, okay, from the parent chromosome by using crossover and mutation processes. So in this paper, we are using a position-based crossover genetic operator. So based on the random number generated, a set of genes that equals to the random number is copied from the first parent to the child chromosome, whereas the rest of the genes which are not available in the child chromosome yet, it follows the sequence that appear in a parent 2. So another child is created by using the mutation operator, by swapping the position of the 2 random genes of the child chromosome from the crossover operation. So here is actually just a flow chart, okay? So a general flow chart on how the process of the genetic algorithm works. So first of all, you have the initial population. So the initial population is because genetic algorithm can keep its algorithm only by it must start off with a solution. So the initial solution in this case, we adopt the solution produced by the dispatch heuristics as initial solution. So based on that solutions, then the 2 parents' chromosomes are chosen at every iteration. So these parents' chromosomes are usually chosen based on their best performance. That means based on their fitness value. Fitness value in this case is the mixed span value. So from there, in order to produce a child, the crossover and mutation process is being applied. So once you get the child chromosome, every child chromosome is actually evaluated based on their fitness function, which is the mixed span value. So then you go through, is maximum population size met? No, then you continue the process because you have a maximum population. Okay, then if the maximum population size met, yes, then you have to delete the chromosome with the least contribution to fitness function and maintain the population size. And then you continue if the stopping criteria is met. Stopping criteria can be maximum iteration. How many iterations you want this process to go? 1 iteration is 1 generation. All right, so how many iterations? So for example, you can go for 500, you can go for 1,000 iterations and so on. So if the stopping criteria is met, then you choose the chromosome among all the child chromosome and parent chromosome, which best contribute to fitness function, and that will be your final solution to the scheduling problem. All right. Okay. So once you have developed the heuristics, next is you want to test the efficiency of the heuristics. So we have come up with the random instances. So we have tested for 25 jobs. Now these random instances are based on the literature. So these values are actually we got from the literature on this type of scheduling problem. Okay, so we have number of families of jobs, number of jobs in each families, and then you have random numbers you have to generate between the upper and lower boundaries of job size. And then of course the processing time of job, the setup times, and of course the machine capacity. All right, so for this set of data, all right, we go to the results now. So this table 2, it presents the mixed span values for the heuristics. So you can see that in each row, instance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means I have generated 5 random instances from the data shown just now. So out of the 5 random instances, we are seeing how each of the heuristics are performing based on the mixed span value. So for example, SPT gives 1056 and so on. So SPT, LPT, SGS, LGS are the dispatch heuristics. Whereas for genetic algorithm, we have tested with, when I say there's a bracket of 1000, it means the genetic algorithm is run for 1000 iterations. Okay, 1000 iterations is similar to 1000 generation. So GA 2000 means you run for 2000 iterations and so on until GA 5000. So as we can see here, I would also like to note, since the genetic algorithm, it actually gives a different results, okay, quality of results, because every time when there is a crossover or mutation happens in the gene or in the chromosome, every time you'll end up with a different results. All right. So therefore, for example, for instance 1, we have run the GA for 5 times. So that means the value of 800 here is actually average of GA for 1000 iteration run 5 times. Okay, so we got it as 800. But for dispatch heuristics, they are only run once because they give a fixed value. All right, so based on this table, I can see that the genetic algorithm produces better value compared to dispatch heuristic. Now, how do we know? The lower the value of mixed span is the total time taken by the machine to complete executing all jobs. So the lower the value, the more profit the company gets. Okay, that means you can complete all jobs, okay, in a lesser time. So you can see the genetic algorithm gives a lesser time compared to the dispatch heuristics. And at the last line, you can see the average out of the 5 instances. What is the average mixed span value for all the heuristics? And of course, you can see that GA produces the least. All right, okay. And if the GA goes for more iteration, the probability of getting a better results is more. Okay, so as you see, it's 7 to 7, which is the least compared to all the other iterations of the GA and all the dispatch heuristics. Now you can see from the graph, okay, the same table, the last line where the average of the completion time is actually shown in this graph. So you can see that the GA for 5000 produces the least value for the mixed span. So it is the best, it gives the best schedule, all right, which is 7 to 7. So now you also recalculate the percentage of improvement. That means how much of improvement the GA can produce compared to the other dispatch heuristics. The calculation is shown here below, okay, the percentage of improvement. So you can see that it gives a percentage of improvement of up to 50.18%, which is actually very good, okay. Okay, the next is actually the CPU time taken to run all these heuristics. Now for dispatch heuristics, it just takes me 1 second. Okay, it just takes 1 second to run the algorithm. But for GA, it differs because every GA, it has its maximum amount of iterations. So the more amount of iteration, of course, the algorithm takes a longer time to execute the outcome of the program. Okay, like for example, if the GA is only have 1000 iterations, so it only takes about 2.59 seconds, okay, to give the output. Whereas for GA 5000 iterations, it actually takes around 11 seconds to produce the outcome for 25 jobs. Now, the same experiments, similar, we have carried for 50 jobs. So for 50 jobs, I have just put up the table here. This is for average of the completion time for 50 jobs. And again, you can see the GA produces good improvement compared to the dispatch heuristic. because as you can see the graphs here, they're actually giving a lower value compared to the dispatch heuristics. Therefore, in the conclusion here, a single batch machine scheduling problem is considered with the aim of minimizing base mix span, and a genetic algorithm is able to provide a good and efficient solution compared to the other developed dispatching heuristics such as SPT, LPT, SGS, and LGS, and all the random instances, the developed heuristics and the simulation experiments are used, we have run using the Python software. So this study can be extended to other scheduling environments such as parallel machine, flow shop, or job shop as a future direction. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. So is there any questions from the audience? Hearing none, let's proceed to the next presenter. I hope that I don't have the complete list of the presenters so far, but according to the program, the next presenter is Dr. Llorente. Sir, are you ready? Okay. Let's wait for a while for the success of screen sharing of Dr. Llorente.
Can you see what I'm sharing?
Very clear po, sir. Even the sound is clear.
Okay.
You can proceed.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for this opportunity to be here on the 36th World Conference on Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology, with the theme Technological Developments and Modern Trends in Applied Science and Advanced Engineering. So I am Dr. Cesar Llorente from De La Salle University, Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering. So this is a night screenshot of the facade of our university, night view. And you can see at the background the beautiful sunset. The university is located in Metro Manila, the National Capital Region of Philippines. And I would like to congratulate Thailand for having the 10th gold medal recently brought by Panipak Wongpatana Nakit. And also we are also excited and happy that after 97 long years, we have our first gold medal in Olympics. And we have the honor way back 2018 to be with Heidelin Diaz, our photo taken. The place where Heidelin used to train before is just at the backyard or just at the back of our university, because that is where the Rizal Memorial Stadium is located, and our national athletes usually train there. Okay, so I am here to present our paper, CAC, Computer Architecture for Combinatorics Computations. And I am presenting in behalf of my co-authors, Francis John Magallanes, Ralph Joshua Vasquez, John Matthew Bong, Dino Ligutan, and yours truly. Combinatorics has been utilized for multiple areas in mathematics, such as probability and statistics. So this paper aims to create a system to compute combination, permutation, and factorial problems. The system made up of multiple components with MIPS architecture and multiplication and division unit for combinatorics computation. The implemented MIPS computation units may manipulate data and run combinatorics algorithm. Factorial is the product of all positive integers and all integers below it. Permutations of the number of ways a set can be arranged into some sort of sequence. Combinations are simply an unordered selection of members within a set. Applications is to determine the numbers of iteration for certain computations, and programs to determine the number of possibilities, such as in a lock combination. So in this study, a computer architecture based on MIPS, which stands for microprocessor without interlock pipeline stages, is modified to perform combinatorics computation. The modification of the instruction set architecture to handle the combinatorics computation was carried out. So the addition of computation unit is necessary to support combinatorics computation along with the addition of instructions for the computer. So the general objective of the study is to develop a specialized computer for combinatorics computation. Specifically, instruction set architecture, factorial, permutation, and combination operation, data path, and control unit are developed, modeled, and implemented that can execute combinatorics operations. Hardware that will do the factorial operation efficiently will also be developed, and to verify the correctness of the implemented computer. So this is the block diagram or the resulting component that will result in modeling the instructions needed to support combinatorics operations. And that component will be integrated to an existing MIPS architecture computer. So the instruction set architecture of MIPS will be modified and instructions will be added to perform multiplication, division, permutation, computation, and combination. The components will be modeled and simulated using the VHDL modeling tool using Xilinx Vivado version 2019.2. And the target development platform is the Z-Board FPGA development board. So shown here is the added instructions that include the multiply unsigned numbers, divide unsigned numbers, calculate factorial, and move register contents. Testing on the permutation and combination operations will be carried out by writing test codes in assembly language written for the MIPS architecture. And this will verify the functionality of permutation and combination functions. The speed up of the modified system will be measured using the equation shown. And some statistical analysis will be carried out in order to determine the skewness of the instructions and whether the instructions are carried out of higher or lower clock per instructions. So after the implementation of the system, after modeling using VHDL and using the Xilinx Vivado tool, the system is now tested for proper operation. So permutation computation is tested using the test data, so 12 data, and taken two at a time, and using the equation as shown. The expected result of the computation is decimal 132. The simulation will show whether the implementation is correct. So this is the timing diagram of the implementation that was performed. And based on the simulation, as indicated on the red dot here, the output is 132. So this shows that the operation is carried out properly. Okay, so this is the zoom view. So just to see the result, so we have 132. The combination computation is carried out using the test data 10 and 3. And the system is programmed to implement the computation formula for combination as shown. The expected result is 120 decimal. And that is translated using hexadecimal number 78. Because as shown by the simulation, okay, the result is given in hexadecimal, and that is 78. So two programs are written using the loop-based program. The loop-based program uses the original instruction set of MIPS. So meaning there is no modification used or and so simply programming the MIPS to perform factorial operation. The test data used is decimal 10. So we compute for the factorial of decimal 10, and that will give us the decimal value 3628800, or with a hexadecimal value equivalent as shown here, which is hexadecimal number 375F00. So running the simulation will yield the result as shown, and that, taking a closer look at the simulation diagram, the simulation yielded the results expected given in hexadecimal number. So another test program, also written in assembly language, uses the added instruction, which is fact, to compute for the factorial. So we can see that the program code is much shorter because all the operations to compute for the factorial is just contained in a single instruction. So the same test value is used, which is 0A, hexadecimal 0A, which is decimal 10. So running the simulation yielded the expected result. So comparing now the operation performed using the loop-based program and the instruction-based program, comparing the time it takes for the program to execute, we can see here that the results showed loop-based program took 1,955 nanoseconds to complete. And it takes the instruction-based program 165 nanoseconds to complete. And so this shows the speed up or incurred using the instruction-based program. But we can see that the number of instructions contained in the program is 54 instructions, while the program used to calculate for the factorial using the instruction-based program is only 4 instructions. And that expectedly result to the longer execution time for the loop-based program and shorter execution time for the instruction-based program. In terms of the average CPI, clock per instruction, so loop-based program execute much faster per instruction. So it takes 3.62 clocks per instruction in the loop-based program, while it takes 4.125 clocks per instruction using the instruction-based program. So this data would show that although the loop-based program takes longer to execute, while the number of clock per instruction required is shorter, but since the number of instruction in the loop-based program is more than the instruction-based program, the average CPI is not a good measure to determine the efficiency or the performance. So in conclusion, the proponents developed a modified MIPS architecture to perform operations in the field of combinatorics. The additional components were added to do multiplication, division, and factorial. And the results of the analysis shows that the developed specialized computer can do factorial, permutation, and combination operations with no error from the expected output. The factorial instruction is 12 times faster using the added instructions, and CPI-based metric is not a good measure to determine the performance of the system. So with that, I would like to thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And by the way, Dr. Llorente, can you please provide me the host access? I was kicked out. I apologize, everyone, because I had a power interruption.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I did that already, but let me check. Oh, yeah, so I'm the host. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, let me go ahead. Oh, by the way, anyone, do you have any questions or feedback for Mr. Cecil Llorente? All right, before I call in the next presenter, I would like to reiterate again to please be mindful of our time allotted for our presentation. All right, so that we can also attend our other appointments. All right, each and every one of us. All right, then let me go ahead and call on Mr. Wong Hong Jung to present the paper about evaluation of the risk of collision between two target ships based on observation data from a third party. Hi, sir. You're on mute. Yep, I can see your screen. You're on mute.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Right. So you see my slide and hear my voice. Okay?
Yes, yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to present you the result of our research named evaluation of the risk of the collision between the two target ships based on the observation data from a third party. So the subject is the maritime related issue. My name is Hoàng Hồng Giang. I work from Vietnam Maritime Administration, actually the government officer. And I did this one with my colleagues who work in Vietnam Maritime University. So my presentation will be divided into 4 parts. So the research proposal, evaluation methodology, and the case study, and the last is conclusion. As you know that detecting the risk of collision, ROC is crucial for the preventing the maritime accident. To detect the risk of the collision, the ship officer, the captain and the officer of the ship, using the radar and IFERP system to calculate the CPA, the closest point of approach, and the TCPA, the time to closest point of approach between the ship and the target ship. VTS officer, the man who's sitting here, is using the radar and IFERP system with a similar function to observe the traffic situation, to manage the movement of the ship. The radar RFA system can show the CPA and the TCPA of the Turkish vessel to the VTS station. However, to detect the ROC, the VTS officer should estimate from the shift vector, make the value impractical. So the VTS officer cannot use the radar and the RFA to help the two ships to avoid the collision. So if there is a lack of information, the VTS officer can make full decision. So this will make this may lead to maritime accident. Therefore, it is important to help VTS officer to evaluate the ROC quantitatively. This is the aim of our project. As we know that the risk of collision between two ships can be determined based on the bearing and the distance, or the CPA or the TCPA value. There are conditions in which indicate the ROC exists according to the correct rule 7D. Correct rule 7D is one of IMO convention regarding the vessel collision. In the case of using the CPA and TCPA, the condition in which the ROC exists as follows. To the ROC quantitatively from the observed bearing and distance of the Turkish ship, we change the two CPA and TCPA between two ships to evaluate the ROC value. So the evaluation of evaluating ROC methodology will be first the data measured by the VTS radar. So the radar in the VTS station, the vessel traffic monitoring system. And then we calculate the bearing, the PT, and the distance D between the two Turkish ships from the data that we got from the VTS data radar. Then we calculate the CPA and TCPA. And last, we evaluate the ROC based on the CPA and the TCPA that we have calculated. So there's a geometric arrangement between the VTS and the Turkish ship. Here, the first case, the Turkish ship is in the first quarter compared to the VTS station. From the arrangement, we have four arrangements. So the vessel in the different part of the location related to the VTS station. There's the trigonometric formula to calculate the Turkish ship position. From the position, we calculate the bearing, PT, and the distance D between the two Turkish ships. Then we calculate the CPA and the TCPA. In the first case, on the left, the two ships are approaching one another without any change of the two bearing. So we see that the CPA is equal to 0 and TCPA is larger than 0. Then the ROC exists. On the right hand side, the two ships are moving far away each other without any change of two bearing. So the CPA is equal to 0 and the TCPA is smaller than 0. So the ROC doesn't exist. On the left, so the two ships are moving closer with changing in the CPA. So the CPA is not 0 and the TCPA is larger than 0. If the CPA is smaller than the CPA mean, then the ROC exists. If not, the ROC doesn't exist. On the right hand side, the two ships are moving far away with the change of the two bearing. So this means the CPA is not 0 and the TCPA is smaller than 0. So the ROC doesn't exist. So the two ships are maintaining bearing and distance. The ROC doesn't exist. Finally, if the bearing and the distance are unchanged, certainly no accident may happen. To examine the accuracy of the calculation, we use the ship handling simulator of Vietnam Maritime University. So this simulator will simulate the real-time navigation of the ship. And this simulator was designed by Chanzas in Russian and approved by DNV, so the famous register company of Norway. We made the scenario where there are two crossing bunk carrier, so the two very big ships in calm condition. One bunk carrier is our own ship, and the other is the Turkish ship. So we record the ship position in the value of CPA and TCPA on the radar screen. You see the value of TCPA and the CPA. This radar is the radar of the so the data record, but in the simulator, in the real-time simulator. Yeah. So this is record data that we record during the simulation. So this is a comparison of the CPA and the TCPA between the radar RFA display in the simulation and the one that we can calculate from our formula. We found that the value of CPA are coincided, and despite some difference among the value of TCPA, they are small enough to be ignored by the calculation error. They are different caused by the round function of RFA in the indication. This is the proof that the formula in the part 2 that we developed are reliable in calculating the CPA and TCPA value to evaluating the risk of collision between two Turkish vessels from the VTS radar or VTS station radar. So the conclusion is that the new methods to evaluate the risk of collision between two Turkish ships from the observation data measured by the shore station data radar is introduced, and the accuracy of calculation is confirmed via the calculation and the simulation, real-time simulation. By using this method, we can develop and practice the application or tool to calculate the CPA and TCPA between Turkish ships quickly. So maybe more than two ships. In our calculation, we take two ships, but we will develop further for many ships, more than two ships. Then from that calculation, we can estimate the risk of collision between the ships can be evaluated. So it is the fundamental formula, very useful for the develop the application to support the VTS officer in managing the traffic of the ship, to maintain the safety of navigation of the ship with entry the busy port area. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone? Do you have any questions or feedback? All right, let me go ahead and call on our next presenter, Ms. Nichakan Kongkangam, to present the paper about the study on circuits and cycles in graphs representing 3D fabrics. Nichakan? Hi. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you now. Please go ahead and share your screen. All right, please have it on percent. No, okay. All right, proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Um, we are from the science classroom in University Affiliate School Project and the Faculty of Science and Technology, Thammasat University Langsit campus. And my name is Thanicha Supakun.
My name is Silvesh Wongpatana.
My name is Nishakan Hongkaram. Today we would like to present about our project name, the study on surfaces and cycles in graph represented 3D fabrics. And thank you for our advisors, Mr. Atul Wongpadit. So let's start with introduction. 3D fabrics is innovative object creation. It has the form of connecting into a larger workpiece, layer by layer, printing with a 3D printer. It is the new knowledge developed with 3D printers that are not testable topic to study. Therefore, it could apply in a wide variety of fields, such as the coating design, the furniture, etc. And for our research, study the connected graphs obtained from three-dimensional fabrics models with unit structures, triangle, rectangle, and hexagon, by considering a wire as an electric linking that pass through the workpiece to provide a power. To study the possibility of threading our paths with only one connected wire by using the principle of Euler graphs and Hamilton graphs to expand, we compare the properties of connected graphs between the form of flattened workpiece and the cylindrical one. We also have designed a cylindrical model to be used as a table lamp to further applications. And next is the objective. 1. To study the pattern of the wire connection in 3D fabrics, represented by connected graphs. And 2. To expand the educational results for the possibility of using 3D fabric as a decoration structure.
Next, we will talk about the methodology. In this part, we have about 5 steps. The first one is studying. We study about graph theory like Oriental, Hamiltonian path, Hamiltonian cycle, and Euler circuit. Not only in the graph theory, but also in 3D printing, such as how to design our workpieces or maybe using the program and the materials, which are 3D printer and the filament type. The next step is about the designing and the printing. In this step, we made a model using a geometry shape such as triangle, square, and hexagon, which we will link in path and cycle. First, we use the Blender program to design or to create our workpieces. After that, we transform it into HTML file and put it into the FastPrint program to set the position of the workpieces. After that, we save it into SD card and put it into the 3D printer. And we will printing it and we will get a subunit workpieces. So the subunit workpieces that we get, we will connecting it to make it parallelogram. And again, we use a parallelogram connecting it again to make it cylinder. The next step is about the analyzing. In analyzing, we analyze about the orient tail, orient circuit, Hamiltonian path, and Hamiltonian cycle on workpieces. We use a vertex to represent a unit and an edge to represent the possibility of directing between two units. So first one, we analyzing about the parallelogram by use a vertex to represent a unit and an edge to represent the possibility of directing between two units. And we will get graph like this, the T graph. The next one, we will talk about the cylinder. As you see from the screen, the cylinder from the side view, it has to be analyzed, the vertex and the edge. So we change the view into the top view, so it can be more easy to analyzing it, and we will get graph like this, the TC graph. And the last two steps is step 4 evaluating and step 5 is applying. In this step, we evaluate the unit structure with the properties of connected and apply the 3D model to the program to be used as a prototype model for the future application.
Let's move on to the result. We have T-type of subunit, T-type, N-type, and S-type. We bring them to make a parallelogram and cylinder. I will start with a parallelogram model 1 at S-type. This is the real model and this is the 3D model in Blender. S-graph is a graph by use of vertex to represent a unit and an HB represent the possibility of directing between two units. This graph is a connected graph that two vertices have odd degree and let's have even degree. So it have orient tail. The degree of every vertex aren't even, so it don't have orient circuit. An orient tail is the tail that's used every edge in graph with no repeat. Being a tail, it doesn't have to return to starting vertex. An orient circuit is an orient tail that begin and end at the same vertex. S-graph have a orient tail but doesn't have orient circuits. It means that one Y can sing on adjacent side of workpiece, but the point at the Y side and end on same point. ODG of this graph is DG1. This is the problem that the line can go back. So this graph has a Hamiltonian cycle. Two, N-type and T-type. These are real model and 3D model in Blender. This graph of N-type and T-type are same graphs. They have orient tail, the Hamiltonian path, and the Hamiltonian cycle. The picture shows the Hamiltonian path. It means that one Y can sing all workpiece. These are the Hamiltonian cycle. Hamiltonian path and Hamiltonian cycle are different. Hamiltonian cycle is a cycle that visits every vertex one with no repeat. Being a cycle, it must start and end at the same vertex. But the Hamiltonian path also visits every vertex one with no repeat, but doesn't have to start and end at the same vertex. So it means that one Y can sing or adjacent or workpiece, and the point at the Y side is same as the Y end. Now, presentation focus on cylindrical model. 1. S-type. This is a real model and 3D model in Blender. .
The left graph is from top view of S-triangle C model. We make a graph as same as S graph. It has Euler tail, Euler circuit, Hamiltonian path, but doesn't have Hamiltonian cycle. Two, N-type and T-type. These are real model and 3D model. The graph of N-type and T-type are same. The left graph is TC graph. TC graph is Euler graph because the degree of every vertex is even. So it has Euler tail and Euler circuits. The middle picture shows the Hamiltonian part of TC graph. The right picture shows the Hamiltonian cycle. Turning our attention now to conclusion. 1. The summary table of the result of its experiment to study in 3D fabric graph. Red marks are results that we can prove, but red marks are experimental results. 2. Application to expand educational results for the possibility of using 3D fabric to structure. The figure shows the prototype lab model made from cylindrical shape and as the base and cover. The base has designed to store exit wire that may be too long in the store compartment. We use the Hamiltonian cycle to connect an electric cable. You can see it in top view. It shows that we can light the light bulb with one electric cable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that presentation. All right. Are there any questions, everyone? Are there any questions, everyone? All right. If none, let me go ahead and call on the next presenter, Mr. Srinivasan Ravikumar, to present the paper about empirical-based prediction of beam column joint shear strength. Srinivasan? Okay. All right, I can now see your screen, but I cannot hear you yet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Yeah, 1 second, madam. It's a technical problem. I'll just check it out. Can you see my screen now? Hello? 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 Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, my screen is visible for you? Can you see my screen, sir?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine.
Very clear.
Yeah. Okay, good evening to everyone. And yes, can you see the screen, ma'am? There's a problem with my screen. That's why I asked you.
No.
Right? Can you know?
It's still not up. Oh, there.
Oh, yeah, once again, it is an app problem, I think. Hello, can you hear? Can you see my screen, sir?
No,
No,
not
it's
yet.
blank. It's blocked.
Oh, there you
Perhaps
go.
perhaps you share first, then you, or rather, you play your slideshow before you
Okay.
share your screen.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'll stop my screening and then I'll check it.
Yes, stop sharing, play your slides, and then share.
Okay.
OK 咯，OK 咯，很大啦，买那 air pump 啊。
Mr. Cesar Llorente.
Yes.
Hi, sir. Can you please give me the host access again?
Why is it transferring?
Oh,
Okay.
my power just went back.
Okay.
Yeah, I lost the power earlier. Now it's back. Thank
Okay.
you.
OK 咯，等我 check 緊文件啦。好啦。OK，那你
Yeah, 1 second, sir.
我哋就去找你啊，拜拜。
All right, do you need more time?
No, that's it. It's fine. Next. Yeah, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, sir. Good evening to everyone. And today's my entry topic on empirical based prediction of beam column joint, CS strength, and presented by myself as Ravi Kumar, and I'm a research scholar from Pondicherry Engineering College, India. And on behalf of my professor S. Gondana Raman, that's from Pondicherry Engineering College. And let's see about the content what we're seeing today. Yeah, these are the contents which I just going to give general introduction about it and what are the forces that are acting in the beam column joint and the brief literature review of every previous model on empirical based design and a summary of them and the comparison of results with the experimental results of all the previous models. And myself, I found the two models by regression analysis and AI, which is nothing but artificial neural network. And let's see the conclusion of it. So let's come to the general introduction about it. Is in mainly for earthquake resistant design, the ductile behavior of the structures, the beam column joints are usually the critical region in RC reinforced frame structures. Under seismic citation, the magnitudes are usually higher than the adjacent beams and columns in the joints. If the joints are not designed very carefully for the joint shear strength, then the joint will be very weak link, which causes the failure of the structure. So in general, the type of reinforced RC frame structure is ordinary moment resting frame and special moment resting frame. Is ordinary one means nothing but if we are not designing for any specially for ductile behavior, that's called as ordinary. And the special moment resting frame which we generally use for ductile behavior, especially for earthquake regions. The general types of beam column joint and forces in it. So this is the general types of beam column joint we can see in RC framed structure. This is the interior joint, exterior joint, and corner joint. When it's undergoing with the earthquake citations, you can see the behavior of the nothing but force system in that. So for interior and exterior and corner joint. When you're taking as a static equilibrium conditions, this is the column shear and especially the column horizontal shear force in the joint. By you can see the denomination, how the formula is derived. And this you can see as by Pauli and Scaps at 1981, they given how the forces acts in the joints. Okay, let's come to the shear force mechanism, like how the joint getting the resisting the forces in the joint is resisted by two mechanisms. One is called stud and truss mechanisms, which is as per Pauli and Presley in 1982. They have explained these two mechanisms. The stud mechanism is nothing but the diagonal concrete stud under compressive force. It just takes measure of joint shear forces. The latter, the concrete fails, then steel comes to the picture, which comes to the truss mechanisms. This is a relative nothing but bond between reinforcement and concrete. Under cyclic conditions, you can see the strength of diagonal stud decreases because of repetitive cracking, opening and closing of the cracks. The diagonal cracks also reduces the bond between the steel and concrete. The shear resistance of truss mechanism subsequently leads to the failure of joint. So first will comes to the stud mechanism, then truss mechanism. So let's come to my research objectives. To review the previous all empirical based the predictive model on joint shear strength by various researchers. That's the first one. And next one, to formulate the empirical model in order to predict the joint shear strength of exterior beam column joint, and of using a rigorous analysis and ANN model. So the brief introduction about the literature review. The behavior of beam column joint is already prepared. The model have prepared by various researchers. They have considered the following the influence parameters like geometry of beam and column, grade of concrete, nothing but strength of concrete, and the strength of beams, shear reinforcement, and column axial loads and all. So in that, the main focus the observed is very considerable is among, even though we have many models, the results are consistently inconsistencies there in between the models. So in the literature we see there are three different approaches they have followed to find joint shear strength. First one is empirical approach, which I also used. The models we have evaluated based on experimental databases. Nothing but previous researchers, what are the results they have found, they're finding the relations between the parameters. The second one, stud and tie method. This is mechanism developed between concrete and steel inside the joint. The third one is a theoretical approach. This is either based on mechanistic or a principal stress method. It's nothing but theoretical based one. So this is the empirical approach done by various authors from 1985 to till 2018, and of course still going on. And myself also giving the new one. And stud and tie approaches. These are the authors I just listed for you. And among after seeing all these things, the main parameter they consider is the strength and of concrete and steel is a major parameter, especially the longitudinal and shear reinforcement, nothing but ties in the joints. So this is the sorry. So this is the overall till what are the methods, what are the approaches they have used by authors as well as based on year. In this I have selected only empirical one which I highlighted in this slides. So let's see one by one. The first one they done by 1985 by Sarkaman thesis. They collected database count strength is 20 in, you can see that the fourth column, and the parameters which they consider in the you can see in the fourth column, and last one is the equation which they given, which is mainly they derived based on stud and tie formulas and using 20 experimental database. Similarly, you can see other authors and the type of load and database they were used and the parameters they are considered. And you can see this equations also. So this is the first four models, and this is another three, fifth and sixth and third. This is the one. You can see the count of database is very much is slowly increased, and there are some inconsistency will be there. And the database they collected for interior exterior the mixes of all the things. And this is the last one is a Tran, and latest one is Hassan and Mohle from 2018. They have considered only 37, but only for exterior and corner joints. So these are the brief literature review of previous existing models. So now I plan to consider my database for my empirical model. To derive the predictive model of joint shear strength, the empirical approach is required the experimental database, which is basics one. So I have selected almost 16 parameters, which is influence of the joint shear strength, which is I highlighted here, the compressive strength of concrete, strength of steel, and width and depth of the column, and height of the columns, and reinforcement ratio in the columns, and depth and beam. So these are the parameters I have selected. So initially, when I collecting the experiment database, I collected for all the joints like interior, exterior, corner, everything, and which is subjected to monotonic and reverse cyclic also. But slowly I filtered the data for especially focusing on exterior beam column joint, and which is subjected to reverse cyclic loaded. So the quasi-static condition which I have mostly applied as far as reverse cyclic, which is nothing but the load is applied very slowly, even the structures can deform very slowly at a very slow rate, basically. So my database I content of 230, totally 271 data experimental data specimen details. In that I split it in two ways, 240 for training data and 31 for testing data as a prediction model. This is the descriptive statistics of all the parameters which I consider. There are totally 16 parameters I have selected, which you can see in the top of the table, and the denotation of them. And you can see the mean value and maximum values, which is given a total count of 240. This is only for training data. And I have selected the data whichever I having it, and I comparing the results with a predicted model by each before previous existing models. So these are the results I have found. The SARSM and PIPS is giving a relation of almost underestimated the strength, and this is Wollam and Newman model, which is overestimated the strength than the experimental value. In x-axis you can see experimental, and y-axis you can see the predictive model of others. This is a Hager model, which is also overestimated, and which is almost equal, and the Kim model nearly matching with experimental value, similar one. And the Tran model, this is the Tran model, you can notice. So you can see the comparative results of experimental and theoretical. And this is one Kanak and the Faraday, their results. And this is the last one of Hassan and Mohle model, which is almost this is the highest equivalent values giving for experimental and a predictive one. So for predictive model, this is the basic way to considering predictive model using ANN or regression models. First of all, we get the data collections, and we'll split the data into in terms of training and testing data. The training data, if we have any particular target, in which case, then you can go with the continuous and discrete. If the continuous model we have is, you can go with a regression method. If no miss, you have to go with classifications. So once you using the regression one, if you train the model of using training data, that trained model we can using by testing data, we can find that we can test the model. If it's giving finite or continuous values, consistent value means it is passed, then we can go with the RMSE, nothing but root mean square error, we can say clarify it. If it is fine, the predictive model is end. This is general data flowing for a regression analysis. So the second one parameter which I use to find association between the influence parameter with the final output is in a joint system, which is generally used as R. If the positive means it's giving direct relations, and negative means it's giving inverse relations between the output with the input values. So this is a formula. So the strong bond means if when it's close near to +1 or -1, when it's closer to 0 value, we can say it has weak association. So based on this formula, based on my 16 parameters, whichever I consider, you can see the relations in the remarks. You can see the strong one and the intermediate values and weakest one. So these are the relations I have found with my parameters of influence of joint system. And if coming to this regression analysis, I have used MS Excel and Minitab software. The below one, which you can see the lengthy one, this is my proposed equation by regression analysis. So using this equation, I have predicted the joint system and comparing the result with the experimental value, which is almost given good results. I think but almost 0.8% of error only is given. I mean, is almost accuracy with the experimental value. And coming to the artificial neural network, is a second model which is derived by myself. For this, I have used MATLAB software, which is ANN, nothing but its information processing system. In this processing system, the elements called neurons processing the information. The signal is transmitted by means of connection, the links between the parameter input and output value. The link possesses associated weights, which is multiplied along with the coming signal. The net input for any typical neural network, the output signal will be applying activation to the net input. The simple neural net is the two inputs which I explained here, x1 and x2. the one output neuron is Y. So the interconnected weights are the given, the W1 and W2 in respectively. In a single layer net, there is a single layer of weighted interconnection. The neural net can generally be a single layer or multiple layer. A typical multiple layer neural network consists of 3 layers, and the input and hidden layers will be absent. So you can see this is the input layer, which is my parameters I have taken, and this is the weightage will be given, and output value. For me, only single output is there. So the coming to the activity of neurons, the input layer represents the raw information fed into the network, nothing but the experimental data values. The activity of hidden layer is determined by activities of input neuron connecting the weights between the input and hidden layer units. So the behavior of output units depends on the activity of neuron in the hidden layer, the connecting weights between the hidden layers and the other one. Among the most popular hardware implementation in Hopefield and multi-layer perception, AirTen network, and mostly I have used for my problem is back propagation network. So ANN using these are the parameters I have used to finalizing my ANN model using MATLAB software. So this is the interface I have first uploaded the values as input and output value I given. So outputs are generated one by one. So first we are giving the input value, and computer itself will ask the number of hidden layers we will giving it. Then the output layer we specifying as 1. Then we training the data. First of all, first training we have using training data, I got accuracy of 0.98. And when again I rewriting and again I run the formula, I achieve almost 0.99% of nothing but 100% of results I have matched. So this is my ANN model value with comparing with experimental value. And this is ACI course, and as per Indian course, the comparison between the predictive model and conclusions. So based on my literature review and the correlation parameters and the ANN and regression models, these are the following conclusions I have drawn. In this, I can find the 5 parameters, nothing but concrete compressive strength and geometrical properties of column and beam, and transfer inverse are highly associated with the joint shear strength compared to other parameters. And while comparing the experimental results of among existing models, the SARSM and PIPS model is giving highly underestimated the experimental values, and Wollam and Newman is highly overestimated than the other models. And comparing the recent one, the 2018 model, Hassan and Mole model, is almost equivalent to the experimental values than other models. So my proposed model is almost nearly 0.8 times of experimental value as an average, and ANN proposed model as a test data is produced most likely equivalent to the experimental results. So these are my conclusions, and thank you. Any doubts, please start. Hello.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do you have any questions? Anyone? Seems none. All right. Let me go ahead. All right, let me go ahead and call on our next presenter. Let us welcome Ms. Pratibha Joshi to present the paper about analytical solution of some nonlinear equations arising in heat transfer.
Hello, everyone.
Hi,
I hope you can hear me. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. You can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, thank you so much. So, good afternoon to everyone. Today, I'll be representing my paper on the topic analytical solution of some nonlinear equations arising in heat transfer. And myself, Dr. Pratibha Joshi, and I am assistant professor in Department of Mathematics, School of Engineering, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, Dehydrated, India. So this will be the outline of my presentation. So I will first give you some introductory part of my research work, then the method that I have applied for this analysis, then some numerical examples. At last, I'll give you the conclusion of my study, and then the references. So as I think everybody knows this, that heat transfer is a phenomena that we can see in almost every engineering and scientific areas. Heat transfer is basically a phenomena that is the transfer of heat from one system to another. It can be through some medium or even mediumless. I'm a mathematics person. So basically, sometimes we need to model some heat transfer happening in some engineering system. And on that modeling part, we come across the nonlinear differential equations. And to solve those nonlinear equations sometimes becomes difficult because of the typical nonlinear terms and limitations of methods which can solve nonlinear equations. So my motivation here for the study is to find an appropriate method for the considered problems, which can give an accurate and fast solution. So this will be the introductory part. So previously, let me give you a little bit of literature survey. So previously, many methods have been applied on these problems like homotopy perturbation method, homotopy analysis method, variation iterations, various methods are there. But what I have felt that most of the iterative methods get stuck when you have typical nonlinear terms, or you have nonlinearity like trigonometric terms or exponential terms, and they get stuck after 5 to 6 iterations, even with the good computational software. So the problem was we need a good and accurate method with fast computation. So that's why I propose here applying modified variation iteration method for solving nonlinear problems that are governing some heat transfer phenomena. Modified variation iteration method is a modification of the standard variation iteration method that I'm going to explain next. And by applying modified variation iteration method, we were aiming to achieve numerical solution, but we got exact solution, which is much better. So let me explain how we did that study. So this is the modified iteration method. First, let me explain that how we take the symbols on the method. So when we get a differential equation to solve, which is non-linear, so basically it has to be in these 3 parts. We have to divide it in these 3 parts. Right-hand side is a coefficient which is independent from the dependent variable. So this has only the dependent variable u, which will be here, obviously the temperature. And these are the conditions, initial conditions. And this part will have partial derivatives. This part right here will have linear operators, but they will be independent of partial derivatives. And this n part will have all the non-linear terms. And the right-hand side, all which is independent from the dependent variable can be put in the function gxt. So this will be the symbols that I'm going to use ahead. So this is the standard variation iteration formula, where this un is the approximation that we are going to give of the dependent variable. And this n+1 represents that we are at n+1th iteration. And then this un here, un bar, which you can see a symbol here, that represents it is a restricted variation. That means its variation will be equal to 0. And this lambda here is a coefficient that we call Lagrange multiplier, and that can be determined by variation theory. Let me show you how. So when we start taking the variation, we put the variation on the equation 2. And since these were restricted ones, they got 0. And we have got this equation, and by solving it, we get the value of lambda. We replace it in the iteration formula, and there we have the standard iteration method. But as I told you, with variation iteration, the problem is that although it gives sufficiently accurate results, but only in the cases when you have an equation which is a little bit simpler, which does not have very complicated terms. But as soon as you have complicated terms there, it started getting stuck after 3 or 4 iterations. So for that, this modified variation iteration formula has been derived. And for that, you can see that this part looks exactly same, but instead of RUN, NUN, we take UN minus 1. GN, and this symbol we have seen in the formulation, that was the right-hand side part. but I will explain how we'll pick this. This part we know, that is the R UXT term that I have explained in the slide. And here, this function g, what is this? So g and xt is a polynomial of degree s n plus 1 minus 1, which we obtain by the nonlinear term. We expand this nonlinear term and we leave the terms higher than Sn plus 1. So whatever will be left here, that is the Gn. And we have to take its updated value also with each iteration. And here, this Gns that you see, that will be the terms of ns term of ns coefficient of gxt when we expand it in Taylor expansion. So that is the different symbols which we are using here. And as we can see, we are always taking the difference between the previous iteration and the current iteration. So that eliminates the extra term. And that is why we get fast accuracy, like fast computation. So that is the benefit of this over VIM. Also, it gives approximately same accuracy, but it is very fast in comparison to variation iteration. Now that there are two examples that I have taken. Here, for the sake of showing that how method works, I'm taking two examples which are real life application based, and but their solution we have a little bit idea of, so that we can match our answers. That is how we check that whether our method is working fine or not. So these two examples I'm showing which whose solution I can match with my method, but obviously with any problem whose solution you want to find, we can apply in the similar way. So how do we start with this problem? So we have taken a system with surface area A, density rho, volume V, specific heat C, emissivity E, and the initial temperature T0. So this will be the symbols that we will use for the system. And then what is the initial temperature and all? So at initial temperature time T is equal to 0, the system is exposed to an environment of convective heat transfer with the coefficient of H and temperature TA. So definitely when we will expose the system, there will be a loss of heat. So it will be loss of heat due to radiation, and the sink temperature is Ts. So these are the different symbols that I have used here. So this is the governing equation. You can clearly see it is non-linear. T to the power 4 we can see here. So to make it a little bit simpler, because most of them are constants, the coefficients. So we have taken a transformation which converts it into a much simpler form. Still it is a non-linear. We applied then this modified variation iteration method onto this problem. And this is the exact solution that it has. So now I'll show you that how my method also gives the exact solution. So this is the problem. And for this particular case, we have taken these constants 0. This is the problem at last which we have considered, and it is still non-linear. Now we apply modified variation iteration method here, and you have shown that what is the iterative formula. Now clearly you see at first iteration we are getting 2 terms, second we are getting 3 terms, and similar way every time 1 term is increasing. Now let's match it with the exact solution of the problem. You can see every time the 1 term of the exact solution series is going to add up in our approximation. So we can assume in the similar way, if you take, suppose, theoretically n tends to infinity iterations or large iteration, it will definitely, it is just exactly equal to exact solution, because we can clearly see every time the terms are being matched here. Okay, so this is the first example that I have taken. The second example that I have taken is a transient heat conduction type in a slab with temperature dependent thermal conductivity, because thermal conductivity can be constant as well as depending upon temperature. So here we have taken a slab with unit length, and the thermal conductivity KT is temperature dependent, as we can see. So this will be the governing differential equation for the heat conduction. Clearly you can see the boundaries and the time how starting. And these are the condition it has been given with. Here also I have taken a problem whose exact solution we already know, so that I can show you that the method works and gives you the exact solution. So these are the iteration that I have got by MVIM, which is modified variation iteration method. So you can see first we get x plus tx in first iteration. In second iteration we get this. In third iteration, we get this. So if I take X common from it, it is becoming series of ET, right? So it is nothing but, suppose if you see that where it is going, it is becoming the series of XET, which is exactly the solution of the problem. So we can see that when we are applying MBIM, if we take large number of iterations, definitely we are going towards, or the series is converging towards the exact solution of the problem that we have considered. So that is a good sign. And in the similar way, we can apply the method into any heat transfer problem, non-linear, linear. So that's why this method is very robust. And what is the conclusion of my study? So as we can see, the considered problems that I have taken, they all are converging. The solution of them is converging towards the exact solution. And n tends to infinity, but that is theoretical, obviously. But when you will be doing computational real life computation, obviously you can't take infinity iterations. But yeah, what I mean is large number of iterations. So in large number of iterations, you will get very good accuracy, and it is very fast. The method is very efficient, and it is very easy to use. As you can see, it is a single line iteration formula, and very easily you can program it on Mathematica or MATLAB, and easily you can get the answers. So this will be the conclusion of my study, and these are those references that I have used in my presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions, please?
All right, thank you so much. Are there any questions or feedback? All right.
Thank you so
Let me
much.
go. Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, let me go ahead and call on the next presenter, Mr. Shravan Vinod, to present the paper about the flow visualization of footballs to analyze its performance and the knuckling effect.
Am I visible, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Please have it on presentation mode and please proceed.
Okay. So greetings to one and all present here. Myself, Shravan Vinod K. From the Department of Mechanical Engineering, SCMS School of Engineering and Technology, is here to present on the topic titled Flow Visualization of Footballs to Analyze the Performance and Knuckling Effect. So the co-authors are Shahista, Siddharth Babu, and Ritvik B. Menon. This was our final year BTech project, and we were guided by Mr. Sujitar, Assistant Professor, SCMS School of Engineering and Technology. So these are the list of contents that we'll be explaining in this presentation.
Is it me? Can you hear me, guys? Anyone?
No, we can't hear.
Yes.
But you can hear me. Okay, okay.
Can hear you.
So he's gone. Oh, there you go. I think he got disconnected. Most probably technical issues. Let's give him a minute. All right, let's give him some time. Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter for now. Is Atawut Wong Pradit available?
Yes, yes.
All right, perfect. So let us welcome Mr. Atawut Wong Pradit to present the paper about a structural analysis of a thigh cylindrical hexagram wicker.
Okay, could you hear me properly?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. Can you
please
see
proceed
my screen clearly?
Yes, proceed.
Okay, structure analysis of a thigh cylindrical hexagram wicker. Of a structural analysis of okay, this is the part of my study that I and my colleagues, Pathomjit Khajon Charankun, we get the research fund from our university to study about the weaker structure in the mathematics perspective. Okay, this type of weaker is called hexagram woofens, or is like a hexagon in the middle of it. It's known around Asia, and I'm not sure. It's the type of the weaker that describe the type of the hexagon. It's known as the parasols both in India as well as the Shalom basket in Thailand. Even nowadays in Thailand, our country, you can see this type of basket in everyday life because people use it as a souvenir carrier, fruit or maybe eggs containers, and this variety of the using of this type of basket. Mathematical views, we study the structure of the pattern behind this type of wicker. In American Mathematics Monthly, we study this type of wicker as the pattern. You can see there is 3 parallel pair of strips that meet each other in the degree of 60 in the planes of the wicker. And in Europe, they study the topological structure of this type of the plan when it's made already. There's the first type is called single curvature, and the second one is called double curvature. But in this study, we just focus on the structural analysis in uses of the basket. This means we focus on the shape of the cylinder using of basket. How should we know the whole dimensions of basket to predict the size of the material length in total to produce a basket? We use 4 different variables, the big R, capital R, to represent the radius of the basket in the term of cylinder, and the big H to represent the height of the basket, and the small h to represent the height of the part that we call the conic cap. Okay, it's like the cone in the top of this basket, and the last thing is the handles length that we can adjust as long as we want. So the whole package of this baskets is determined under the small r, the gap between 2 strips that we can adjust to fit the fruit or the egg that we contain. If we contain a big size of fruit, we can adjust the small r to be bigger, and if it contains small fruit or small size of the containing, we can adjust the small r, the lower r, to be smaller. And we now remove the y because we will use it at the end, and what we found is we can calculate the whole function of the materials in a basket by consider the very simple concept. We separate the strip into 7 groups of it. Okay, 6 of them are exactly the same. We can consider it in the different part and measure it as the length. Then we now group it together to get the whole package of this basket. As you can see, only the middle one, the central rings in the horizontals from that's the difference. So 6 of them are exactly the same. So we will focus on these groups of strips. We divide into 3 positions of them. The first position we call base with the variable b, and the second one is we call laterals. These are the surface around the side surface of the cylinder, and the last one is the tops of it, the cap of it. We call the tops of it the variable t. And the calculation process of each part of them is considered separately and differently. If we focus on the mathematical computation behind this, we can see is use the mostly simple function to describe. Okay, we go with the first group of it is called the base. You can see is the chord length of the circle. So we can compute it by first adjust the length of the diameter, the radius a little bit. Okay, because the radius must be divisible by the small gap of the materials. Okay, so we just use the mathematical function, we call the scaling function, to adjust first. And because every time we make a basket, we start from the middle of it. So we just count the number of the strip in each direction involved with the small r to compute how much we use the strip number. And together with the length of this radius, we can get the whole package of the base. Okay, and the number that we use is n. You can see the n is the how many strips we do in this direction. We use this again in the next variable L. At first, again, we have to adjust the height of the basket as the same as the we use in the base group. And the trick to compute is very simple. We just count it and just unfold it. Okay, you can cut and unfold the side of the cylinder into the shape of the rectangle, and together with the introductions that we introduced you before, this type of beaker has 60 degrees of the strip that meet together, and we use this together with the height of the model to explain the length of it. And together with the length of it, you can see there is two groups of them in the side of the cylinder. So this is the number of them in total. And the last group of it is called the T. On the top of it, you can see it's come immediately from the small height of the cap and the radius that we adjust already. We get this directly from the very simple mathematical function. Together with the last group of it, which is different from the 6 other of them, at the central, we can compute the circumference of the circle by using only the R star. All together, we just combine it into our function to predict the total length of the materials. And then we just put all the variable together with y, the handle length, we get this function. Okay, we can see we just put this, substitute the formula directly into the function, and we can adjust this as we want. We get the mathematical model to explain how long the total length of the strip to make. And of course, we have to compare it with the actual models, and we test our accuracy of the models, and we can see that some tests can explain that as we regards of the strip width, that we just not use it at the first place, we use it as a string. So this caused some error for the big strip width, and we now can see that the problems occur in the models. The bigger of the strip width makes the more error, and this comes from this part of touching between 3 different parts of these models. And after we adjust the function concerned with some strip model, we can use this to prepare in the manufacturing process of the raw materials preparing. You can see if we change the size of it, okay, too big into the small one, the preparing process must be changed together. And even with the industry, okay, of the preparations and the production, we can see that if we can use the information only from the basket to maybe the prototype to explain how much the raw material that we have to prepare, we help to save the cost from the waste of the preparation process. And moreover, we're not just using this as the traditional method anymore. Sometimes we use this as a 3D printing process, and this is quite useful to prepare the plastic material before prints, okay, to predict how much we use the raw material in the model. So that's all for our presentation in type of basket. Thank you all for your attention. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? Anyone?
John?
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on the result of the product of the research of Sir Vinod, because this is very helpful to the community, because through this project he was able to come up, this can create employment, or it has an immediate impact to the community, wherein he can create employment to the people, especially those who are out of school youth, or even those without permanent work or job.
Yes, I understand.
That's why I appreciated the output. So I would
yeah,
like
he will still present today.
Okay, so
yeah.
Yes,
For now.
thank you very much for that comment, and it's just a part of the study. So we continue study in terms of the, maybe we use the technology to get the input from the image processing, something like that, to help the community, as you said. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And I would like to suggest, if possible, it can be submitted for intellectual property rights, so that the model, the process, and the procedure of coming up to this project will not be copied by other interested parties, so that you can claim the right of your output.
Yes,
so
yes.
Patenting is very, very important, especially to the higher education institution.
Yes, I think it is possible to do that, and thank you very much for that suggestion.
Welcome.
All right, good job. All right, let me go ahead and call in again. Vinod, are you around?
Yes.
All right, perfect. So you can go ahead and share your screen. There you go.
Visible?
Yes, I can see it. Please have it on presentation mode, and please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Myself, Shravan Vinod K, from the Department of Mechanical Engineering, SEM School of Engineering and Technology, is here to present on the paper titled Flow Visualization of Footballs to Analyze the Performance and the Knuckling Effect. The co-authors are Shahista, Siddharth Babu, and Ritvik B. Menon, and was our S8 final year at BTech. And we were guided by Mr. Sujit R, Assistant Professor, SEM School of Engineering and Technology. So these are the list of contents that we'll be discussing in this presentation. Now, the objectives. So football, as we all know, is one of the most celebrated sport event in this planet. The fan base of football comes from even young children to senior citizens. So in this paper, we'll be discussing about the different FIFA World Cup official balls that had faced fame as well as blame in the past. So in this presentation, we'll be discussing about 3 balls, which are the smooth sphere, 32 panel football, and 2014 official World Cup ball, Brazuca. And we'll be doing CFD analysis using ANSYS Fluent on these 3 different balls to analyze the factors that affect the flight. And from the results, we'll be explaining the influence of number of panels and surface roughness in the flight of the football. And at the end of this project, we will be explaining the phenomenon of knuckling. So knuckling is a phenomenon that happens when a ball is struck at a very high speed of 70 miles per hour or higher with very less spin or no spin at all. And the ball tends to move laterally in a zigzag manner so that the trajectory of the ball becomes very hard to predict. Now the introduction. So for explaining aerodynamics to a person pursuing science or engineering, it is much easier. But to explain the same thing, aerodynamics to a person without any scientific background, it is going to be very hard. So it is very hard for them to relate it to. But when we are using an example of football, they find it very interesting. They will be able to relate it much better. So this is the same reason why NASA is showing interest in researches regarding daily objects like balls, so that people can relate to it much better, even though they do not take part in any testing or designing of footballs. Now, Jabulani and the criticism. Jabulani was the 2010 World Cup official ball, and it faced a lot of criticisms, mostly by defensive teams. They claimed that it had an edge over them. So the manufacturers of the ball, Adidas, had to face a lot of negative reviews and criticism from players, fans, as well as pundits. So it was at this moment when knuckling of football became a hot topic of discussion. A very small change made in the ball made a huge impact in the whole game of football, and the 2010 World Cup had a lot of criticism. So focus of this study. So from our researches, we were able to find that in these type of analysis, newer balls were not considered much, and surface roughness factor was not given as an influencing factor. So in this study, we'll be explaining about the simulation techniques to analyze the flight of the ball and to bring out the factors that influence it. Now, evolution of football. So from these images, you can see that from 1930s onwards, the balls used a method of heavy stitching. And in the years of 1970, it was changed to internal stitching. And by the years of 2000 onwards, thermal bonding was used to fix the number of panels together to form the ball. Now, from the years of 2000 onwards, football became a very much faster game than that of the previous era. So the tactics and strategies all changed along with it. So to meet this speed demand, the design of football was also changed and number of panels were reduced. So this brought an excitement factor in the minds of fans, as every 4 years, every football tournament, FIFA World Cup tournaments, there will be a new ball designed, which will be entirely different from that of the previous year's design. So there was an excitement factor among fans. Now, aesthetics and appearance of the ball was more important than that of the past years, as football was not now just a ball used in a game, but it was also a business strategy of brand exposure as well. Now, the methodology of this project. So first we did the literature review. Then we did design all these balls, these three different balls: smooth sphere, 32 panel football, and bazooka. Then we did the geometry modeling, and we made an enclosure and placed the ball in the center of the enclosure for the further analysis. Then we did meshing and simulation, and we obtained streamline representation, velocity contours, and pressure contours. Then we tabulated the results, and we were able to explain the effect of knuckling in footballs. So designing of balls. So all footballs were designed in Fusion 360 or Autodesk Fusion 360, and we chose a standard size of size 5, which is the common size of football that is being used in 11 versus 11 players football matches. The diameter is 22 centimeter and the circumference is 68 centimeter. So from the figure itself, we can see that sphere is a single panel football. The 32 panel conventional ball, from the name itself, we can understand that it has 32 number of panels. And the bazooka is a football with less number of panels, that is 6 number of panels. So despite the number of panels and the difference in the manufacturing process, all the dimensions taken are the same, as size 5 was standardized. Geometry modeling. So we did the geometry modeling in ANSYS Workbench R19.2 in the design modeler window. and we chose a cylindrical shape because the distance from the edge of the cylinder to the surface of the internal surface of the cylinder is equal when we take the geometry as a cylindrical shape. Now, the domain independency. And also, cylinder is the best preferred geometry when we are considering a simulation of wind tunnel. So, domain independency. Now, domain independency is considered in this project. It means that the inlet flow, the fluid flow from the inlet should not be affected by the dimensions or the walls of the geometry. So the results should not be tampered by the influence of the geometry. So for this consideration, we gave this consideration, and based on this considerations, the alignment and dimensions was also set. The cylinder is aligned to the z-axis, and the dimensions given are length of 1.5 meter, diameter of 0.5 meter, and the ball is spatially placed in the center of the cylinder, equidistant from the flat sides of the cylinder. Now, meshing. So first of all, we defined the boundaries. The inlet was set as the velocity inlet, the outlet was set as the velocity outlet, and the curved surface of the cylinder was set as the symmetry. Now, the maximum element size that we gave was 0.02 meter, and the method of meshing that we used was tetrahedron meshing. So tetrahedron meshing is the most common meshing method used for geometries that have curved surfaces and that are complex. So number of elements and nodes. From the statistics, we were able to obtain the number of elements and nodes of each of these three different balls, and we found that the bazooka had the highest number of nodes and elements, followed by the 32-panel football, followed by the smooth sphere. So this shows the difference in complexity of these three different designs. Now the simulation. So we used the solver of pressure solver with steady conditions, as the fluid flow is incompressible, and we use the method of K epsilon, which is commonly used in wind tunnel simulation, simulations, and the fluid was set as air under standard pressure, temperature, and density conditions, and boundary conditions. Now we gave just one boundary condition, which is the inlet velocity. We gave an inlet velocity of 32 meters per second, which is equivalent to 70 miles per hour. So which is considered as the critical speed at which the knuckling happens. So this will be explained further in this presentation. And report definition. So we subscribed to coefficient of drag and coefficient of lift, and the graphs were plotted. Then we obtained the results, and we also obtained the streamline representation. And from the streamline representation, which is shown in these figures, we can see the formation of a vortex at the rear end of the balls very clearly. So at the rear end of the ball, there is a region called stagnation region. At this region, the airflow is very less. So when the airflow is very less, the average velocity of the current is also very less. So at the top and bottom of the stagnation region, the velocities are relatively higher. So due to this difference in velocity, there is a vortex formed in the rear end of the ball. So this vortex is highest for the 32-panel football, followed by the bazooka, followed by the smooth sphere. Now, the influence of number of panels. So this was the result of our first simulation, where 3 different balls were simulated under the above mentioned conditions. So the 32-panel football, the bazooka ball, and the smooth sphere were the simulations were done on these 3 different balls, and the coefficient of drag and coefficient of lift versus iterations graph were plotted, and the values were also noted. So we found out that the coefficient of drag of the 32-panel football is the highest, with a value of 0.599, followed by the the bazooka with a value of 0.533, followed by the smooth sphere with a value of 0.503. The coefficient of lift remained almost the same in these conditions. So we can see the difference in the coefficient of drag from the chart as well. The coefficient of lift remains almost the same, and the coefficient of drag is showing all the changes. So the coefficient of drag for the 32-panel football was the highest. And from this, we can understand that whenever the number of panels is high, the coefficient of drag is also going to be high. This is because that whenever the number of panels is high, the seam length to surface ratio is always going to be higher. So thus is the higher coefficient of drag. Now, this was our second simulation result. We did this simulation on 3 different smooth spheres by providing additional surface roughness factors on the surface of these balls. We gave 3 different values of 0.11, 0.55, and 2.75. So 0.55 is the practical value given in modern football designs, and 0.11 is a practical low value that we gave, and 2.75 is the hypothetically high value that we comparisons. So from these graphs, you can see coefficient of drag and coefficient of lift was plotted against velocity in meter per second. And in this graph, you can see in the region of 30 to 40 meter per second, there is a fluctuation in both coefficient of drag as well as coefficient of lift graphs. So this is almost at the region of 32 meter per second. So at this region, there is a deflection in both the graphs, and we can conclude that it is at this region when the knuckling is happening. So that 32 meter per second is also equivalent to 70 miles per hour, which is the critical speed of knuckling. And this was verified using this experiment. Now the final conclusion. So we can conclude that whenever the coefficient of drag is high, whenever the number of panels is high, the coefficient of drag is also going to be high. And whenever the surface roughness factor given is also high, the coefficient of drag is again going to be higher. The coefficient of lift almost remains the same for both these experiments. So it is very important to eliminate knuckling effect in football to give an equal game, a fair game to both defensive and offensive teams. So whenever a ball is having less number of panels, the surface roughness, additional surface roughness should be provided to reduce the effects of knuckling. The best example of not doing this was the 2010 World Cup ball, Jabulani. For Jabulani, it had just 8 number of panels, and the additional surface roughness provided was insufficient to balance out the effects of knuckling. But let's take the case of Brazuca, which was the 2014 official football. It had just even lesser number of panels, and it had just 6 number of panels. But the additional surface roughness provided in the forms of dimples around the surface of the ball was quite sufficient to provide enough drag to balance out the effects of knuckling. So as a total conclusion, we can say that both number of panels and additional surface roughness provided in the form of dimples are equally important, and they should be given in a perfect balance to reduce the amplitude of knuckling and to provide a fair game to both defensive and offensive teams in the game of football. So these are the references. And I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the patient listeners, and I thank IFERP to giving us this opportunity to present this topic before you. Thank you very much.
Very much welcome, and congratulations. Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right, let me go ahead and call back Mr. Atawot Wong Pradip to present a paper about manufacturing cost of compound polyhedra origami lamp shades with equilateral prisms T unit in platonic hexahedron form.
Okay, let's start.
Hi, yes. Let me go ahead and stop sharing the screen for a moment. All right, yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen. All right, perfect. Please proceed.
Okay, let's start.
You're on mute.
To talk about manufacturing cost of compound polyhedra origami ramshades with equatorial prism 3 to 3 units in platonic hexahedron 4T form. First, the abstract is talk about investigation production cost of compound polyhedra origami ramshades with equatorial prism 3 to 3 units in platonic hexahedron 4-3. The manufacturing cost formula is composed of the expenses for the agent of the model, which are computed by equatorial prism 323 polyhedra classification for all possible unfold patterns in equatorial prism unit according to the height of a unit prism, together with the expenses for the connector of the lamp, which are very inside of the cube. Then, I would like to tell you about the content in my presentation. Section 1 is Introduction to a Polyhedron. Section 2 is Compound Polyhedra. Section 3 is Compound Polyhedra with equatorial prism 3 to 3 unit is platonic hexagon 4G4. Section 4 is the polyhedron that fill in vertex space at corner position of compound polyhedra. Section 5 is finding the volume of vertex connector is the compound polyhedra. Section 6 is the application modeling of compound polyhedra origami ramshape. Section 7 is minimizing the production cost compound polyhedra origami ramshape. Next, background and significance of study in the infinity Miller lampshade, which used to be teaching materials. In this video, show the assembly of equatorial prism. And this video show the combination of compound polyhedra origami lampshade. Section 1, Introduction to a Polyhedron. We will start from platonic solid. This is tetrahedron, hexahedron, octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron. Next, the slavery symbol is a recursive description, starting with set P for a P-side regular polygon. For example, the slavery symbol of equilateral triangle is set 3. The slavery symbol is equilateral square is set 4. In 3 dimensions, a regular polygon that has Q regular P-side polygon face around each vertex is represented by set PQ. For example, the slavery symbol of tetrahedron is 3, 3. The slavery symbol of hexahedron is 4, 3. But the slavery symbol of prism is 3 to n. When n is the number of square side of prism. For example, the slavery symbol of equilateral prism is 3 to 3. Section 2. Compound polyhedron is assembly subunit of polyhedron become two structures polyhedron. In this research, we'll study the compound polyhedra with equilateral unit in platonic hexahedron only. Next, let's parameter used in calculating compound polyhedron. The capital letter L be the range of platonic hexahedron structure. The capital letter S B is range of an equilateral prism unit. And the lowercase letter L be the height of an equilateral prism unit. The variety in height of compound polyhedron from the picture. When the lowercase letter L change, then the cross-sectional area will change too. Let the lowercase letter L 0, be the high lowercase letter L, which make the angle of subunits fit together. And let the lowercase letter L1 be the high lowercase letter L, which make the angle of subunits fit together and go in the direction of H midpoint of unit until without the blank space. Section 3, we will go to the calculate part. Theorem 1 can write as follows. Proof for finding the height L0. This is the capital letter L. This is the capital letter S. This is the lowercase letter L. And let capital letter Z0 be the distance between a subunit and the structure. Assume all the vertex as follows. We will add the point name, the capital letter R, Q, P, B, and C. From the relationship, we will get the equation 1. Next, then projected to the plan A1, A2, A3, A4. Explain the projection plan. From the picture, we will get as follow, and so L0 equal L minus 2S cos 15 degrees. Next, proof for finding the height L1. From the relationship, we will get the equation 2. Next, then projection to the plan A1, A2, A3, and A4. Explain the projection plan. From the picture, we will get as follow. And so L1 equal L minus square root 1.5 S. Example, from the theorem 1, we will get equation 1 and equation 2. Assume the capital letter L equal 10 and capital letter S equal 1. In the equation 1, therefore L0 equal 8.0682. And since the equation 2, therefore L1 equal 82752. Theorem 2 can like this follow. Table 1 show unfold pattern and assembly of equatorial prism units. Column 1 is the code of lowercase letter L. Column 2 is form of compound polyhedra, and column 3 is form of unfold pattern of equatorial prism unit. The first pattern is L less than L0. Next, L equal L0. Next, L is more than L0 but is less than L1. Next, L equal L1. Next, L is more than L1 but is less than capital letter L. The last, L equal capital letter L. Section 4. The polyhedron that fill in vertex space at each corner position of the compound polyhedra. From the picture, we will see the polyhedron that fill in vertex space. There are 5 types. We will consider phase of the polyhedron of vertex space. There are 13 phases 10 phase, 10 phase, 9 phase, 9 phase, representative from left to right. 5. Finding the volume of vertex connector is the compound polyhedra. Theorem 3 can write as follows. Proof for finding the volume of vertex connector. First, we will consider the phase of the polyhedron of vertex space. There are 10 phases. Let A and B be the volume of vertex connector. There are 3A and 1B as follows. So, the volume of the vertex connector equals 3A plus B. We will consider the volume A projected to the side plane. We'll get the picture as follows. From the Pythagoras theorem, we will get the relationship between capital letter S and Z0. Next, we will consider the volume B project to the side pan. We'll get the picture as follows. From the Pythagoras theorem, we will get S equals square root of Z0 square plus 2S square over 3. Therefore, the volume pyramid be as follows. For all the parts, we will get the volume of vertex connector as follows. Section 6. Application of modeling the compound polyhedra origami branches. In this video, show the assembly of equilateral prism. And this video show the combination of compound polyhedral origami branches. The equilateral prism units are made from paper. The vertex connector are from plastic, and another part are from mirror and LED lining. Section 7. Minimize the production cost for compound polyhedral origami branches. Let the capital letter B be the volume of vertex connector. The lowercase letter b be the material price per cubic millimeter. The capital letter E be the volume of all equilateral prism units. The lowercase letter e be the plastic pipe per cubic millimeter. The capital letter M be the area of all mirror. The lowercase letter m be the mirror pipe per square millimeter. The capital letter L be the length of all LED lining. The lowercase letter l be the LED lining per millimeter. We can write the objective function as follows. Conclusion. From the theorem 1, we will get L0 and L1. From theorem 2, we will get table 1. From theorem 3, the volume of polyhedron that occur at the vertex connector as follows. From theorem 1, 2, and 3, we can model and compile polyhedral origami branches from paper and minimize the production cost for compound polyhedral origami branches as follows. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. All right. Anyone, do you have any questions or feedback? All right, none. Let me go ahead and call on our next presenter, Mr. Nishant Joshi, to present his paper about the topic reactive separation of gallic acid using phosphoric and aminic extractants in non-toxic natural diluent.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes, we do. Please have it on a presentation mode and proceed.
Yeah. So basically, I'm a research scholar in the Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Raipur, and I'm this topic I'm going to present. Basically, this topic revolves around gallic acid, which is an important hydroxybenzoic acid, commonly found in tea leaves, walnuts, and it possesses wide properties such as antifungal, anti-cancer, antioxidant properties. Uh, so it is kind of very valuable compound. It is usually found in very dilute concentrations in wastewaters, as well as it can be produced from certain sources, biotechnological sources. So basically,
Hello? Is he?
hello.
Hi, yeah.
Yeah. Because of some connectivity issues.
All right, go
Uh,
ahead and share your screen, please.
yeah. Basically, so in physical extraction, there is the acid in the feed phase is in ionized phase. Some part of it is dissociated, whereas some part of it is as a single molecule. So basically, partitioning is the process where an organic phase or an simple another organic phase is utilized to dissolve some part of acid from the feed source to it. So basically, that is the about the mechanism of physical extraction. Whereas the second mechanism that we are saying that is better is the reactive separation, that is in which there is a complexation involved by the use of some specific compound that is called extractant, and that particular compound associates with the molecules, and it then passes this allows the molecules to travel from the aqueous phase to the organic phase. The procedure remains the same despite but except the phase in the organic phase, which composed of only primarily one particular solvent, is now also comprised of solvent and extractant, that is diluent extractant system. And in this particular lower part of the section is aqueous phase, in which acid is present, so it will basically able to extract the acid from the solution. So this is the particularly theory of physical extraction, in which as I explained, that in the first step there is the ionization of acid, and then in the second step there is the partitioning of acid, and third step is the dimerization of acid. Basically, we can say that how much acid transferred to the organic phase is given by the distribution coefficient, and which can be written in this particular form for the physical extraction. While for the reactive separation, this particular value hold true. This particular expression, this is the derivation of whole the expression, and this particular expression holds true for the reactive separation. So you can, for the reactive separation process, you can say that this can be, you can evaluate what is the equilibrium complexation constant and some other extract concentration, for which we can experimentally analyze and find out the distribution coefficient. And for that particular thing, we get complexation coefficient and the solvation number to determine the stoichiometry of the compound that is produced after association of particular extractant with the molecule. So this particular relation gives that. Then about the material and the methods that I produce that I used is basically the aqueous solution of acids were used, whereas the organic phase comprised of some extractant and natural solvents, that is sunflower oil, rice bran oil, sesame oil. The method is given here, where we take a particular amount of equal amount of solutions as well organic phase. Then we shake it, and then we settle it, and we measure the amount of acid in the feed phase. Whatever is remaining is transferred to organic phase. For the particular physical extraction, there is this particular graph. So graph number 1 shows the physical distribution extraction equilibrium curves for the sesame, sunflower, and rice bran oil. As you can clearly see that the topmost curve is the sunflower, is the sesame oil, which gives the highest distribution if extractant is not present, and the lowest is given by sunflower oil, which is if you try to plot this particular curve in terms of another curve, which will yield you the values of dimerization and partition coefficient. So basically this all was partition coefficient was evaluated as in the range of 0.018 for the sunflower oil, for rice bran 0.042. So this is the range of partitioning of the acid from the aqueous phase to the feed phase. Similarly, dimerization is the tendency to occur in the form of dimer. So acid that transfer to organic phase has the tendency to form a dimer, means it gets associated among itself to form two particular molecules attached with each other. So this is the clear evidence. Clearly you can see that as the partition coefficient increases, the dimerization coefficient decreases for the 3 solvents. So you can say that the better the partitioning, the lower is the dimerization. So this is particular conclusion from this section. And then if the extractants are basically used, then there you can see you can see that if TBP is used, tributyl phosphate, in rice bran oil, so it gives the highest distribution coefficient, followed by sesame oil, and the highest was given by rice bran, followed by sesame, and then followed by sunflower oil. For the TOA, sesame oil gives the highest, and rice bran gives the second highest, and for third is the sunflower oil that gives the third least distribution. For alicate, another class of extractant. So these are all TBP, TOA, and alicate are the classes of extractant. Basically, some are organophosphorus extractant and some are amine extractant. So basically, the difference lies in the mechanism by which they extract the acid. So because of that, there is difference in the huge difference in the amount which they can separate the acid from the media. Now, what is the effect of extractant? Almost all the graphs have similar tendency, that higher is the extractant concentration, the higher will be the mass transfer because of the higher concentration gradient. So this is all represented by these particular curves. So basically, for the TBP, sunflower oil, TBP has the highest jump, whereas for second highest is produced by alicate, whereas TOA is not that much good for the case of sunflower oil. Similarly, you can see other graphs also, that for all the 3 natural oils, all 3 extractants have different tendency to extract the acid. So this particular thing is, we can say this is the mechanism by which they extract is totally differing in all the 3 cases. Similarly, if you see the complexation, if you want to see how acid is extracted, basically from the what kind of association it makes, so you can see the first graph I'm pointing is this tributyl phosphate, and then this is a particular acid molecule. It associates by the virtue of hydrogen bonds, whereas for the second case it is second and the third case it is forming ion pair formation. So this is the basic mechanism of complexation, how acid reacts with the extractant molecules. The main advantage of this particular process is that if it is a reversible process, so you can direct it backward also to extract to regenerate the acid finally. So this particular process can be used as a method to separate particular compounds. It has already been used some in citric acid, and some other places it can also be used like this particular case. So this is the thing. Now coming to the conclusion, so bioproduction and media is a considerable interest to researchers, and extractive separation can be utilized for it in with regard to the toxicity of solvents. Basically in this particular paper I have used all the non-toxic solvents, that is oils that are naturally not toxic to the microbes, and not also microbes not nowhere toxic. So basically this particular compounds can be used for the recoveries. Physical extraction, I have distribution coefficients were low, but for that particular case you can use reactive separations using extractants, and these are the ranges of values that we get after we employ extractants. So basically we can conclude that the reactive separation is possible, and this process can, if properly developed, and selective separation if we are able to develop a selective separation process, then we can utilize this process for making industrial production of this particular compound. So this is all. Thank you very much. And this is my institute, and basically I'm from Raipur, and this is all the conclusion, and thank you very much. If any questions you can directly ask.
All right, anyone? Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone, do you have any question or feedback? None? Alrighty, that is actually our last presentation. Congratulations to all the presenters who attended this conference today. All right. Oh, I still have one video presentation from Aurea Bunetes. Let me check. It's a paper title, Effectiveness of Science Strategic Intervention, Material in Elevating the Performance Level of Grade 7 Students. One moment, please. So we are not open for question and answer for this one because this is just a video presentation. This. Oh, by the way, guys, I will be pasting 2 sites on the chat box. So we will evaluate for the best presentation and the best presenter. So that will be after evaluation, that will be posted through the dashboard that I will be pasting in the chat box. So please check on that one, and also on our social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube. Please check and follow those social media platforms so that you can be updated. Let me go ahead and share my screen. One moment.
National High School, San Mateo Rizal, Philippines. Aside from teaching, I am also a writer, researcher, and at the same time, a resource speaker in different international trainings, seminars, and webinars. Also, a plenary speaker in different conferences. Being the sole author, I am very glad to share with you my research study entitled Effectiveness of Science Strategic Intervention Material in Elevating the Performance Level of Grade 7 Students in San Mateo National High School, San Mateo Rizal, Philippines. In learning and teaching process, problems always occur. Intellectual ability, attitude of the students towards studies, and the strategies used by the teacher in teaching are some of the factors that should take in consideration. In such conditions like this, there is a need for an intervention material which will help solve the problem in learning and teaching process, such as interventions have to be done in order to bridge learning gaps, master the unmastered and least mastered concepts and skills, and elevate the deteriorating academic performance of students. My study focuses on the 3 E's: encourage, earn, and elevate. Encourage students' interest, learn science concepts and skills, and apply learned skills and concepts into real-life situations. Earn mastery on these mastered concepts and skills, and elevate performance level of grade 7 students using strategic intervention material. The following are the related literature of the study. A study presented by Raquel C. Cordova, Janaria Grace D. Medina, Tessa R. Ramos, and Eileen R. Alejo in 2019 about the effectiveness of competency-based SIMS in English 7 at Las Nieves, Agusan del Norte, Philippines, observed that learners were enjoying and learning as they go along with SIM. This led to the excellent performance of the learners, and they were able to develop their passion in reading. In another study published by SMCC Higher Education Research Journal in 2019, entitled The Efficacy of SIMS in Teaching Social Studies Among Third-Year High School Students, authored by Rodelio B. Passion, has been concluded that SIMS are deemed instrumental in upgrading students' retention of the content of the subject, as well as in sustaining their interest to learn and integrate the lessons in their real-life experiences. Another study, published by the Journal of Science Teachers and Educators in 2019, entitled Integrating Strategic Intervention Materials in Science to Law-Achieving Learners, authored by Yoli Ann Aranda, Renz Aina Diaz, Melvin Sombilon, and Cheryl Ann F. Gicana, revealed that SIM as an instructional material was effective in teaching 7 science to low-achieving learners. Based on the results of the study conducted by authors Fernando T. Herrera and Abraham T. Soriano, published in 2016, entitled The Efficacy of the Strategic Intervention Materials to the Achievement in Physics in Las Nieves, Agusan del Norte, Philippines, revealed that the utilization of SIMS was effective in improving the least learned competence of the learners in physics. The conceptual framework of the study is shown in the diagram explaining the path of my research. In the input, pre-assessment was given in a form of questionnaire on the existing knowledge regarding parts and functions of plant and animal cell. While in the output, implementation of SIM was done to grade 7 students of San Mateo National High School. And in the process, there was a mastery on these mastered concepts and skills, and it was measured through post-assessment in the form of questionnaire. Hence, there was a significant increase on the performance level of grade 7 students after using SIM. My research journey started with setting of objectives. Then I identified the research design, utilized the strategic intervention material, which consists of the different activities and assessments to be answered, collected the data through pre-test and post-test, analyzed and interpreted the gathered data, finally applied results to real-life situations. In this study, the researcher utilized a descriptive quasi-experimental type of research on pre-test and post-test design to measure the effect of the use of strategic intervention material in the performance of grade 7 students. Specifically, the study attempted to answer the following questions. 1. What is the performance level of respondents before the implementation of SIM? 2. What is the performance level of respondents after the implementation of SIM? 3. Is there a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores? The scores of both the pre-test and post-test were taken, and these data were coded, tallied, and were statistically treated using the mean, standard deviation, and t-test. Pre-test scores revealed that the group of respondents has a mean of 7.9, standard deviation of 3.5, while the post-test has a mean score of 4.06 and standard deviation of 2.25. For the t-test, it is equal to 10.44, which means that there is a 90% increase between the means of pre-test and post-test, which also indicates that using SIM is effective in the teaching-learning process. The results of post-test of the group of respondents who were exposed to SIM were remarkably better. On the pre-test, the standard deviation is 3.5 higher than the 2.25 standard deviation of the post-test, which means that the scores of the students are spread out. The main factor that can be considered regarding this result is their prior knowledge on the learning competencies that the SIM is trying to reach. Obviously, they have limited knowledge on the topic. On the other hand, the post-test standard deviation is 2.25, which is lesser than the 3.5 of the pre-test. It means that the scores of the students are now closely distributed. Affirmatively, they have enough knowledge which help them to answer the SIM correctly. The results revealed that there was a significant increase in the performance level of the respondents conducting the intervention material. The computed t-test figured out that there was a remarkable increase in the performance of the respondents after using SIM. Therefore, this proved that the use of strategic intervention material was effective in elevating the performance level of the respondents. The strategic intervention material in science and technology, entitled Cell, Simply Amazing, was introduced by the author to the students. So what is a SIM? Strategic Intervention Materials, popularly known as SIM in Philippine application, is an instructional material meant to reteach concepts which are least mastered by the students. The basic parts of which are the guide card, activity card, assessment card, enrichment card, reference card, and answer card. So what do we mean by the guide card? This part of the SIM gives a preview and overview of what the students will learn. This also challenges the learners in performing the task. Activity card provide different organized activities to enhance the skills of the learner. These also provide examples to concretize the concepts, particularly drawn from real-life experiences. Assessment card. This assesses the skills of the learner on how far he understands the particular topic. This also measures the mastery of the lesson. Enrichment card consists of the different activities that will be answered to enhance the learner's mastery about the lesson after using SIM and apply the knowledge to the outside world. The reference card is the list of resources that will reinforce concepts and skills learned and gives additional content not found in the textbook. While the answer card reveals answers to the different given activities and assessments. Students are performing their activities on the parts and functions of plant and animal cell entitled Cell, Simply Amazing. The following are the conclusions of my study. Students perform at the same level before using SIM. The posted scores of the group of respondents who were exposed to SIM were remarkably better. There was a significant increase in the performance level of the respondents after utilizing the intervention material. The use of strategic intervention material was effective in elevating the performance level of the respondents. The Department of Education included SIM making as one of the contests during science fairs in school, division, regional, and national level competitions in the Philippines. Teachers of science use strategic intervention materials made by the researcher to reteach concepts and skills. Teachers are inspired, motivated, and encouraged to make and develop more strategic intervention materials. There was a significant increase in the performance level of the respondents after utilizing the intervention material. I am Aurea G. Bonites, the research author from the Philippines.
Right, and that is our last presenter for the day. All right, everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the presenters for sharing with us their new studies, their recent studies. And also, I would like to thank, on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to this conference success. And thank you all for participating in our conferences. Now, I will be pasting a link. This is the link of WCASET's dashboard. Please make sure to copy and paste it, everyone, because once the meeting is ended, you will have no longer access with that. And lastly, I would recommend each and every one of you to please leave your valuable feedback about the conference. And here's the link where you can drop your feedback. Please, please, I recommend everyone to provide a feedback. That's the only way that we can improve for the better on our future conferences. Please, if you have suggestions, comments, feedbacks, please do provide it on that website. Please make sure to copy and paste all the sites, because once the meeting ended, you will not be able to access those websites anymore. All right. And once again, I would like to remind everyone that this conference have or will award the best presenter of this conference and also the best presentation. Now, please stay tuned. We're on our online platforms and of course, again, to the dashboard of IFERP, because we will be posting it after deliberation. All right. So everyone, thank you so much for your cooperation, and you have a great day.